Hello and welcome into the stream for everyone. Oh, sorry, you heard a little bit of Aaron Parnas there. For everybody tuning in, so good to see you all. Thank you so much for being here. Oh boy, do we have quite the news to go over before we hop into the debates for the day. Give me a second here just to get everything up and running over on YouTube. I know that we have the live stream started, but I gotta go in there and mess with a couple settings. If you happen to be joining, folks, make sure to say what's good down below in those live chats. I always like to say, hey, to the viewers. Do we have quite... Oh, sorry, that was a YouTube stream. I always like to say hey to a handful of viewers before we hop into the breaking news, before we hop into the debate, so on and so forth. So if you're tuning in, make sure to say what's good down below in that chat. Libby, what is going on? Good to see you here. What is going on, Scarlett? What is up, Chrissy? What is up, Motorola and Cameron? What is up, Mama? 2HD Survivor, Eamon, ES, Sydney, welcome in. So, as per usual, we always like to go over the breaking news before we hop into the debates. There is two separate subjects that I would like to cover today. The first subject is that we accidentally invaded Mexico. That sounds crazy. It's true. Trump accidentally invaded Mexico because members of our Department of War, what was previously known as the Department of Defense, got off a boat, went on shore on a beach that was inside of Mexico's jurisdiction, and they put up signs that said restricted DOD area. Now, this was a miscalculation. They meant to put those on beaches in America, but what it looks like is because they made those miscalculations, we accidentally temporarily annexed and invaded Mexico. So is there any real repercussions to this? Not really, okay? The Mexican forces just took the signs down. Everybody understood that it was an accident. But it is a international embarrassment, okay? That is very embarrassing. When the most powerful country on the face of planet Earth with the most well-funded military, literally, if we were to cut our military budget in half, we'd still be funding it $200 billion more than the second largest military budget of any other country, which would fall down to China or Russia. I forget which one. We don't even know our own borders, apparently. So, international embarrassment. Now, the second bit of news here is also something that literally just happened right before I went live. Okay? And I find this to be incredibly interesting. Zohran Mamdani is being glazed by Trump, which has left me very confused. If you don't know, Zohran Mamdani just got done with a meeting with Trump in the Oval Office. The meeting was private, but they then followed that up with a public press conference. And at this public press conference, Donald Trump said that he would be very confident with Zohran Mamdani's leadership ability of New York City. And he even said it's okay that Zohran Mamdani calls him a fascist. I'm not making that one up. That's like insane, right? That's crazy. In fact, I say, let's try to get the clip pulled up here. I didn't plan or schedule this ahead of time. Let's see if we could just find it, and I'll actually show you guys this clip on stream because it's pretty insane. It's pretty insane. Donald Trump goes, "Oh yeah, that's okay. You could just call me a fascist." Even puts his hand on his shoulder and says, "It's okay. It's okay." So I'm left very confused because point number one, what does Trump mean by that? What does Donald Trump mean by saying it's okay to call him a fascist? And point number two, why is he being so accepting of Zohran Mamdani? I mean, he's spent the last 5 months calling him a communist. He's spent the last 5 months saying that this guy's going to destroy the Big Apple. And outside of that, you also have many other people within MAGA. Outside of that, you have other people on the right who've called him a crazy jihadist, right? With the goal of an Islamic takeover of America. And Donald Trump even explicitly said that he's not a jihadist. So the switch up is confusing. The switch up is confusing. Let's go ahead and get this clip loaded up into the stream right now. I just got the link for it posted on Twitter. So let me get that one pulled up. Then I will show that to you guys on stream. Here we go. We got it loaded up right now. Let's go ahead and head over to TikTok. Let's make sure that you guys can see the screen. There it goes. All right. Let's also make sure that this is something you guys can see on YouTube. Here we are. Bada boom. Yeah. All right. Let's go to watch this clip together. It's definitely a pretty interesting one. Let's go and play it now.
Clarify your answer to Stephen Nelson. He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist, and your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay. You can just say yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
And clarify.
Yeah, he goes, it's okay. You could just say yes. It's easier than explaining. I don't mind. Pats him on his shoulder. And I mean, this is just like one of the mini clips. I mean, we could be going through them all day, right? Because this was just like like another worldly press conference where Donald Trump is just glazing the hell out of Zohran Mamdani. So that's also very interesting. So there's the news of the day. We accidentally invaded Mexico, and Zohran Mamdani is being shown more love and appreciation by Trump than like some Democratic leaders. Like, why is Chuck Schumer showing less appreciation to Mamdani than Donald Trump? I don't know. It's definitely a very interesting day in America. But let's go ahead and move on to the debates at this point. If you happen to be watching on TikTok, that's where we obviously get these conversations up through. So hop inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We'll get you loaded up in here. I think that Donald J. Trump is a terrible president, and quite frankly, to agree with Zohran Mamdani in that clip, I think he's a goddamn fascist. So let's get that very first guest up here right now. By the way, I will ask you guys to please follow the rules. They're very simple. You just got to be an American adult. You got to be at least 18 years old. You got to support Trump, and you got to be willing to come up here and have a debate with us about why. Okay, here we go, guys. Let's go to get that very first guest up right now. We have Tyler loading into the stream. And then once again, for everybody joining us, so good to see you all. Show some love. Show some love to all the double tappers over on TikTok, guys. Make sure you're double tapping on that phone screen. If you're watching on YouTube, if you haven't yet, make sure to hit that subscription button and drop a like. Welcome in, Tyler. Do you support Trump?
No, but you're my hero.
Well, Tyler,
I support you.
I really appreciate you for that love, man. Right now, we are just looking for some debates with some Trump supporters, though, so you take care. But guys, please do follow my rules. But once again, Tyler, all the love in the world to you, my friend. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. We got Mason loading up. I already talked to Mason, so you do take care. I remember that. We got the next guest, Dirk, loading up into the stream. Dirk, what an interesting...
Unban Farmson kid, and don't ban me after this, please.
Banned! Moving on to the next guest. I'm just kidding. I didn't ban Farmson kid, and I didn't ban you. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. What's up? Do you support Trump? All right, they're not... Oh, sorry, man. I heard you say hello like after I already kicked you. So if you're a Trump supporter, feel free to get back in that queue. All right, Johnny, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. I'm not going to be reading out your message, but appreciate you for the love. What's up, King David?
Yes. Hi, Parker.
What?
Michelle Obama for president. Amen.
Okay. Amen, King David. My name is Dean, but... amen. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Guys, please make sure that we're following the rules. I understand that there's not many Trump supporters left, but that just makes it even more important to ensure that we are following the rules, to keep the queue just to the minority of Americans that still loudly and brazenly support this guy as president. So stay out of that queue if you're a liberal. Stay out of that queue if you're not from America. And most importantly, stay out of that queue if you don't support Trump, right? We just want some debates. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
18.
Oh, God, Jack. Listen, bro, I'm going to be honest. I just don't think that there's any defense of Trump anymore. I think that his policy sucks. I think that his character sucks. I think he's launched multiple unprecedented attacks on this country and its values, like his attempted coup of the government in 2020 or his statement yesterday that he just wants to execute Democrats. How the hell could you still support him?
Well, actually, I enjoy that he's a pedophile.
Okay. All right. I really really, 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 really hope that that was just a bad attempt at a joke, right? And when I say joke there, I don't mean an actual joke. I mean something that somebody with a pretty sick mind may think is a joke. What is up, Del?
Oh,
Do you
D,
support
you make
Trump?
me so bad, Daddy. I love you so much. Can you?
Jesus Christ. Okay, moving on to the next guest. We got Bear loading up into the box. I appreciate you so much for the motorcycle. Thank you so much, May. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. We are going to go to get that next guest up here right now. We got Dusty loading into the live. By the way, folks, Parker should be joining us for a little bit of a co-host here shortly. He had his power go out. So if
Team
you're
Withers,
curious-
I love you so much.
appreciate you for that love.
I'll leave.
Listen, for everybody in the queue that wants to come up here to show some appreciation, just know that I love you. I love you. I love you so much. And if you really want to show your appreciation, just leave that queue right now so then we can get our first debate going. But I really do appreciate you guys. What's up? Do you support Trump? Geeked? Nope. Well, geeked left. Geeked left. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Just looking for that very first Trump supporter of the day, Christine. Appreciate you for that cool cake looking thing. What's going on, DNA? Do you support Trump? No, DNA's not here either. Folks, why are you hopping in the queue if you don't plan to come up here to debate? Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? I don't know. I don't know. What's up? Do you support Trump? Marco. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a 14-year-old. All right, folks. Right now, we already have 11,000 people hanging out with us on TikTok before the first debate's wild. How many people do we have over on YouTube? Let's take a look. We have 2.6 thousand people on YouTube so far. Okay, listen to me and listen to me closely. We have rules. When the rules are not followed, then the stream just falls to shit. Let me tell you what the rules are. There's only 3. The first rule is you have to be an American in order to join the guest request. The second rule is you have to be at least 18 years old to join the guest request. And this third rule, arguably the most important, you have to be a Trump supporter. Okay? Right? And because we're now like 6 or 7 minutes into trying to find that first guest of the night, and we're still not able to find them, we're about to go Dictator Dean. All right? Not Dictator Don. No. Dictator Dean. Okay? Every person that comes up here and breaks the rules, all right, you are going to be banned forever. All right? All right? Boo, you don't want to be banned forever. So make sure that you follow the rules. Moving on to the next guest right now. We have our finger hovering over the ban button. Check this out. Are you following our rules? Are you a Trump supporter that's here to debate?
Yes, sir.
And how old are you?
I'm 18. I stream on TikTok, so.
What year are you
and
born
I'm
in?
not promoting anything.
What
August 7th, 2007.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess I guess you get passed. Sounds good, sir. So tell us how the hell
Yes,
you
sir.
still support this this tyrant as president. You know, just to repeat the same thing I said to the last guest. Not only is his like policy terrible, his character's atrocious. And he's launched multiple unprecedented attacks on this country and its values, like his attempted coup of our government in 2020, or his call for the execution of Democrats like me that think the military doesn't have to follow any illegal directive given to them by him.
Well, I'll tell you, there's a difference in presidents in general. Like, you go to whenever Obama was in office, it was completely different. I mean, there wasn't much done as is. He did give out different things, such as, Obamacare, all that good stuff. But, like, Trump, he is not the best person, But he also, gas went down, prices went down. And that's what I like to see, honestly. I mean, bro, I went and got a full tank of gas for like $20. But like, last year I couldn't even get freaking half a tank with $20. I'm just saying that.
Yeah. How about this? What has Donald Trump done to reduce the price of your gasoline? Right. Like, because you're going to need to be able to answer that question, right? If you're going to say that
Right.
Trump did it, right? And then also, even if he did reduce the price of your gasoline, I think I would prefer you to pay $40 for a tank of gas, and not have the looming threat of a president executing Democrats because they're Democrats.
Yeah, but he's also trying to clear up this stuff, like he's banning, vapes, which we know about you.
Okay, surprisingly, you can't even say that on TikTok. So I'm gonna have to remove you from the live. I'm surprised that you don't know that, considering the fact that you run lives of your own, right? But it sounds like we just didn't even get a response to that position, right? It was, hey, so I'm actually not gonna respond, right? This really big thing that Donald Trump said yesterday. I lost my train of thought. I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. We were very rudely interrupted. We were very crudely interrupted.
Nigger.
And we have like a 13-year-old screaming the N-word. Yeah, of course you support Trump, bro. Right? Yeah, and then they turn around and say that systemic racism doesn't exist. We were very rudely interrupted by somebody. What would they say? "Quote unquote, ooh, I'm going to bus." Ma'am, this is a political debate live. Ma'am, we talk about politics here. Yeah, okay. We're gonna go to move on.
Daddy, I want you to fucking deep throw me.
Guys, listen. Listen. Keep that to yourself, please. Okay? Right? Like, there's already enough of that on like AO3. Okay? Like, let's just keep that off of the TikTok stream. Let's keep that off of the YouTube. Let's keep that off, out of, the political conversations we're trying to have here. I think that's fair. Hello, do you support Trump? SHHH?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
20.
What year were you born in?
2005.
And I don't know. You sound really young. You don't sound 20. Do you promise that you're 20?
I promise.
Okay. Do you have a driver's license?
Yes.
Okay. So when you're driving on the road and there's a dotted yellow line next to a solid yellow line, if you're driving on the side of the solid yellow line, what does that mean for you?
Don't cross the...
What if you're driving on the side of the dotted yellow line?
Cross the yellow line.
Okay. Do you have a job?
Not really. I'm doing college right now.
Oh, okay. So what's a prerequisite?
I don't fucking know.
Then you're not in college. Okay. All right. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. We're 20 minutes into this stream, and we still haven't had our very first Trump supporter loaded up into the stream to have a conversation with. Please only join in the box if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. You got to be an American, you got to be an adult, and you got to be pro-Trump. Listen, folks, if you just continue to troll, then these live streams are going to lose all of their value. Nobody's going to stick around, and basically they're going to die off, right? So if you happen to be trolling and you have liberal values, if you think that Trump is a bad president, I would also assume that you want other people to think that too. So if you want other people to think that, just please stop trolling. But anyways, and the only people that would want the live streams to die off, the only people that would respond to that by saying good, would be the people on the right. I'm just gonna kick them. Would be the people on the right. So it's I actually want you to join the stream anyways. So feel free to come up here if you're on the right, if you support Trump. Marissa, thank you for the fast tears. Thank you so much for that kindness. We're going to move on to the next guest, Rutger, right now. Only up instead of the queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter, folks. We're still looking for that very first guest of the day. We have over 12,000 people tuned into the TikTok live stream. Can't find one person to debate. Mag is scared of me. Welcome in. Oh, Babe left too. Dude, we're seriously 20 minutes into the stream without a debate. Listen, you're so scared. If you're watching this right now and you're an American adult that supports Trump, you are spineless for not hopping in the guest request. I prove every single day that there's no defensible argument for this raging tyrant running our country. What's up, Miggy? Do you support Trump?
Hell no.
All right, then
But I
please
suppose-
stay out of the queue. Please stay out of the queue. Stay out of the queue if you're not a Trump supporter. I'm banning every person that joins in the queue that's not a Trump supporter. Are you a Trump supporter or are you banned? You have 5 seconds to respond. 5, 4,
Wait,
3.
hello?
Hi, do you support Trump?
I didn't at first, and
Okay, I thought that you said, I think I kicked you a little bit too soon. I didn't at first, but maybe I do now. If that's what you're going to say, hop back in that queue. What's up, Caleb? Do you support Trump?
Yo, Dean.
Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah. American male, baby. Trump in the house.
Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 18. Well, just turned 19. Just turned 19.
Right. So why do you support Trump?
I mean, he's a good dude. I mean, he's going to release the Epstein files, and all y'all libtard vaginas are going to be queefing, dude. Oh, it's going to be so bad, dude. All the Democrats on there, y'all aren't going to know what to do.
Oh, my goodness gracious. All right. Okay. All right. Wow. Where do we even begin? Where do we even begin? Fuck. First of all, am I a man?
Wait, what'd you say?
Am I a man?
Are you a man?
Yeah.
You look like one.
Okay. So
I
you
don't-
think
I
that
don't know what y'all
so
want.
you think that men could have vaginas?
Maybe.
Okay. Wow, that's surprisingly progressive of you.
That's what y'all think. I mean,
No, that's what you think.
no, I don't. I think
Yeah,
Democrats.
you're just talking about like all like the lib TARD vaginas.
What? Wait. Oh.
Caleb, how many continents are there?
7.
Name them.
You got North America. You got South America. You have Africa. You have Asia, Australia, Antarctica. And then Austria.
All right, yeah, that is exactly what I expect from what is likely like a 16-year-old idiot. Moving on to the next guest here, guys. We're still looking for that very first like actual debate of the day. Hop inside that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump. We'll get you loaded up in here. We'll get you connected to the live stream and we'll have a conversation. At the moment, guys, we're just not finding any of those dialogues because the Trump supporters are too scared to join up. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
And how old are you?
I'm 18.
And what year are you born in?
07.
Okay. And do you have a driver's license?
No, sir.
Okay. At 18, do you work a job?
I'm homeless, bro. I'm homeless. Please. I'm homeless.
Moving on to the next guest. Only join inside of that queue. Please, Speed. My mom got a homeless. We're going to get on to that next guest right now. We got Lucas Mills connecting right now. Here we go, guys. I need this. Hello, do you support Trump?
I do.
You do. How old are you?
24.
Okay. And why the hell do you support the worst president of your life? This guy sucks. Policy, terrible. Character, deplorable. Unprecedented attacks on America. J6, trying to coup and rig the outcome of an election. Just yesterday, called for the execution of Democrats. How the hell do you support this tyrant?
I think the biggest thing for me is the border and immigration policies, or the achievements of the border and immigration.
Okay, so because he's deporting undocumented immigrants, it's okay that he wants to execute Democrats, basically.
I'm not agreeing with him saying that.
Okay. So because, right, he's infringing on the constitutional and human rights of undocumented immigrants, trying to illegally repeal their birthright citizenship through an executive order on day one, deporting planes worth of Venezuelan immigrants to El Salvador with no due process, illegally deporting the Burgo Garcia de Sica in El Salvador, where he was beaten, tortured, and starved for 3 weeks. Like, these are the things that you like about the Trump administration.
I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, I don't like illegal aliens in the country.
Okay, so you just said, yes, you do like fascism. Yes, you do like human rights abuse, right? So then why don't you like breaking a federal law? A simple misdemeanor. Well, like, what's worse? Infringing on somebody's constitutional and human rights or committing a victimless misdemeanor?
I don't think we're infringing on their human rights when they're illegally here.
Yeah, guess why? Undocumented immigrants have human rights. Is that like a shocker to you?
No, I
No?
agree that they do.
Okay. Well, so then, yeah, of course, like we would be infringing on their rights when we deport them without due process.
Well, that's what we're doing.
So then you accept that like we are infringing on their human rights. So what's worse, infringing on somebody's human rights or committing one singular victimless misdemeanor?
Well, I also agree that rules are rules and people have to abide by them.
So then why don't you think that Donald Trump has to abide by the Constitution?
Like I've said previously, I don't agree with everything he says.
Okay, so you're basically saying that you don't agree with that fact of him, but you still support him as president. So why can't I just say, well, I don't agree with that fact of undocumented immigrants, that they committed that misdemeanor upon entry, but I still support them in America?
Well, I mean, would you support them in your home?
Would I like support random people that I don't know in my home? No.
Okay, well then why do you support them in your country then?
For the same reason that you support me in this country, even though that you wouldn't support me in your home? Would it be
Right,
okay if I,
but you're
would it would it
but
would it
you're
be
legal.
would it be
But-
okay
but
if I
you're
just
legal.
walked
You're
would it
legal.
would it be okay if I just walked up to your house, opened the door and crashed on your couch for a couple weeks?
I would rather take you than an illegal immigrant, yes.
Well, that's not what I asked you. Is it okay if I go do that right now?
Like I just said, I would rather take you, a legal U.S. citizen, than an illegal immigrant.
Okay, well, first and foremost, I don't know why you do that, considering the fact that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime in American soil compared to American citizens. You'd actually be less likely to be the victim of a crime if you were to have an undocumented immigrant that you don't know staying in your house for a handful of weeks compared to like the average American citizen. And then point number two, that's not even the question that I'm asking. So you said, because I want to allow a random undocumented immigrant to like bunk on my couch and sleep there for a couple of weeks, therefore, logically speaking, I shouldn't want them in the country either. So are you okay with like all legal citizens of this country, right, just going in and out of your house as they please?
No.
Okay, so then you're not okay with all legal citizens of this country being in the country, according to your logic.
No.
Yeah, that is your logic, man.
That-
If you need me to repeat how that is indeed your logic, just let me know, because obviously you can't track shit.
I mean, I guess you can, but that's not, you're twisting it to say your side.
So it's not me twisting it for my side. It's just me applying it to a different scenario that shows how absurd it is.
I mean, I think we're both in agreement that we wouldn't want an illegal immigrant in our home.
I think that we're both in agreement that I don't really want anybody that I don't know in my home, regardless if they're an undocumented immigrant or not.
Correct. But why? I'm just saying why.
Yeah.
Would,
So right. So then what the fuck do our homes have to do with any of this? Right? I think that that's a shitty analogy, okay? Trump supporters are always trying to equivocate between the country at large and your home, right? For whatever reason, you think it's a dunk
Correct.
for me to say
but
that I
Donald
don't want like a
Trump,
random
technically, this is his
undocumented
home.
immigrant. Do you think that America is Trump's home?
He's treating it as his home, yes.
Okay, so if this country is Donald Trump's home, then why are you in Trump's house?
You're not understanding this.
If this country is Donald Trump's home, does he have the right to kick you out of his home?
No, because I'm a legal U.S. citizen.
Wait, but I thought when you own a home, you kind of have the right to kick anybody out of it that you want.
I'm just saying he's treating he's treating this as his home.
Right? No, he is in the sense that he thinks that he has the right to kick anybody out of it that he wants without any like type of due process or obedience with the law.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't think he can kick anybody out because he wouldn't kick me out of the country.
So then why did he illegally remove Abrigo Garcia?
I just don't think you're understanding it, unfortunately.
Well, I don't think that anyone understands what you're saying, because I don't think that you're making a really cohesive argument here. You're like, oh, we need to get undocumented immigrants out of the country. But, like when I track logic, all of a sudden, that very argument that I have for that point just ultimately fails. Let me ask you this question. What is one specific material way that mass deportation makes this country better?
Economy.
You think that it makes the economy better? How so?
Jobs.
You think it creates more jobs? No, fuck no. When our GDP goes down by 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars per year, when our taxable revenue goes down by $100 billion per year, and when we destabilize our industries by forcefully removing 8.4 million of their workers, meaning they could produce less, and forcefully removing 11 million of their consumers, meaning that they sell less, obviously there's going to be less jobs.
Right, but him doing other things for the economy will, I guess, scratch that out.
Okay, so then you're just shifting the goalpost and saying that maybe Donald Trump has some other policy that's better for the economy, which is also false. But keep in mind the question was, what is one specific material way that that mass deportation benefits this country?
I personally don't have something on my hands right now.
Okay, so if you can't name one way that helps the country, and I just named 2 ways that it hurts the country, actually 4. The 4 ways that I named insofar as how it hurts the country would be like significantly reducing the GDP, significantly reducing taxable contributions, like destabilizing our economy by firing 8 million of our workers, 11 million of our consumers, so on and so forth.
So
right?
so you don't
then
think
you would,
supporting
could
the
we agree here
16
that
plus-
wait one moment? Could we agree here that therefore the cons would outweigh the pros?
Yes and no. I mean, do you
Wait.
agree or not
I have a
agree with
question.
the 16,000?
How can you answer? How can you argue that the cons don't outweigh the pros when I was able to explicitly name 4 cons and you weren't able to name a single pro?
So what about all of the charges or conviction felons that were illegal?
What's that? I don't even understand what you just said. Repeat it.
Sorry, you connect to my vehicle. The previous charges or convictions that all these immigrants have had.
Oh, you care about convictions?
I'm just saying, I believe that's a large pro in this debate.
Do you care about convictions, like felony convictions?
Yes.
Then why did you make a convicted felon president?
He wasn't convicted.
Yes, he was.
No.
Are you arguing that if he was convicted, that you no longer support him?
No, I believe I still would.
Okay, all right. Well, he was convicted of the felonies, and you're a hypocrite.
So I'm just going back to.
Wait, by the way, so you just said that he definitely wasn't convicted of those felonies. How much do you want to bet?
I'm just going back to the illegal immigrants with
Right.
all the charges and sexual assaults. You would want them in the country still as well?
Oh, sexual assault? Donald Trump was also held civilly liable for the rape of E. Jean Carroll and publicly boasted about the sexual exploitation of naked women and naked girls at Miss Teen USA, Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. So you're a hypocrite because you made him president.
I'm just going back to what I was saying.
Right. Well, I mean, maybe I could ask a clarifying question here. Why do you care about sexual assault if it's committed by an undocumented immigrant, but then if it's committed by a billionaire?
I was just saying sexual assault.
Can you listen to me? Can you listen to me? So
I was just saying
I'm asking a question right now. So why do you only care about sexual assault when it's committed by an undocumented immigrant, but then when it's committed by a billionaire white man born in New York City, right? For whatever reason, you want to make them the president of the most powerful country on the face of planet Earth.
I was just saying any charges in general.
Okay, so can you answer my question?
I mean, I care about both of them, yeah.
Okay, so if you care about both of them, then you'd argue, at the bare minimum, if you don't think that you should be able to be in this country as an undocumented immigrant if you've raped a woman, then simultaneously you'd also say that you shouldn't be able to run the country if you've raped a woman, correct?
I agree.
So therefore, Donald Trump shouldn't run the country since he's raped a woman.
I agree that was wrong, that he's due.
Well, what you just agreed to is that you shouldn't be able to run the country if you've raped a woman. Not that it was wrong when he did it, but rather that you shouldn't be able to run a country if you do it.
I just feel like all those things came out as he was getting elected and or after.
Okay, so obviously we'd expect more about him to come out when he's running for the most powerful position of power, available to any human on earth, right? That's only natural to expect, right? That the individuals that he's hurt, the individuals that he's abused, the individuals that he's seriously raped, like E. Jean Carroll, would want to publicly come out about these things in an attempt to prevent him from gaining that massive position of power, because it's a universal consensus that people like that shouldn't be able to have access to those positions of power, and to ensure that the electorate knows exactly who they're voting for. But not to mention that you're not totally right, as in 2005, that's when Donald Trump publicly boasted about sexually exploiting women and girls. That was a long time before he ever started trying to run for the presidency.
I mean, I guess I agree to a point. Yeah.
Right. So then obviously the conclusion here would be is that this would be a compelling enough reason to stop supporting Trump as president, since you said if somebody did this, then they shouldn't be president.
I mean, I've said it out loud to friends and family before. I don't fully support him, but I support some of his policies.
Well, this is like saying that, well, I maybe support Hitler kind of on the fence because he made the Autobahn. No! You shouldn't be on the fence with Hitler just because he made the Autobahn, considering the fact that he's responsible for the Holocaust. The same way you shouldn't be sitting on that fence as it relates to Trump, considering the fact that he's responsible for the rape of V.G. and Carroll, the sexual exploitation of women and girls, responsible for an unprecedented attack on the American democracy when he tried to rig the outcome of the election in 2020 with G6, responsible for causing his supporters to try to kill cops on the steps of our Capitol and smear their shit on the walls inside, just to then turn around, give them full and complete presidential pardons and label them as patriots, right? Responsible for taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, spending the most money ever spent by any president in 10 months, up to $5 trillion now, while also causing the largest redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich in modern American history, reducing the after-tax income for the average American making at or under $51,000 per year, while increasing it disproportionately for everybody making over that dollar amount. Like, obviously, because of all these heinously bad things, right, with the cherry on top being what he did yesterday, calling for the public execution of Democrats like me, right, we shouldn't support him as president. Now, if you think that you have reasons that outweigh all of this harm, outweigh all of this badness, outweigh all of these unprecedented attacks on this country, its values, and its democracy, then feel free to give them. But just saying, well, he's doing a mass deportation certainly isn't doing the trick, considering the fact that you couldn't even name one positive outcome of it.
So I will say, when a presidential campaign is coming, you have two people to vote for, correct?
Yeah, and the other person that you had to vote for, we couldn't even find a fucking parking ticket on her. So, I mean, I honestly just think that you're making my argument stronger by bringing her up.
So, hold on. So, there's two people that you could vote for, Democratic or Republican, correct?
And you had Kamala Harris or Donald Trump a year ago.
Yes. I agree, or at least in my eyes, as an American citizen, for the American people, I don't fully agree with Donald Trump. I will say that out loud. I don't agree of what he's done in the past, but for the country per se, I believe his policies were better for the American people.
Okay, so like which policies, right? Because you already tried to say mass deportation, but obviously that point fell like flat on its head, considering the fact that when I asked you to name a single pro, you failed to. So like, what is one policy that Donald Trump has passed and signed into law in the last 10 months that is genuinely beneficial for the American people?
I mean, I think one with the one that we can say is the big beautiful bill.
Okay, and how's the big beautiful bill genuinely beneficial for the American people? Actually, before I have you answer that question, can I thank a couple of people real quick?
I'm sorry?
Before I have you answer that question, I'm going to thank a couple people real quick, okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, fucking fire. Oh my God. Wow, dude. Okay, holy shit, you guys. Over on Venmo, shit, Laura. Thank you so much for the $150 donation. Laura, you're fucking joking. You're bowling my goddamn leg. Laura, that is so incredibly kind and gracious of you. I don't deserve a penny of that. I always say that, but it's always true. Laura with $150 just says, gift Laura if you're watching. You the real gift. All the love in the world to you. Thank you so much for the $250. I want to see 2,000 Laura W's down below in the chat for the 150. Thank you so much. And then Jenna, thank you for the 10. Thank you so much, Jenna. Allison with a 15 who says, for quote-unquote Parker, since your name apparently isn't Dean anymore, referencing a guest that we had on a while ago. Thank you so much for the love, Allison. Show some love to Allison in that chat. Ducky, thank you so much for the $10 who says dark blue/black is definitely your color, my friend. Have a great stream. Thank you, Ducky. Good to see you, and thank you for the 10. Morgan, thank you for the 5. Audrey with a 5. Shamelia with the 3. Thank you so much. DeMarcus, thank you for the $10 who says, do you have a video of you dog walking Millie? I didn't record it. I was just on my phone, but I'm sure there's a screen recording somewhere out there. Thank you for the $10. Brandon with a 5 and Charlotte with a 5. Thank you guys so much. And Carmen with the $5 as well. Now, a couple more here over on PayPal. Seriously, thank you guys so much for the love. Rory, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal, who says, I love watching you every day. You help me with very hard times in my life. Oh, Rory, I'm really happy that the streams help you out. Thank you for being here, my friend, and thank you for the $15. Let's get 150 Rory W's. April, thank you for the 5, and Austin with a 5, and James with a 5. Thank you, you 3. And Sonny, that is SONNY. Thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. 500 Sonny W. Sonny says, listening to this at the end of my workday, listen to the entirety of your live stream yesterday in the gym this morning and at work. Sonny, it's good to see you. I know that you were here yesterday. I remember you. Thank you for the $50. Huge shout out to Sonny. Lewis, appreciate you for the Galaxy. Then Kayla and Mario, thank you both for the $20 over on PayPal. Mario says, Dean, please watch Attack on Titan and Death Note. They're peak. I think my girlfriend enjoys both of them. I'll have to watch them. Thank you for the $20, Mario. Kayla with the $20 says, I watch your live streams every day and I love how informed you are. Thank you so much, Kayla. Carly, thank you for the $10. Who says, thank you for educating the world. Carly, thank you for being here, and I appreciate you for taking something positive away. And then not Charlie, Miriam. Thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. Guys, we've only been live for like 40 minutes. You guys are showing an insane amount of love. That is MIRIAM. Dude, thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity. Please show some love to Miriam for the $100, who says, Dean, you're going to need this donation for aspirins after debating all these MAGA people. Yeah, I usually have a headache at the end of the day. Thank you so much for the kindness, Miriam. And then Kayla with a 5, Andrea with a 5. Devin, thank you so much for the $10. Huge shout out to you. Then just 2 more here. Addie, that is ADDY. Thank you for the $15, and the Little Dog Shop with the 10. Show some love to Addie in the Little Dog Shop. Seriously, you two, I really appreciate you. I know that you guys both attached a message. I'm going to go ahead and read them to myself. Just know that I really appreciate you guys for the love. And Lucas, the mic is now yours. Thank you for your patience. Show some massive love to all the donors down below in that chat. Please. Now, tell us why you think the Big Beautiful Bill was genuinely beneficial for the American people.
Well, as a father, husband, and just a working American citizen, I think increasing America's take-home pay is one of the bigger factors.
Oh, okay. Well, then you'd say that the Big Beautiful Bill is genuinely detrimental to the American people, considering the fact that the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities is telling us that it's actually reducing the purchasing power of the average American.
Right, but that also goes into with him terminating benefits for all the illegal immigrants. Well, I mean, it kind of
he can't
eliminates.
do that. He didn't terminate any benefit for undocumented immigrants. Why are you lying?
I mean, he terminated benefits for at least 1 million illegal immigrants.
No, that's just completely false. Do you know what the Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act of 1996 is?
No.
It's a bill that prevents any public welfare benefits on the federal level from being given to undocumented immigrants, as it restricts their eligibility specifically to only legal residents and lawful citizens.
Yeah, you just said lawful and legal citizens.
Right. I did.
And that's not what they are.
Precisely. That's why they can't get public welfare benefits from the federal government.
Right.
Right? Because I said that it restricted eligibility to lawful residents and legal citizens.
Okay, I didn't hear that part.
Right. So when you're telling us here that Donald Trump cut off $1 million in funding to benefits for undocumented immigrants at the federal level, I'm calling that bullshit because they don't get any benefits.
Well, they shouldn't. So.
Well, they don't. So when you told us that Donald Trump restricted their benefits, that was a lie.
Well, that's just, I mean, I haven't done as much as research as you have, obviously. That's just what was noted.
Well, I'm happy that I could correct you. So now I want you to respond to the point that I made. You said that the Big Beautiful Bill is genuinely beneficial to this country because it makes Americans make more. Yeah, leading think tanks tell us the opposite. It tells us that it makes Americans make less.
I mean, me personally, I've seen that I've been taking more home pay.
You've been taking more home pay?
I've been taking more, like, take-home pay. That's what I was saying.
Have you been working more?
No.
Why are you taking more take-home pay?
I assume it was from this bill.
You assume that it's from this bill. Okay, so like what tax did you pay that you're now no longer paying?
Well, I know that he passed a recessions package which saved like taxpayers like $9 billion.
A recession package?
Correct.
So we're in a recession.
No, that's just what it was.
So what was this?
Named.
So what was this recession package?
He named it $9 billion in wasteful, political motivated funding for left wing aid.
Are you just talking about funding that like was cut by Doge?
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying that Doge cut $9 billion. I have a question. What's larger, $9 billion or $4.5 trillion?
Trillion.
Donald Trump spent $4.5 trillion on the Big Beautiful Bill. $9 billion fails in comparison to that expenditure.
Right, but I feel like he also spent that money elsewhere, just not for the bill, right?
No, that was the total debt-related spending over the course of the next 10 years, specifically for the bill, is $4.5 trillion.
But what is that what is that trillion more or less going towards?
Yeah, that trillions of dollars is going to like the additional debt and deficit created with the same expenditure that we have now, with the lower levels of taxes that are to be paid, more so by like members of the top 1%, right? Because once again, I just explained this to you, purchasing power of the bottom 50% is going down, but the top 50% it's going to go up. And disproportionately so the more you make. So the top 1% is going to get an additional 3% back per year, which is going to generate debt given that we don't reduce our expenditure, which is where that figure comes from. And keep in mind, it'd be significantly higher than $4.5 trillion in debt-related spending over the course of the next 10 years if he didn't gut Medicaid by $900 billion, which kicked 10 million people off the services, all in low-income brackets, which only hurts Americans more. It is literally taking from the poor to give to the rich.
I mean, I agree and disagree on that.
You can't agree and disagree simultaneously. That'd be a contradiction.
Well, I was agreeing and disagreeing on your last statement there.
Well, you said agree to disagree?
Yeah.
Well, what is there to disagree with what I just said?
On your last statement about getting rid of things for the poor and
so you don't think that 10 million low-income Americans are going to lose Medicaid because of the big beautiful bill? It's cuts to Medicaid and the introduction of a new work requirement. Well, that's what the CBO is telling us. That's the CBO's a partisan committee ran by Republicans. I'm using their estimate. Okay, you look towards
I'm agreeing that's happening. I'm agreeing that's happening.
Okay, so then you're not agreeing to disagree. You're just agreeing.
I'm disagreeing that shouldn't happen.
So you do think that 10 million low-income Americans should lose Medicaid? Why?
I mean, to a point. I mean, I guess long story short, I think that you should work for your own money.
Okay. All right. So never call the cops again because that's paid for by the taxpayer. Work for your own private security. Never drive on public roadways again because that's paid for by the taxpayer. Work for your own roadways.
But I am a taxpayer.
Okay. Oh, so if you pay taxes, then it's okay to receive these benefits.
I don't receive the benefits.
You do.
Not Medicaid.
The public roadway is a benefit. Access to the police is a benefit. Access to firefighters is a benefit. So you're saying that you should.
He didn't cut that. He cut Medicaid.
Right. But you said that you think that individuals should work for their own money, and that's the reason why they shouldn't receive the benefit of Medicaid. So then why should you receive the benefit of other social safety nets funded by the taxpayer, such as the police, firefighters, or public roadways?
Everyone receives that. He's not cutting that off to anybody.
Okay, well, doesn't that just mean that there's more people that aren't working for their own money?
I think that you're switching it up, but all right.
Well, I'm not switching it up, right? Because obviously what you're saying here is a reason why these low-income Americans aren't working for their own money is because they're reliant on a system funded by the taxpayer in order to receive the benefit of healthcare. Well, you're reliant on a system funded by the taxpayer to receive the benefit of public roadways. What's like the logical difference here?
And I pay for it.
Well, because you're a taxpayer. So do you think that you shouldn't receive those benefits if you're not a taxpayer?
I'm saying that I shouldn't be paying my taxes for.
Can you answer my question? Do you think that you shouldn't be receiving those benefits if you are not a taxpayer?
No.
Okay, so you should still be receiving those benefits if you're not a taxpayer.
Correct.
So then you should be reliant on other people's tax dollars paid into these social safety nets because you use those social safety nets and you think that you should be able to even if you're unemployed. So then why should low-income Americans not be eligible to receive Medicaid?
But to my point, as I was saying, I believe I'm trying to make a correct statement here. I think it's frustrating for me as 60, 70 hours a week working. I think it's frustrating that I see somebody not working and being able to comfortably pay their bills and their groceries and so on and so forth.
Yeah, Medicaid doesn't help you pay your bills. Medicaid doesn't help you keep a roof over your head. Medicaid doesn't put groceries on the dinner table. Medicaid doesn't put clothes on your back.
No, I'm saying EBT, food stamps, blah blah blah, all that.
Oh, okay.
That goes into.
So we could talk about EBT next, but I thought that we were having a conversation about your support for the 10 million low-income Americans being kicked off of Medicaid. Why are you shifting the goalpost?
Okay, we can still talk about that.
Right, because I'm still trying to determine why you think low-income Americans shouldn't have access to Medicaid if you think that unemployed Americans should have access to public roadways, firefighters, and the police force.
I mean, I think they should be able to pay like everyone else.
Okay, so how would you respond to like another MAGA idiot that says, I don't think unemployed Americans should have access to the roadways, police force, or firefighters, given the fact that they should have to pay like everyone else?
But everyone has that access. We as a paying American don't have access to Medicaid because We make too much or we're already working.
So what you're telling me is that you'd support Medicaid if it was universal?
I would.
So you're in favor of universal health care?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so what is closer to universal health care? Okay, right? 45 million low-income Americans having publicly funded health care, right? Or kicking 10 million Americans off of said public funded health care and increasing the premiums for everybody that's still on it by 300%.
I think kicking them off is more or less the greater
Kicking
option.
so kicking more people off of publicly funded healthcare and making said publicly funded healthcare more expensive is closer in proxy to universal healthcare.
I mean, I don't think it's closer to universal healthcare. But
Okay, so then tell me what is closer to universal healthcare, because that's the question I asked you.
I just think it's unfair for the people that have to pay.
Well, so then if you think there's some level, if you think that there's some level of unfairness here, well, then obviously the solution would be to support like progressive candidates, right, that support universal health care, not to advocate for that health care to be taken away from more low-income Americans, because you're only further going to increase those disparities. Like, for instance, when you kick off those 10 million low-income Americans from healthcare, all that you're saying is that the system is going to be more unfair to more people. Right? Because now all of a sudden, instead of it being unfair to you, right, and everybody else that's not on Medicaid, now it's going to be unfair to you, everybody else that's not on Medicaid, and now the 10 million low-income Americans that are being kicked off it. So you're only ensuring here, using your own logic, that our government is more unfair to more people if we kick more people off of Medicaid, and the only proper solution would be to support candidates with policy to universalize that access, not to restrict it further.
I mean, I think the thing is the U.S. will never make universal health care. So,
well, definitely not if we're actively supporting people that want to kick more people off of the public healthcare systems that do exist. You cannot say in one breath that you support universal healthcare while in the next breath arguing, right, that we should kick more people off of public healthcare systems that already exist, because you're only ensuring that we're going to move further and further away from that goal. The way to increase the likelihood that at one point in the future we do get universal healthcare, right, is to not support kicking people off the systems that already exist, right? Plus, like, I don't really care if it feels unfair to you that they're on Medicaid and you're not, because guess what? When people lose their healthcare services, in some circumstances, they fucking die. Okay, 40 through 60,000 uninsured Americans die per year via lack of access to healthcare. So what should you value more, right? This like complacent sense of unfairness that exists just because of a lack of information and a certain level of ignorance inside of your brain, or ensuring that we don't have more people dying every single year because of a lack of access to health coverage?
I think just in my shoes per se, I just think if somebody else is not paying for it, then why should I? I guess that's what.
So you don't think that we should have any social safety nets for low-income Americans?
I wasn't saying that.
Well, isn't that what you're saying? Because low-income Americans either don't pay taxes or pay less in taxes than you?
Right.
So what you'd say here, in accordance with your logic, is that we shouldn't have any social safety nets for low-income Americans.
I wouldn't say not any, but.
Oh wait, why? What social safety nets should we have?
I mean, obviously the Medicaid or healthcare.
Okay, well then you just contradicted your point when you argued that you support people being kicked off of it.
I guess so, yeah.
Okay, so now you accept that it is actually bad and wrong for the Trump administration to kick 10 million low-income Americans off of Medicaid.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. So that's right. A fundamentally fundamental, right, large reason that we both agree with insofar as why the big beautiful bill is bad.
I wouldn't say the whole bill, but I guess.
Well, the bill like promotes more harm than good. Right?
Yeah.
It promotes more harm in the sense of kicking people off of Medicaid. It promotes more harm in the sense of spending $4.5 trillion. It promotes more harm in the sense of reducing the after-tax income for half of the country. It promotes more harm in the sense of defunding food stamps by $156 billion per year to kick 3 million people off. Meanwhile, it promotes some level of good for like what? Maybe helping out like people in the upper middle class making like $100,000 per year, which I agree is a good thing, just not at the expense of the detriment in which I just quantified.
So I guess, since you mentioned it, what's your stand on like food stamps and EBT?
Yeah, well, I think that they're good because I think that people that are hungry deserve to eat, especially children and the disabled.
Right. I fully agree with that. I guess my point on it would be As a working American, it's hard. I mean, myself, it's not. I make decent money. But for people that are, say, working at a minimum wage job per se, why is it difficult for them to have groceries on the table but not someone else with EBT and food stamps?
Because a minimum wage job is not a livable wage.
Right.
Right? You understand that there's a lot of people on EBT and food stamps that are working minimum wage jobs. Like, in fact, on federal food stamps, there's a work requirement.
Right. Well, there's also a annual income requirement.
Right, exactly. And people working minimum wage
Right.
jobs in this country fall below the annual income requirement because working a minimum wage job in this country falls below the poverty threshold.
So, I mean, even if you're making a little above that threshold per se, but if you have rent, a car payment, credit card per se, I'm just saying in general, people still struggle to put groceries on the table. Well, they're not eligible for the EBT and food stamps.
Well, then it seems like the natural conclusion of your argument would be is that we should expand eligibility.
I'm not saying that.
That it sounds like what you are saying. You're saying that there's individuals that make above the minimum requirement, the maximum requirement of an income, right, for qualifying for the eligibility for food stamps, right? Therefore, we should expand that eligibility.
I wasn't arguing expanding eligibility per se. It's
Well, then
just,
that's a natural consequence of your logic here.
I mean, yes and no.
How so? How is it not the natural consequence of your logic?
I was making a statement per se on the price of groceries per se.
Per se? The price of groceries that has only been going up under Trump per se?
I mean, I think they're going up in general. I believe whoever is in the presidential chair, they would be going up the same rate as they are.
So then why is Donald Trump removing his tariffs on goods sold in the grocery store to reduce their prices per se? Doesn't this imply that therefore his tariffs on those grocery goods and commodities sold inside of the grocery store were increasing the price of the goods per se? And obviously if we had Kamala Harris elected that didn't run on blanket tariffs per se, that we wouldn't have seen the same exacerbated inflation in the price of goods sold at the grocery store per se?
I mean, I think he even got rid of tariff thing, but I think even with all, I just think in general it would still be rising.
Okay, well, what we're arguing here is that it'd be rising at a lower rate per se.
Correct, but it would still be rising.
Okay, but we'd obviously
So it would
prefer it to
still
be
be
rising at a
difficult.
lower rate than a higher rate.
I mean, yes and no.
Yes and no. It can't be yes and no simultaneously. That'd be once again the natural consequence of the
know what
logic.
the rate-
Like imagine if there's like two scenarios.
you-
Imagine like there's two scenarios. In one scenario, right, you punch me in my shoulder at like I don't know, like with pretty like flimsy strength. Okay, right. There's gonna be some pain, but in the second scenario, I get fucking shot in the neck. Well, let me use another example. That one's a little sensitive. In another scenario, you get shot in the shoulder. Okay, right. So in both scenarios, I'm still going to be feeling pain. However, I'd obviously prefer the scenario of being hit in the shoulder compared to being shot in the shoulder. Right. Right. So this is like, you're saying here that under like both administrations, the Harris administration and the Trump administration, right, we'd still be experiencing some inflation of the price of goods sold in the grocery store. However, right, we'd obviously prefer the one with a lower level of inflation compared to the one with a higher level of inflation.
Right, but with the lower inflation, I believe people would still struggle to put groceries on the table as they're above that threshold, as we mentioned.
Are you driving?
Am I what?
Are you driving?
No, you're just on my SCART. You're just on my phone speaker.
But are you driving in the car?
No, I'm sitting in the car.
Okay. Well, man, I'm not going to repeat this any more than I already have. I think that everybody watching like very clearly understands my logic here. I'm saying that we should prefer a lower level of inflation compared to a higher level of inflation. And then you're saying, well, in both scenarios, there's still inflation. Then I'm saying, well, in one scenario, there's a lower level than a higher level. Then you're saying, well, in both scenarios, there's inflation. And then I just repeat that in one scenario, there's still a lower level, which is preferable to the higher level.
No, I agree that I would rather have a lower level as well.
So then you're saying that you'd rather have Kamala Harris as president?
I'm not saying that.
Okay, then I'm going to kick you because I just don't think that you can track the logic. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the queue, folks. If you are inside of that box, make sure that you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest, everybody. God. Okay, here we go, guys. Here we go. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Are you MAGA?
No.
Okay, we're just looking for a Trump supporter. We're just looking for a Trump supporter. Here we go, guys. All right, let's go to get that next guy. Nathan Bradley loaded up in the box, guys. Just make sure if you're in the queue that you're following the rules. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how do you?
20.
Okay, I need to get a grip. I need to get a grip. Okay, all right. Is it okay if I thank a couple people before we pass you the mic to tell us why?
Yes, sir.
Cool. Rory, thank you so much for the $12 over on PayPal. And Rory, I just read your message. I'm going to keep it to myself. You know why? But I'm proud of you. And thank you for the $12. Let's get 120 Rory W's down below in that chat, as well as Austin. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for your support, man. Dean, I just sent you a tweet on Twitter with a compilation of things related to Trump and the Howard Stern show. It's more clips of him being weird with young girls. Oh, thank you so much, Austin. I'll check that out right now. Thank you so much for the $20 and the good info. Show some love to Austin down below in that chat. And Addie, thank you for the $20. He says, all the love to you, Dean. Love being here every day. Dude, Addie, I'm happy to have you here. Yes, you are here like every day. All the love in the world to you, Addie. Thank you for the $20. I really appreciate your support. And then William, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. If you want my thoughts on Trump and Zoran, go back to the beginning of my stream VOD on YouTube. You can hear them there, as well as Jacob. Thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal, who says, this is a loving donation per se. And then over on Venmo, Chase, I really hope that I'm pronouncing your name right. It is spelled Chayce. Thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, Chase. Chase with a $25 says, Dean, you're amazing, and I appreciate you so much. Per se. Oh, Chase, all the love in the world to you. Seriously, thank you so much for being here. I really hope that you're enjoying the stream. And thank you so much for your kindness. Show some love to Chase down below. And then Jillian, thank you for the $3. Claudia, thank you so much for the $15. Huge shout out to you. Thank you so much, Claudia. Kelly, thank you for the 5. Peggy with a 1. Audrey with a 3. Lillian with a 5. And Jack, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, man. Who says, thank you for keeping it cool and calm. I try to stay cool and calm. For the most part, I'm pretty good at it. Sometimes I fail, but I don't really think that I'm failing too much today. A couple more here. Kaylin, thank you for the $10. He says, my show is on. Love all that you do, Dean. Thank you for being here, Kaylin. And I'm happy that you're tuned in. And I hope that you're enjoying the stream so far. April, thank you for the $20. Who says, for cooking MAGA supporters. Listen, April, we're going to continue to fry them all fucking day long. Thank you for your support for what we do here. Thank you for your donation. Huge shout out to April in that chat for the $20. Nina, thank you for the 10. And Condra, thank you for the 10. All right, sir, go ahead and take it away. Maybe first I could ask you a question here. Would you ever, endorse Joe Biden as president if Joe Biden called for the execution of Republicans?
That's not really why I joined. I just wanted to say, I think it's pretty ironic how
Is it a question that you can answer then?
probably not. That's not why I joined here. I just want to say
have a debate with me about why you support Trump.
a little bit. I just think it's pretty ironic how in your last point, you used an example of someone getting shot, and you love to say how people who lean towards the right are very violent and terrible and all this stuff. When you have 13.3 thousand people in here, and all of them, you can laugh, but it's true. All of them were laughing. Everyone's saying that, and then you started laughing. So I think that's pretty funny.
Oh, wait, so are you saying
judge yourself before you judge others?
Are you saying that my analogy about one moment? Don't leave. All right. Well, he left. Listen, bro, if you're going to come up here and try to make a point, at least stick around for some rebuttal. What you tell me when you automatically leave without being willing to hear any pushback whatsoever to the argument that you made, right, is that you don't even have a defensible position. Your position is so indefensible that you literally can't even argue it. What's up, Leslie? Do you support Trump? Hello? Okay, Leslie's not here. Once again, guys, we do have some rules on the live. The rules are very simple, though. Only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Dora, what's up? Are you MAGA?
Donald Trump was the...
Okay, Banana, are you MAGA?
Oh, hey. I just want to say I'm from Italy, and I...
Hey, man, all the love in the world to you, but we are just looking for some Trump supporters. You do take care, my friend. Over on Super Chat, thank you for the $10. Behold, who says, looking yoked, keep cooking. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate you for that love. Show some love to Behold down below in that comment section. What's up? Do you support Trump? Nope, they left 2 guys. So right now we have 13.5 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok, but for whatever damn reason, we can't find one person to come up here and have a conversation with us. I'd argue it's because MAGA's scared. I'd argue it's because they don't know what to say. I'd argue it's because they don't have have any defense of Trump nor cogent rebuttals to the arguments that I make. Moving on to the next guest right now. DH, thank you so much for the $20 on Super Chat, my man. While we're looking to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in the box, show some love to DH down below for the 20 who says, it is good to see young people who think for themselves. For all those that don't, they need to remember that none of this shit that has been happening in America for the last decade plus is normal by any means. I think that's a good reminder. Yes. Okay, this is not normal. Okay, like Trump wanting to execute Democrats is not normal, right? Donald Trump trying to coup our government is and like rig the outcome of an election is not normal. None of these things are normal, and we can't act like they are either. What's going on, NOM? Do you support Trump? Chat.
Lucky.
Chat. Which one of you said that?
Me.
Oh, I appreciate you for that love, Eddie. What's going on? No Mercy. Do you support Trump? Chat. Stop it. Stop it, chat. Hello, No Mercy. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
May Bergeson, thank you so much for the whale diving. Okay. All right. Go ahead and tell us why.
Because he's better for the economy.
Okay. Well, we could have that conversation.
I believe that. And I believe that as a black man living in Missouri.
Okay. All right. Well, before we get into your argument that he's better for the economy, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
If Joe Biden said that he literally wanted to execute Republicans as the president of the United States of America, would you say that'd be good enough reason to throw him out of office? Would you say that would be good enough reason to make sure he never wins an election ever again? And by the way, when you leave the TikTok app, when you go on pause like you are right now, I can't hear you. The only way for us to be able to hear you is if you could see me.
I like Joe Biden.
Okay, can you answer my question?
No, he wouldn't be wrong for doing that.
For saying that he wants
Trump's
to...
not wrong. Because Trump's not wrong for doing it.
So it's not wrong to say that you want to execute people?
It's not.
Bro. Dude.
And why do you think it's wrong?
I think it's wrong to execute people because, in this sense, execution would be murder. And I think that murder is wrong to do.
You don't believe it's wrong. You're just saying that.
I don't think that murder is wrong.
You know, he met with Mamdani.
Raven, thank you for
he
the
met with
fest
Mamdani.
cheers. Do you mind if I ask you why you think I don't think murder is wrong?
Because you support abortion.
I don't think that abortion is murder.
And why is
it? So now you want to debate me on abortion?
Yeah, let's go.
So before I give you my position on abortion, hopefully we can finish talking about what I want to go over. Also, Jen, thank you so much for the fest party over on TikTok.
Stop. Do not give money to this guy.
Why does it piss you off so much if they donate?
You're a liberal.
Philibus! Thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Philibus with the $20 says being a Navy veteran wearing it. Whoa, I'm just thanking Philibus for the $20. And Nikki, thank you for the Galaxy. Whoa. Yo.
Cory Bush is my Congress member. I don't like her.
Matthew, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Says keep roasting the MAGAs. Joel, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Joel. Emma with the $2 and Becky with a $1. Ben with a $1 and Madeline. Thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. Madeline with a $30 says, hey, Dean, this is Madeline from yesterday. I sent you a DM on Instagram. Okay, also, I'll check it out. I'll check it out, Madeline. Thank you for the $30. Good to hear from you again. Chase, thank you for the $25. Who says, Dean, you're amazing. Thank you so much for the love, Chase. Thank you so much for the love, Chase. Karina! Let's get 5 big booms for Karina in the chat with a $50 donation over on Venmo. Thank you, Karina. Sydney with a 15. Sinner with a 1. Wendy with a 5 says more Rage Bait Gasoline. Kyler, thank you for the $10. Who says for liberals and justice for all. Jojo, thank you for the $10 over at Venmo. Who says just to piss the guests off. Melody with a $5 for more DC money. For more DNC money. Hannah with a $5 just to piss the guests off. Getty with a $1 just to piss the guests off. Autumn with a $5 just to piss the guests off. Heather with a $20. Thank you so much, Heather. Addie with a $15. Shannon with a 50. Let's get 50 big booms for Shannon. Boom, boom, boom. W's for Shannon in the chat with a $50. Tom with a $50 as well on Super Chat. Let's get 5 big booms for Tom. Boom!
You're running.
Boom!
You're running.
Boom! Boom!
You're running.
Show some love to Tom down below for the $50. Oh my God, I'm so lightheaded. No, I'm just thanking my donors.
You're running.
No, I'm just thanking my donors. Can you thank Tom for the $50?
Thank you. Thank you, Tom.
We definitely got you to change your mind there.
And you're not even intelligent.
Silly goose, you just said that murder is not wrong. Who are you? Who are you to speak about intelligence?
Because I'm smart.
How many continents are there?
There's 7.
Name them all.
Asia, Europe, Australia, Oceania. They're the same continent. I was just making sure I covered both bases. Africa, Asia, North America, South America, Antarctica.
Why did I count 8?
Because I named Oceania twice and Asia twice.
Damn, bro. Yo, listen, bro. You just absolutely locked in and destroyed me.
Because I'm looking at a damn map.
So you have to look at a map to know the continents?
Ask me another question.
Okay.
I bet you don't know. What's the capital of Missouri? Don't know that.
No clue.
Because you don't study this.
No,
I study this.
Just
the
why
capital
should
of Missouri is Springfield.
Didn't you say that you lived in Missouri?
Jeff City. Yeah, I live in Missouri.
Then it makes sense that you know the capital.
Can you be quiet?
Sure.
Can I just give? I want to talk to the people in this live. Okay, why do you guys support people like him? Come over to the Republican side where we love thou neighbor. We love everyone.
If the people on the right love thy neighbor, then why did Donald Trump refuse to feed 46 million of his neighbors even after a court ordered him to?
That's why he did. You want to know why he did?
Yeah.
Because he's a true standstill Republican. He don't play when it comes to people living off of us.
Oh, okay. So he loves his neighbors so much that he wants them to starve, including 16 million American children and like 20 million disabled Americans.
Well, I can say this right now. If Trump didn't like you, he won't feed you. That's just what happens.
Okay, so therefore Donald Trump doesn't love thy neighbor because he doesn't like them.
Yes, he does.
But you just said
Yes,
that he doesn't like them.
Stop running, Dean.
Killjoy, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Can you say thank you, Killjoy?
Stop? Can you stop?
No, Kiara, thank you for the $10 as well. Can you show some love to Kiara and Killjoy?
Thank you to the both of the
Michael, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Oh my God, dude, thank you so much for your kindness. Please show some love to Michael down below in that chat for the $100. One moment, sir.
Say
Shut up.
Quite
frankly, Michael with $100 says all these guys have to do is say, quote unquote, don't send him money, and it starts to rain. I love you guys. Thank you for the $100, Michael. Let's get 1,000 Michael W's. Randy, thank you for the $5 as well. I appreciate you for the love, Randy. Caleb with a $1. Nicholas, thank you for the $5. Tanya with a $4. Ruth with a $2. And oh my God, Elliot, thank you so much for the $200 on PayPal. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Let's get 2,000 Elliot W's.
Because he'd be on SNAP benefits if you guys didn't help him out.
Oh my God.
Too.
Wait.
He'd be on SNAP benefits too.
Could I read off Elliot's message?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Elliot says, tell the baby boy to thank me. Can you thank Elliot for the $200 donation?
Elliot, I'm not a baby boy, but I can tell you, thank you for feeding him. Thank you for helping his family out. I love thy neighbor. I love Dean.
Okay.
I love Dean, but I don't like his political
Well,
views.
wait. So if it's good to feed people, and you just told us that the Republican Party doesn't want to feed people since they don't
Can we
support
talk
food
about
stamps,
something else?
Therefore, the
You're
Democratic
trying to
Party
get
is
me
better than
stuck.
the Republican Party
You're
since
trying
they
to-
think it's good to feed
You're trying to
people.
get me stuck, Dean. I'm
well,
not dumb.
Oh, it's not that I'm
And I
trying
don't-
to. It's that I am.
Hey, Dean, can you listen? Can you listen?
I could try my best.
You want to know? You want to know something? I was a Democrat. My family, they voted Democrat. Now that I get a chance to really show what I am, I'm a Republican.
You're a
I'm a
Republican.
Republican.
Can we go back to the fact that you said it's not wrong to execute people?
I did not mean that. I meant to say it's not wrong for him to say that he is. He has freedom of speech.
Wait, just because you have the ability to do or say something doesn't mean that it's not wrong to say or do it.
Okay, Dean, I'm gonna vote. I'm
Right,
gonna vote for the next
think
upcoming
about
liberal.
this.
I'm
Think
gonna
about
vote.
this. Can I give you an
Dean,
example?
Dean, listen. I'm gonna vote. I'm gonna vote for the next upcoming liberal in the next election. I'm not gonna do it. I'm just saying. See how words can work.
Is it wrong to say that you want to rape kids?
What do you mean? Is it wrong? Duh.
Oh, okay. Right. So it is
Are
wrong
you
to
cra-
say things.
Dean, are you saying that it's okay to do that to children?
No.
Okay. Dean, I just don't know I don't know. I'm not trying to run from you. But I can't be on this live if you want to do that to kids.
I don't want
I
to
can't.
rape children.
I'm just making sure. Just making sure.
So-
Because my president would never do anything like that. And for you to think that he could or that he would, see, whenever I get angry, don't make me angry.
You said that
Just
your
don't make me
president
angry.
would never do anything like that?
If my president were to do something like that, you know who I'd vote for?
Who?
I'd vote for Kamala Harris.
Do you know what this is?
I don't know. I can't see for real.
So this
I don't have
is-
my glasses on.
so this
I don't
is-
have my glasses on.
so this is
I
a-
don't want to hear you read it.
No. Let me tell you what it is. So this is a jury verdict form from a civil case, Trump v. E. Jean Carroll. You could see the names at the top. And this was when a unanimous jury of 9 determined that Donald Trump was guilty for the grape of E. Jean Carroll. Now, if you look at it, you might be confused because question number 1 says, did Trump grape Miss Carroll? And the jury said no. Then question number 2 says, did Trump sexually assault Miss Carroll? They said yes. It's because what he was found guilty of was the forceful penetration of her female member with his fingers, right? Which is something that we all like socially understand to be grape, right?
That
However-
is what you say it is. I know.
Right.
I've already heard this debate. I've been on your live
so there
several
was-
times. I heard
so
this.
there was the
I heard
evidence.
this in September.
So there-
You said
so
you
there's
said
the
that, and then the guy. Okay, that's the evidence, but I don't believe it until I see it.
But you just
This
saw-
you
but
could have just
saw
edited
the-
this. You edited this. You edited this and tried to put it on your live for them to all believe you.
Buddy, you could.
I know that for a fact.
You could find this jury verdict form on your own by going to.
Baby. Oh, I'm such a dang baby, ain't I?
I didn't call you. I didn't call you baby. I called you buddy.
No. It's them in the text messages. They're trying to call me a dummy. And whoever just put their hand over their head, I'm not. Hey, I don't look dumb.
Can you stop freaking out? What are you doing?
I'm gonna try because I respect you, Dean. I do respect you.
What's going on?
Can you just finish the discussion? I'm just trying to tell people that I'll beat you in a live. You don't want to debate me for real. You just want to come to these sissy points that you liberals try to bring up every time.
Okay, so what do you
Every
want to
time.
debate? So what do you want to debate?
I want to debate about how if Trump was going and ready to get elected today, right now, everybody on this live would have voted for him. You guys are just saying. You guys are posers. Posers.
Are you trolling?
Do I look like a troll to you?
You sound like a troll. Yes,
And you're built like one.
I'm built like a troll.
Thank you very much.
I mean,
Yeah.
that'd be a good one if I didn't have a decent physique.
So you're being fat phobic?
No, I'm just saying that I'm definitely not built like a troll.
Built like a troll.
I didn't know that
You
trolls
are.
had a bicep
You are.
circumference of 16.5 inches.
So you're saying that a troll can't be built however? We're supposed to love all body types, not just one specific one.
Well,
Trolls can be built however they want to.
Well, typically the depiction of trolls in the media.
Come on, let's get on the real stuff.
Right, the trolls in the media don't typically look like I don't know, like Ronnie Coleman. You know?
Who's a troll?
You.
Who is a troll? Me?
Yeah, you're a troll.
Who's a troll?
You.
How? How?
Why? Because I
Bitch
just
can't sit
don't
out.
think that you're being like serious about like the political affiliation that you're touting. I think that you're not actually a Trump supporter.
Prove it.
Prove it. Well, I mean, people are saying to look at your reposts, right? But for whatever reason, when I click on your profile,
Okay,
it just
damn it,
glitches
damn it,
out.
damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Just don't try to make me out as a.
Okay, we're gonna kick that troll. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, that is at least 18 years of age, guys. We're just here to talk to some Trump supporters. I'd really appreciate it if y'all could follow the rules. Lord, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, how dare you hold me accountable for my words like the adult I think I am? How dare you try to keep me stuck in a corner, per se. Dude, I swear, that's what we hear from every single guest. Thank you so much for the $20, Lord. And Moon, thank you so much for the $20 as well, who says, besides enjoying and learning a lot from your and Parker's live shows, when I have you playing on my phone, my MAGA husband goes away from me. Oh, dude, you know what, Moon? You need to get your MAGA husband on the phone and you need to get in the guest request so I could talk to him. Show some love to Moon and Lord for the $20 each. And then Alice, thank you for the $20 as well, who says, I'm from Missouri and I condemn President Donald J. Trump as a treasonous president. Bro, fucking shout out to you. Let's go. Oh, and Aid, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. Let's get 500 AWs. Thank you so much for the kindness. Aid with the $50 says, damn it, I gave my money to you. Sorry, man, who told me not to. Thank you so much, Aid. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Moon. Thank you, Alice. You guys are awesome. Show some love to all of our donors down below. Seriously, you guys are fucking awesome. What is up? Do you support Trump?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Okay, so you're just kind of sitting on the fence?
Well, so, I mean, I know people are going to be like probably against what I'm going to say, but I feel you're entitled to your opinion just as much as I am, and I never judge anybody.
I don't think that
due to their opinion.
I don't think that people
But
have
let-
any
hold-
type
can I
of
finish
moral
this?
entitlement to think whatever they want.
Well, yeah, they do because I did vote for Donald Trump because I felt like he was.
Yo,
the best.
oh my God. Yo, Michelle, I didn't even see this. Thank you for the $100 over on Venmo. Michelle with $100 says, bitch, don't tell me what to do with my money. Dean, enjoy. Thank you so much for the love, Michelle. Jesus Christ. Show some love to Michelle down below in that comment section. Thank you so much, Michelle. Holy moly. And then Allie, thank you for the $15 who says because you're liberal. Julian with a 10, thank you so much. Dara with a 5. Rebecca with a $25 who says take it, you filthy liberal. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Norma with a $10 saying that the last guest can't tell me what to do. Jessica with a $25 who says donated because I was told not to. Lilla, thank you so much for the $20 too over on Venmo. Erica with a 5, Melissa with a 5, Evan with a 12, thank you so much, Evan. Matthew with a 5, Taryn with a 5, Courtney with a 10, Avery with a 1, Ian with a 5, Erica with a 5, Noel with a 10 cents, Jamie with a 10 who says W's for Dean. Thank you, Jamie. Noel with another $1, and Hannah, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, I listened to your live. I'm grateful for you. Still try to educate the ignorant. Thank you, Dean. Oh, Hannah, thank you for being here, and I'm happy that you enjoyed the live stream. Thank you for the $20. Aaron
I
with
might
a 5.
get some of that.
Dami with a 5. Diana, thank you so much for the $15. Who says, was wondering about the study guide that you mentioned for Thanksgiving. I haven't made any progress on it yet, but I need to. Thank you so much for the $15, Diana. Lillian, thank you for the 5. Mackenzie with a 5. Oh my God, it just keeps going. Sharon with a 5, Mike with a 5, Shasta, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Shasta. Show some love to Shasta in that chat, who says the big beautiful bill determined that nursing is no longer considered a quote-unquote professional degree. Oh, okay, so I guess if it's no longer a profession to be a nurse, if you are a nurse, you should go and strike right now and see where that puts our healthcare system tomorrow. And then I think everyone will consider a profession. Robot, thank you so much for the $5 as well. I really appreciate everybody so much for all the love over on Venmo. And there's even more people on PayPal. I'm going to get around to you guys in a minute, but I just wanted to say that y'all fucking show up. All right? Just know that I really do appreciate you guys. Guys, thank you so much for the kindness. Now go ahead.
Okay, so like I said, I wasn't sure of who to vote for because I felt either of them were no good. You know, the way I look at government is basically.
But would you rather?
I feel like.
Would you rather drink like water or bleach?
Honestly, I'd rather drink water, but let me tell you, like, you're not letting me get to my point. Because I mean, like, it's what I'm gonna say probably has no meaning to you, but I feel like
I'm sorry. May Bergerson, I appreciate you so much for that love. Thank you for that cool little gif on TikTok. So we're actually going to kick that guy. I just checked his following. I clicked on like one account. They looked like a 14-year-old. I'm just going to kick
Hey,
that
what's
guy.
up?
What's going on, Sheik? Do you support Trump?
Of course I support Trump. Do you?
No.
Oh, well, you should. He's the greatest president we've ever had. You know he stopped the Israel and Palestine.
Your profile picture says I got FISTED on METH at an Insane Clown Posse concert.
Correct. I can explain it to you if you'd like me to.
Go ahead.
Which part? The Trump part or my profile picture?
The profile picture?
Okay, so...
But just make sure to censor yourself for TikTok TOS.
Yes, so getting fisted is the act
No.
of...
No.
What do you want me to do?
That's one of the parts that you have to censor.
Oh, so how do you want me to explain it then?
Using censored language. It's TikTok appropriate.
boy.
Just spell the words out. If anything is like sexual or like DRUGS, you got to spell the word out.
No, it's very, very friendly, very family-friendly content. There's nothing bad about it. It's helping the homeless and giving back to the animal society.
What?
Yeah, it's good things, man. I don't know why you're thinking it's bad.
Getting FISTED on METH is family friendly?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, man. You got this a little you got me confused over here. I'm only talking about positive, family-friendly, animal positivity over here. I don't know what you're...
Where do animals come into this?
See the picture at the bottom?
Not really.
You don't know what kind of animal it is?
What animal am I looking at?
Well, there's an eagle for America.
I don't
right?
see,
it?
I don't see an eagle anywhere in your profile picture.
Squint a little bit and like hold your phone at an angle. Look like by like the charger port angle, you could see it towards the bottom.
We're gonna kick that guy and move on to the next guest. Dear God. Only hop inside of that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. Dear God, okay, just like to clarify, no, getting FISTED on METH is not family friendly. It's not like age appropriate. I thought I should explicitly clarify that. I feel like I have an obligation to do so. So we're gonna go to move on to the next guest at this point, guys. Just hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We'll get you loaded up and we'll have a good conversation, dude. The guests are so fucking weird. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're so weird. They're so weird. They're so fucking weird, dude. Moving on to the next guest right now, everybody. We got Ryan loading up into the box. They're so weird, man. Ugh. Listen, what is up, Ryan? Do you support Trump?
Oh, I'm jorking it!
Oh, God. Moving on. Here we go, everybody. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, guys. Only opposite of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. What a weirdo. Dude, what? So weird. God. Give me a break.
Yeah. Take me out, please. Sorry.
No worries. You take care. Moving on to the next guest, Bryce. Christina, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. Noel, thank you so much for the racing to be you for on TikTok. Christina with the $5 says abortion money.
Snap, I got on here.
What's up? How old are you?
I'm 35.
Go. Are you a Trump supporter?
I was.
You're not anymore? Based. We're just looking for people that still are to this very day, guys. That's why the topic says, how the hell do you still support Trump? If you don't support Trump, feel free to take off. RJV Robin, appreciate you for the festures, my friend. Thank you. Yo, Zoe, thank you for the $2 over on PayPal. Stacy with a 1, thank you so much. And Anna, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. He says, because I care about people and have empathy, I can never be a Trump supporter. Bro, dead fucking ass, Anna. Show some love to Anna down below. Let's get 200 Anna W's. Thank you. I
love you, Dean.
What's up? Okay, I'm gonna go and assume that you're not a Trump supporter. You do take care though. Moving on to the next guest right now, y'all. Only join inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that is pro-Trump. Only join inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that's pro-Trump. We've only been live for an hour and a half. I don't really feel like we've gotten a legitimate debate yet. God, what is up? Do you support Trump? Alex, hello. Alex is not here. Moving on to King Skate. We have 16,000 people in here with us today on TikTok for whatever reason. Can't find one person that's like pro-Trump to come up here and have a dialogue. Dear Lordy Lord. Hello, do you support Trump?
Are you worried about you getting the same thing? No, not like sorry. Are you more concerned about publicly debating people in public after what happened in Charlie Kirk? That's the only question I have. I'm a supporter. I love you. That's the only question I have.
Only join inside of the queue if you are MAGA. Guys, only join inside of the queue if you are MAGA. Please. Please. I'm like begging you guys to follow my rules. Please follow my rules. Please follow my rules, everybody. Okay, we're gonna start banning people. Okay, hey, are you MAGA or are you banned? 5 seconds before you're banned by default. 5, 4.
Hello. Hello.
Age. Banned. Moving on to the next guest, guys. All right, we got McKenna Cooper loading up in the box. We're banning everybody that loads up in here that's not a Trump supporter that's at least 18 in here to debate. Hello, McKenna. Are you a Trump supporter or are you banned?
Hi. I am.
And how old are you?
I'm 25.
And what year are you born in?
2000.
And what's your social? I'm just kidding. That's a joke. Okay. All right, McKenna. Oh my God, you are a Trump supporter. Okay. Sounds good, McKenna. Quickly before we hop into the debate, do you mind if I thank a couple people here?
Yeah, go for it.
I appreciate that, McKenna. Sonny, thank you so much for the $30 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love. Let's get 300 Sonny W's. Thank you so much for your continued support. Sonny with a $30 says, what is your favorite Christmas movie? I'd have to go right with the Jim Carrey Grinch. I just feel like it cannot get any better than that. Thank you so much for the love, Sonny. As well as Lacey, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you, Lacey, who says, you're doing all the work that we should all be doing. We appreciate you and all the MAGA you demolished with simple facts. Oh, thank you, Lacey. I'm really happy that you're here. And I think it's awesome that you're enjoying the stream. And thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Lacey W's. And then a big one here, Shasta. Shasta, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Shasta, that is so fucking kind of you. Jesus. Shasta with a $50 says, my daughters and I listen and learn from you every day. You are truly an impressive human. I'm grateful for you using your brilliance to promote all the good. All the love to you, Dean. Listen, Shasta. All the love to you as well. I'm happy that you're here. I'm happy that your daughters are here. And I'm happy that you take something positive away from this stream. While we're passing the mic off to Elizabeth down here to tell us why the hell she supports Trump, show some love to all of our dinners. Thank you. To all of our dinners. Whoa, donors. Thank you guys so much. I guess I'm getting a little bit hungry. Now, Elizabeth, you're a Trump supporter. I have a question. Would you say reasonable grounds for impeachment of Joe Biden would be Joe Biden calling for the execution via the means of hanging of Republicans?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Would you say that if Joe Biden called for the execution via hanging of Republicans while he was president, right, that any reasonable American should stop supporting him as president?
Yes.
So if Donald Trump called for the execution via hanging of Democrats, any reasonable American should stop supporting him as president?
Yes.
Do you consider yourself to be a reasonable American?
I do.
So then you should stop supporting Trump as president. The president of the United States of America, Donald. You need to know, Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. He responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner titled, Democratic Veterans in Congress Urge Service Members to Refuse Unspecified Unlawful Orders, by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, this is seditious behavior, punishable by death. And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, hang them, George Washington would. This is the most dystopian thing I've ever seen.
Okay, so I definitely hear your point. I think that for me, I feel like America has just gone off of moral values. And I feel like he is trying to bring back moral values, traditional household, things like that. And being able to do that, I feel like the Democrats have really just, especially being a woman, being like almost forced into the workforce and doing all that kind of stuff. So just like that's my view. I understand where you're coming from, and I'm not saying that he's done everything perfect. No politician really has, to be honest with you. So that's just where I'm coming from and why I still support Trump.
First and foremost, that was about the worst time to bring up this claim that Donald Trump is trying to bring moral values back to this country, considering the fact that we just read his tweets where he was suggesting Democrats should be executed. Second of all, I don't think that Democrats want to force women into the workforce. I think that Democrats want to give anybody, including women, the opportunity to be in the workforce. The only, set of values that wants to force women to do anything would be traditional values that force women to be sequestered into a role of inferiority compared to men who they deem as the leaders, compared to men who they deem as the breadwinners, compared to men who they deem as the ones being able to protect and work, and women who stay at home, cook, clean, raise the kids, so on and so forth.
Right, but I also think that we have to take into account that when women did start getting into the workforce, that it was almost expected at this point. And so it's not like I can just graduate high school and not go get a degree. It's really looked down upon. As coming from a liberal family and growing up liberal, and then again, finding my own values and being like, hey, actually, I would like to stay home and do all that stuff. It's looked down upon, especially from family members who are also liberal. So I'm speaking from my personal experience.
No. So society doesn't frown on stay-at-home moms. Society hopefully should frown on
that, to be honest with you.
So society doesn't frown on stay-at-home moms. Society hopefully should frown on sets of values that think all women should be stay-at-home moms.
But it also now, like I said,
well, and if society frowns on stay-at-home moms, it's because society's misogynistic.
I mean, yes, but I see where you're coming from. I also think that my opinion as a woman is that I should have that choice.
Well, you do have that choice, right?
But I really
but traditional values say that you shouldn't have that. Don't traditional values say that the woman should stay at home, cook and clean while the man goes out and works?
Correct, and that's looked down upon by liberals.
Well, what's looked down upon is you placing some type of prescription on the total gender of women, saying that this is something all women should do, compared to just you holding this individual preference. Do you think that all women should have to stay at home, cook and clean while the men go out and work?
I don't think that all should, but it should be a more acceptable option than it is nowadays.
Well, I mean, I think that Donald Trump is actually just making that a less acceptable option by reducing the purchasing power for the working class and by taking their benefits away, which would, at the end of the day, force more than one parent to have to go out in the workforce just to make the ends meet. For the 10 million low-income Americans that just lost access to healthcare, well, now more stay-at-home moms or stay-at-home dads are going to have to go out and join the workforce to help make ends meet, to help pay for health insurance or just get coverage at all, right? Because Donald Trump defunded food stamps by $156 billion and took it away from 3 million people. Now individuals are struggling to make ends meet and can't pay their bills to keep food on the table for them and their family. Therefore, the likelihood of any parent being able to stay at home and raise the kids goes down, since now the family is going to need a higher income just to sustain themselves. Because the big beautiful bill is reducing the purchasing power of half of America. Now that parent that's staying at home is going to have to go out and get a job just to help make ends meet once again. So I would say the only impact that Donald Trump has on any family dynamic that would include one parent working and the other parent staying at home is making that family dynamic harder to achieve, as ends are harder to be met.
Okay. I respectfully have to just disagree with that. I don't really have any fact to base that up on. But I really appreciate your time. I don't know how to get off here.
Well, don't leave, right?
Well, I don't have anything else to say. I don't have the facts to back it up. It's just based on my own opinion.
Well, so you're basically telling me that you hold this opinion with no fact.
Nope, it's an opinion.
Okay, well, we should only hold opinions that we could give evidence for.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Mine's more based on a religious standpoint. And so the push for, women being able to stay home and do all of that stuff and be the homemaker and take care of the kids. I mean, I work at a school and I can see how the fact that a woman is now at work is now affecting the kids. And I also understand your point about food stamps, but at the same time, a lot of people are just living off of that and not going out and finding jobs or making that step to improve their life, but instead just riding the system.
Okay. Point number one, to qualify for federal food stamps, you have to have a job. And point number two, the average recipient of food stamps in this country stays on them for 12 months or less since they use them as a launch pad to enter the workforce. And point number three here, do you think that men are better at leading than women?
Personally, in my opinion,
Yeah.
yes,
Why?
I do. I do because they think with a clear mind, and women then help lead them to that decision. That's the way that our bodies were made, seriously, like by God, okay? We are more emotional, and so when we react emotionally, where men react more with logic. And so making those logical decisions, but then also having an emotional partner to help support that and guide that is then what makes that a strong leadership. Does that make sense?
If women are more emotional than men and men are more logical than women, then why do we see women outperform men in the context of school, getting better grades and more degrees when there's a positive correlation between one's logical ability, level of intelligence, and performance in school? If women are more emotional than men and men are more logical than women, then why do we only see men, right, exuberated? Well, that's the wrong word. If women are more emotional than men and men are more logical than women, then why do we see men, right, take the lead in empirical data points found in society, right, that are driven by emotional thought processes, right? Like violent crime, for instance. 92% of all violent crimes are committed by men. Violent crimes are an emotional response to external stimuli, right? If women were more emotional and less logical than men, then we wouldn't see men dominating in this field. We'd see women. Okay, right? If women were more emotional than men, then why do we see that a vast majority of all self-unalivings in this country are committed by men when that is the most emotional response and least logical response that you can have to external stimuli? If they're more emotional than men, then why do we see men recklessly drive more than women, drunk drive more than women? That's incredibly illogical and incredibly indicative of high levels of emotion. Why do we see men, right, have a disproportionate reliance on the abuse of hard DRUGS as an unhealthy coping mechanism to deal with one's unprocessed emotions compared to women who are more likely to deal their emotions in a logical way by going to therapy and talking to a professional? And outside of these empirical data points, which refute the notion that women are more emotional than men, when we just look at the hard facts, the fact of the matter is women have higher EQ scores on average, which means they know how to more intelligently manage and process their emotions compared to men, meaning that they're not only more logical thinkers, but they use that logical thinking to handle their emotions better, which is likely why we see a disproportionate amount of men doing all of these emotional things that I just listed, ranging from violent crime to suicide to drunk driving, reckless driving, gambling, so on and so forth.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I really have nothing to rebuttal that. I think that you brought up some really good points. I think that, again, just in my opinion, based on my religion, my faith, that a man can lead stronger if he's working through the eyes of God, not necessarily, someone who's going to get in a car and drunk drive, right?
Okay, so can you name like 5 really bad things that have happened in history?
Like, what do you mean in general?
Yeah, just in general.
Why?
Kat, good to see you. Thank you for the flying jet, my friend. I'll make sure to tell you why. Just name 5 really bad things that have happened throughout history.
Okay, slavery, number 1.
Okay.
I don't know, the Twin Towers.
Okay.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, so you could just name 2.
Definitely more.
What about the Holocaust?
Oh yeah, the Holocaust. Thank you. I don't.
Thank you, Kat. I really appreciate you, Kat. Thank you so much, Kat. Okay, so you just said slavery, 9/11, and the Holocaust. So if men are so much better at leading, well, then why do men control the transatlantic slave trade leading to slavery in America? If men are so much better at leading, then why are men responsible for 9/11? Osama bin Laden was a man. If men are so much better at leading than women, then why are men responsible for the Holocaust? Hitler was a man. I don't know. It's just like, I don't really think it's fair to suggest with no evidence that men are so much better at leading than women and less emotional and able to logically think through these things easier. But then when I ask you to name like just all the examples you could think of terrible things that have happened throughout history, all of a sudden they're all done by men in positions of leadership, right? In contrast, all the facts that I gave surrounded the fact that if anything, right, women might have a little bit of an upper hand on men in the context of leadership, since they could manage and deal with their emotions better. But in all reality, folks, I wouldn't place any prescriptive norm on one gender being better at leading than another, because I don't really think that one's manness or womanness is too relevant to their ability to lead. What's going on, little bro?
What's up, little baby?
Little bro, are you driving?
No.
No? Okay, why are you lying?
Why you ask me that all the time? Why you ask me that all the
Because
time?
it sounds like you're in a car.
Last time you told me to turn the air down.
But yeah, do that again this time.
Same thing. There wasn't no air on last time. There ain't no air on now. I don't know what air you're talking about.
Okay, so why are we just lying? Moving on to the next guest, Taxman American. Yo, Deborah! Thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Deborah, all the love to you. Holy moly. Deborah with the $50 says, have a good weekend. Deborah, you as well. Have a great weekend. I want to see 500 big Deborah W's down below in that chat for the MVP. Thank you so much, Queen fucking Deborah. As well as Philibus. Thank you so much for the $50 as well on Super Chat. Philibus with the $50 says, if this guest truly wanted to be a stay-at-home mom, she should have Madam Harris.
What's up, Dean? How you doing, my friend?
Doing all right, man. Give me 1 second. She should have Madam Harris with the policies of giving families money to help them raise children. Trump doesn't give a damn about that. So that's actually a point that I was going to bring up, Philibus, but then we started talking about that internalized misogyny. And Purdy, thank you so much for all the fest tiers. You're awesome. Thank you so much, Purdy. Show some love to Philibus for the 50 and Deborah for the 50. You guys are awesome. There's also a handful of people that I like to thank on Venmo and PayPal. We'll get around to those in a second. Let's just make sure that this guest is in a American adult that supports Trump. Are you MAGA?
Yes, sir. And I am an adult, my friend.
Cringe. So cringe.
Wait, bro. I actually like you. I disagree with you, but I actually like you a lot and I respect you. So at least out the gate, can we try and be chill for a moment? And at least until I do something that makes you hate me. I actually, like I said, disagree, but I really respect you. I do.
Come on. I've been giving like snarky one-line response to everybody the moment they say they support Trump.
Okay. Well, I got to be honest with you. I've only seen clips of yours. I've never really watched you. I literally just joined, and I'm actually surprised I got in, to be honest with you. So my perception of you is just, I know I disagree with you, but I actually respect your success at such a young age. And I don't say that as a roundabout insult. Like, I'm like, damn, good for this kid, or darn, good for this guy.
Well, that's cool,
so
man.
I mean that.
Let's see if we can change your mind here. So why is it that you support Trump? Especially considering the fact that yesterday he called for the execution of Democrats, which should be anybody's red line.
Yeah, well, with that particular case, they're saying, hey, you can refuse unlawful orders.
That's
and
what
I'm worried about.
That's what the oath says, by the way.
Yes, and I agree you can, but where it gets a little scary, and just hear me out, please let me finish, is like, it's kind of like with misinformation, when sometimes your side likes to label things as misinformation that's not actually misinformation. So what I'm worried about is them saying an unlawful order when it's actually a lawful order. And I find that to be very scary that they would make that video. So that's kind of how I stand on it. I wish, Donald Trump...
So you're scared of this video that Democrats made, therefore they need to die.
No, I support what he said because it's bad, right? Hold on, bro. Chill for a second. And before we go into this one, I want to say that last woman you were talking to, all of the evil men you brought up, who stopped them?
Who stopped them?
Other men.
Right,
other men. Your point of asking her...
Because positions of leadership were only sequestered to that of men. Maybe if those men never led in the first place because our world was egalitarian from the get-go and we allowed women to be in positions of leadership when qualified, just like we should allow men to be in positions of leadership when qualified, right? We wouldn't have had to start a world war to stop a man from the slaughter and genocide of 12 million people.
So, good sir, I got to tell you honestly, brother, please don't mute me. I'll stop talking every time you talk. I'll let you talk. You don't need to mute me. You muted me when I stopped talking.
You're right. It's almost like a little bit of like a subconscious reaction.
I feel you, but I promise you, I want to actually conversate with you because I am open to my mind changing. And I on my lives, when people come up on your side, typically, if I talk to 300 people, what I do is I defend Charlie Kirk and talk about my, liking Trump over my other choices. And it's actually just them saying vile things to me. And I don't ever mute. And if you go on my YouTube, you'll see them making fun of my 10-year-old cousin in heaven. You'll see them calling for Charlie Kirk's kids to have the same thing happen. And I let them go because I'm here to talk. And if I figure if I can get it out of their system, then we can actually have a combo. So please don't mute me. I'll let you talk. I like hearing opposing opinions. I've changed my mind on quite a
So-
lot
so
since I've
I'll-
been into politics.
I'll try my best. I'll try my best. Right. But just in response to your last point, you're like, oh, well, men stop the other men, right, from like committing
Yeah.
a genocide of 12 million people. Well, I mean, I don't think that you should get a golden star for smearing your own shit on the wall and cleaning it up. And maybe that shit would never been smeared on the wall in the first place if we had an egalitarian world where women had the same ability, socially speaking, to lead compared to women, as compared to men. Now, right, this was a pivot away from the first thing that we're talking about, which was Donald Trump.
Well, on
calling
that
for the
point, because I got to
execution.
respond to that real quick.
Well, okay, well, you
Real
use
quick.
that point as a pivot. You could respond to that real quick
I'm not
after.
trying to pivot.
Okay,
All right, fine,
okay,
fine, fine. We'll talk about whatever you want.
I understand.
Let's go,
that-
whatever
I
you want.
understand
Go
that
ahead.
you're telling us that you didn't try to pivot, but you did.
No, whatever, brother. But so, what do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk
Yeah,
about?
I want to
Go
talk about
ahead.
the first thing that we brought up. So I brought up the fact that yesterday Donald Trump called for the execution of Democrats. Then he responded to that by saying, well, in that video, they said that they can refuse unlawful orders made by the president. And this is like really harmful because what if they call a lawful order an unlawful order? Well, point number one, of course, you're only saying what if, right? Because they didn't call a lawful order an unlawful order. But point number two, there was great reason for these senators to make this video. It's because Donald Trump has been giving unlawful orders to the National Guard and Donald Trump has been infringing on our Constitution. I mean, shit, he literally called for its termination of December in 2022. We should all be raising social awareness around the fact that the military has a right to refuse unlawful orders made by the president. But point number three, even if Donald Trump wasn't attacking the Constitution, such as he is, even if Donald Trump wasn't giving unlawful orders to the National Guard, such as he has, well, then it would still be absolutely so barbaric and tyrannical, right, to reduce yourself down to the position of calling for the death via means of execution and hanging of your political opponents, still yet giving you good enough reason to stop supporting Trump as president. So
All right,
just
so
to
again,
kind of
you
like
said a
condense,
lot.
yeah, I know I said a lot.
You
So
said-
just to condense the points that I made, right? The video that the senators made absolutely should have been made, and I stand with them. I think that they're patriots for making that video. There's really good reason to do so. But point number two, even if that video shouldn't have been made, right, because of some false suggestion that they should refuse lawful orders, that doesn't mean that the president is justified in calling for their execution via means of hanging.
So it's your world. I'm just living in it. You do what you want. But again, for while I'm up here, if possible, how I like to do my lives is like one bullet point at a time. So it's a really good, concise combo. Like you would agree, you just said like 11 different things, all in jest to one point.
No, I made
you
two
said
points.
a lot.
I made two clear
Well,
points.
All right, so give me your 2 points, bullet point right there, so I can rebuttal it. No, you said a lot. I'm trying to listen.
Okay,
So,
yeah. So
well, I remember one. Here's
so
the thing.
well,
Here's the thing.
I'll just clarify. So the 2 points that I gave is point number one: the senators had good reason to make the video they did, and point number two: even if they didn't have good reason to make the video they did, this should still be a red line that you're holding against Trump, since this still gives him no justification to call for the execution via means of hanging of his political opponents.
So we'll have to fact check this one and I'll have to look at it. I'm open to it being wrong. Just hear me out though. I think his truths about that, he was saying that seditious acts could be punishable by death. He didn't actually say they need to die. So please
The
fact check me
President
on
of the
that.
United States of America. You need to know. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. He responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner titled, "Democratic Veterans in Congress Urge Service Members to Refuse Unspecified Unlawful Orders," by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, "This is
Yep,
seditious
punishable by
behavior,
death. Not saying
punishable
they
by
need to
death."
die.
And then he
So what he's saying
reposted
is
a
true.
comment
You're
that-
proving my point.
Hey,
You're
maybe,
proving my point, sir.
Hey, maybe if you stop talking.
Hold
until
on.
the
Let me
video's
talk.
over.
Let me talk real quick. I've just
Well,
let you
do-
talk
do-
a lot, brother.
do you-
Let me talk.
do
Hold
you-
on.
Do you see the tweet that's on the phone screen right now? That reads, quote unquote, "Hang them."
That's someone
George
else's tweet.
Washington-
He's allowed to retweet that.
Yeah.
His previous tweet
and
isn't
when he-
actually calling for death. But
and-
here's the
and when
important
he-
part.
And when he
Hold on,
retweets
sir.
that,
Sir.
it means that
sir,
he agrees with it.
Sir, this is the important part, my friend. Brother, this is the important part.
See,
The National Guard going in there.
This is one of those situations where I'd mute you right now.
Okay, well, I know your
Could I-
side
could
likes
I-
muting. Your
could I-
side doesn't
could I tell
like to
you
talk.
why? Could I tell you why this is one of the scenarios where I'd
Go
mute you?
ahead, brother, because I keep letting you talk. Go ahead.
Because you're interrupting me.
Well, as far as us talking right now, you said a lot, and I haven't got to say anything. Really,
Well, you asked
right?
me. You asked me for the proof that he was calling for their death, and I was in the middle of giving it to you, and you interrupted me while I was in the
Well,
middle of giving you the proof.
the tweet you showed said it's punishable by death. Then you showed him retweeting somebody that
Said hang
said
them.
George
Yeah.
Washington would. So he's
That
allowed to
said hang
retweet
them.
that. That's not him saying it though.
So that is him agreeing with it.
No, that's
Yeah,
him
th-
retweeting
so
what
there-
someone else said.
So there's two possible reasons that you like retweet something. It's either because you agree with it or you think that it's funny. That's pretty much
Okay.
it, right? And
That's-
we
so that's
know
your
that
perception.
Donald Trump was agreeing with this person that he retweeted, right? Because prior to that, he said this is punishable by death, and then what he retweeted said hang them.
Yeah, so he's allowed to retweet that.
Okay,
But
well,
I'm just
you're
trying to get this
basically
point out,
saying
though.
that he's
So the-
allowed to tell us that he thinks they should die.
Yeah, because listen, I hate to say it to you, but your side has really shown that they hate America and wants America to fall, right? Through the actions of Joe Biden's administration, right? Through all of the lawfare, through the attempts on Trump, through all of the death threats that all the conservative outlets get. I've been in politics since September 10th, the day they took Charlie Kirk. I'm in it forever now because of what they did. I wasn't even his biggest fan. And so you'll be seeing me a lot, brother. I promise you that as life goes on, me and you will cross paths, I bet. I'll be in here a lot, hopefully. We can actually have a good convo. You come to me where there's no worry of muting or anything like that. But you have to understand that them saying, what? Are you raising your hand? What?
Yeah, because you just absolutely dunked on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You said that Democrats hate America, and then one of the reasons that you gave was death threats. Therefore, Donald Trump hates America for giving death threats to these Democrats that told the military to reject unlawful orders.
You're
and you
construing
can't
it
even
wrong.
deny that this would be a death threat.
No, you're
since
let
just
me tell you
prior
what I
to
mean.
that, you
Let me tell you
conceded.
what I mean.
You conceded that he's allowed
Brother.
to call for their death. Calling for one's
hold
death
on.
is a
That's not
death
what I
threat.
mean.
Therefore, in accordance with your own logic, Donald Trump hates America.
No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is, if they are saying you cannot follow laws if they're unlawful, but it really is a lawful order, that's what I meant, is order, not laws. If it's a lawful order and they don't follow it, it might lead to the death of servicemen. It might lead to the death of civilians, right? And that's a problem.
So in the video that this Washington Examiner article was going over, did the Democrats say, well, you need to not follow orders that we're calling unlawful, but in all reality are lawful? Or in that video, did they say, you don't need to follow orders that are unlawful?
But based on what they've done with like
Exactly.
misinformation as an example, no, hold on, listen, bro,
Exactly.
just chill for a second, man. Honestly, chill. You seem like you're genuinely a nice dude, and you're out here for the right reason, right? You care about America, right? You care about people.
I thought that you
right?
said Democrats hate America.
Well, most do, especially a lot of the ones in power right now. Like, I don't know why they didn't want to release the files when they had power, right? Why did we have to wait till Trump got in? That's one thing. You say, how do I support him still? Because of that.
Okay,
I support him
so,
because of the border.
so 2 months ago when he said that a vote for the release of the Epstein files in Congress would be an act of hostility against his administration, Donald Trump hated America?
Well, I'm glad he changed his mind and signed them off the other day.
But before,
well, what did he do yesterday?
Changed his mind.
Yeah, but
before he changed his
and
mind, did he
after
hate
that.
America?
Yeah. Well, before that, he also arrested Jeffrey Epstein, right? His
Donald
DOJ
Trump,
did that,
Donald
right?
Trump didn't arrest Jeffrey Epstein. His DOJ
His DOJ did.
Which
His
they,
DOJ
which
yes,
they,
exactly.
Which they
So we
have
agree. Thank you for agreeing.
Which they
Thank
have
you for
a,
agreeing.
which they have a legal obligation to do. Is it is
Yeah,
their
yeah.
obligation
So
to
I'm
be
glad
in pursuit
they
of
did that.
enforcing the law. So
I'm
once again,
also
I just want
happy-
to clarify on one specific point with no pivoting from the man-child. You said that you think Democrats hate America.
No need to be rude.
Well, I'm being honest.
I'm
The same
being
way-
nice to you.
Well, I
There's
mean-
a lot to work with if I want to make fun of you.
Well, I mean, let's be real, man. When you said that Democrats hate America, you were just being honest, right?
Well, when Joe Biden
You were
had a
just
pizza
can I just
party
get a yes or
policy
no?
of a
Can I just
border,
get a
right?
yes or no?
They helped
Wait,
illegal
one
immigrants
second.
come
You're
here,
not.
buddy.
I'm sorry. Just going, but Joe Biden, illegal immigrants. It's just like old and tired. I want you to
But it's
respond directly to
true.
what I'm
And
saying.
yes, he is old and tired.
When
You're
you
right.
said that Democrats hate America, you were just being honest, right?
Well, yeah, their actions. prove
Right,
it.
right. So when I called you a man baby, I'm just being honest. Your actions prove it. Now to go back
Oh,
to the
so-
question that I was asking you that you didn't respond to.
that's not a good
you
point.
said-
You're not making a good point
well,
there.
Well, you're not answering my question. So you said
make a good
that.
point.
Well, you're not answering my question.
I
This is
expected
why I
more
knew
from you,
this.
brother.
And I expected more from you, considering the fact that you're the person that came up into this space, said that I don't know how to hold productive dialogue because I mute my guests, and if I were to join your live, you don't mute your guests because you actually want points
That's
to be made.
right.
But then when I asked
That's
you a
right.
question, all that you could do is interrupt, pivot, and deflect. So now I want to prove.
Fake
I want,
news.
I
You're
want,
fake
I want
news,
you to,
Dean. That's fake news, buddy.
well, you can't say it's fake news that you interrupt me as an interruption. Get cooked, buddy. But now
No,
back
you're
to the question.
fake news. I'm talking about the
but
previous
now,
one.
But now back to the question that I was asking you that you were so scared to answer. You made the point that Democrats hate America because they didn't release the Epstein files under the Biden-Harris administration. So therefore, I just want to be clear. Before Trump changed his mind 2 months ago,
I
when
have
he was
more
calling
reasons.
it an act of hostility against America to vote for the release of the Epstein files, you do indeed think that at that point in time, Donald Trump hated America. But obviously he doesn't anymore.
Well, all that matters is that he signed off on them yesterday. You're talking about are you happy? Let me ask you, Dean. Are you happy that they're being released?
Yeah,
Are
of
you
course.
happy?
Of course, I'm happy that they're being released. But the reason that Donald Trump
Okay.
changed his mind has nothing to do with him being happy that they're going to be released, right?
Well,
And-
he signed off on them. He told the House, listen, the House Republicans, listen, because hold on, one thing is really to be clear here, right? We both
Go ahead and
understand
interrupt
that.
me. That's fine. I'll cook you after your interruption. Go ahead.
Okay, good. I'm hungry, my friend. But just chill. Like, you're so aggressive and you don't really have a lot to be aggressive about.
I'm
But
not aggressive. I'm
the
honest.
House Republicans, listen, the House Republicans, I didn't even hear you. The House
Oh,
Republicans
I'll repeat myself. I said I'm
voted-
not aggressive. I'm honest.
Well, you seem aggressive. You seem really worked up, like a chihuahua on steroids, my guy. But
Okay.
listen,
I seem
the
worked
House
up like right now.
yes.
So then, how worked up was Trump when he called a reporter picky?
Well, he has good reason to be worked up.
That's right. So go ahead.
After everything that you guys have tried to do these past couple of years.
Just complete your interruption. That's fine.
Okay, so I can talk?
Yeah. I mean, it's an interruption.
Okay.
I'll let you interrupt me.
Okay. See, you keep interrupting me, so I can't remember what I was going to say. Okay, so the House Republicans on September 10th, 3 hours before we lost the great American hero Charlie Kirk, right? 3 hours prior to that. Why did you laugh about that? By the way, actually, I did see a clip. I need to call you out. I'm pivoting here because this is important for Charlie Kirk. You said to somebody, you go, actually, the correct word for Charlie Kirk would be that he was here. Just so you know, I know you're an atheist, but just so you know, he's with us forever. Souls are real. God is real, whether you know it or not. Heaven is real. So when that kid came up here and was like, Charlie Kirk is, and you had to correct him and say was, just so you know, Dean, he's with us forever. Just so you know. But my point is, the House Republicans on September 10th, 3 hours prior to Charlie Kirk, did a motion to table the Epstein file release, and that stopped it from being released. Then they tried the unanimous consent, and that failed. Then Donald Trump came out and said, no, every Republican needs to vote to release this. We have nothing to hide. Making them all vote yes, releasing it, passing the House, pass the Senate, get to Trump. He signed off on it. So, and you already said you're happy that's happening, right? So you support Trump in that manner, correct?
Yeah, I'm really happy that he signed off on the bill.
Okay, good. Now, I don't remember my original point was when I
Can I
apparently
respond to all
interrupted you
that right
because
now?
you. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Perfect. The only reason why he signed off on the bill is because it was a losing battle. I think it was the lesser of two evils, right? The reason why he spent months and months fighting against the bill is obviously because he didn't want the bill released. But then once we were able to get a majority in Congress, right after he had his own self-described quote-unquote puppet Mike Johnson, right, refused to swear in Adelita Grahova that would have made the majority, right, plus the 4 people on the right in which Donald Trump had his White House go to and try to get them to take their names off of the petition to force the vote for the release of the Epstein files in the House, right? He lost that battle. We get a majority on our side after Donald Trump had spent months and months and months fighting against it. And at that point, the White House was like, hey, there's literally nothing more that we could do to prevent the release of the Epstein files. We tried to delay the swearing in of Adelita Grahova. We tried to go to Lauren Boebert and ask her to take her name off that petition. We tried to go to MTG to get her name off that petition. We tried everything that we could do. We are literally out of options. Okay, anything further would be explicit and clear executive overreach. Therefore, because we know that these files, okay, will be voted on and that vote will pass, right? Donald Trump is going to look like a catastrophe if he vetoes the bill. Then it goes back to the House and the Senate and still passes. Therefore, our only viable path forward is to get Donald Trump to say that he supports the release of the bill. Maybe, right, you would have a counter argument against what I'm saying right now if he didn't try to get Lauren Boebert to take her name off of that list. If he didn't call MTD a traitor because she asked him to release the Epstein files. If he didn't call it an act of hostility to vote for the release of the files in Congress. If he didn't say that it was a Democratic hoax faked by Obama. If he didn't say that any Republican that cares about these files is dumb and stupid and is no longer a supporter of his. If he didn't say that we just all need to stop focusing on this and Jeffrey Epstein. But because of all those reasons and more, right, it becomes clear that what I'm saying right now, which is the fact the only reason why Donald Trump inevitably endorsed the release of the files and signed that bill into law was because it was the only politically viable path forward.
Yeah, so I feel like everything you just said there didn't really matter because at the end of the day, he signed off on them. They're now coming out. And we're all happy about that,
I can explain
right?
why it matters.
Okay, please go ahead Go ahead, Dean. It's your world. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the reason why it matters is because what it demonstrates is the incentive structure that inclined him to support the release of the Epstein files was political viability, right? Not like a genuine desire to want to hold predators accountable. And obviously, Donald Trump wouldn't want to hold predators accountable since he himself is a predator that is boasted about sexually exploiting naked women and naked girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA.
Okay, well, the quote that you're talking about, Miss Teen USA, is actually 18 to 28-year-olds, and I actually don't support that quote. That is a true quote, but just to clarify, he's talking 18 to 28-year-olds, and it's over 20 years old on the Howard Stern Show, and I'm not happy about that one. But the Howard Stern Show,
18 to 28
the
year olds
environment
would be
matters.
So 18 to 28-year-olds, that would be Miss USA. Teen USA is 15 to 18.
Yeah, the Teen USA quote's not. I looked into that one. No, it's not. He was not talking about a teen pageant with that one.
So
I mean, if you have a link to play right now, I'd love to see it. But
so in the clip, right, on Howard Stern's radio show, he wasn't talking about any specific beauty pageant contestant because he's done it at all of them, right? And the reason why we know that he's done it at all of them, the reason why he know that he has sexually exploited naked girls and naked women is because the girls and the women have spoken up about it. And I just think it's an indefensible argument to deny their testimony because he admitted to what he did, right? Like the problem with this line of thought here, right, is let's just put this in hypothetical real quick. Imagine that like your best friend came to you, right? You know that he was at a party last night and he told you that he raped a woman at that party last night. And then that woman came to you and she said that he raped me at that party last night. Well, that's the way I look at the 4 underage victims that Donald Trump sexually exploited that spoke out to BuzzFeed in 2015 and said that he walked in on them while they're naked. That's the way I look at Miss Arizona in 2001 that spoke in and said that he looked in on me while I was naked. And that's the way I look at Trump when he boasts about those things to Howard Stern on his radio show. But even if everything that I was suggesting right now is full-heartedly wrong, and you were right, and he only did this to women, I actually don't think that makes it any better. Okay, we should not be supporting somebody as
No, I
president
agree. I
if
just
they
said I
have
agree.
sexually
I just said I
exploited
agree.
women, especially if you, somebody on the right that supports Trump and his policy, thinks that we should be kicking people out of the country for a simple misdemeanor. Therefore, we should definitely be kicking people out of the Oval Office for the sexual exploitation of women and girls.
Okay, so again, said a lot. First off, the illegal immigrants that are doing terrible things to children and stuffing them under their own bed in trash bags after, and all those true stories of a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old that were unalived, their young parents, 27, 29, because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's pizza party border policies. All right, those are very real. But here's the problem. Even if we gave you, Dean, if we said, okay, Dean's right, Donald Trump, bad man, does all these bad stuff. Joe Biden is exactly the same. So when you put them up against each other and you put me in a position where I have to pick between 2 bad people, I'm going with the one that does better things for America. It was that simple.
Okay, so assuming that Joe Biden was exactly the same as Donald Trump, which, by the way, is just completely total utter bullshit, well, then the obvious, adequate, and respectful response would be to say is that you don't support either of them. But you're also being intellectually dishonest by suggesting that it ultimately came down to Joe Biden and Donald Trump. We all have brains. We were all alive last November, and we all remember the 2 names on the ballots being Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Okay,
And
you don't
how
even
did it
have,
end up being
you don't-
Kamala?
You don't even
Wait,
have.
enlighten me.
You don't even.
Enlighten me.
You don't even have as much as a parking ticket on Kamala Harris. And before you attempt to pivot and deflect into asking
Fake
me how
news,
it became
fake
Kamala
news. There's a
Harris,
lot wrong with her. Fake
before,
news.
And before you
Excuse
pivot,
me.
and before
Excuse me.
can you stop interrupting
Excuse me.
I understand.
Excuse me.
I understand that when people start.
Go
losing-
ahead. I'll let you. Excuse me. Go ahead. I'll let you. Go ahead.
I understand that when people start losing debates, they like to perpetually interrupt and act like man children. I'm going to ask you to try to keep that one to yourself. I'm here for productive linear dialogue. I'm here to educate you and the masses. And if you can't handle it, feel free to run away. But quite frankly, for as long as you're on this live, let's try to hold some decorum and let's try to have that productive linear dialogue. But now back to what I was saying, because you don't even have as much as a parking ticket on Kamala Harris. And ultimately, the decision in November came down to her and Donald Trump. How could you possibly explain voting for the proven and admitted sexual exploiter over herself? How can you possibly argue voting for
got you, buddy.
the adjudicated rapist over herself?
I got
How
you.
could you
I got
possibly
you.
argue voting for the guy that
got
was
you.
best buddies with Epstein, knew exactly what he's doing per an email that Epstein sent to Ghislaine Maxwell in 2011 over
got
himself?
you.
How could you possibly argue that you support the guy that was
right.
sexualizing 10-year-olds over herself? How could you possibly argue the guy that was sending Jeffrey Epstein letters depicting
got you,
the
buddy.
naked body of a woman with the statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret," over herself? How could you possibly argue selecting
you.
the guy that tried to coup this
Okay, so-
country, rig the outcome of the
got you.
2020 election by installing fake votes for himself in Congress over herself? The guy that has infringed on the Constitution 5 times in the last 10 months, including but not limited to the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the 10th, the 14th, and the 22nd Amendment over herself. But at its core, what I really want to stay focused on is the
Well,
fact
you said a lot.
that
I'm going to rebuttal it all. You just
Kamala
said 7
Harris
things.
is guilty of sins equal to Donald Trump sexually exploiting naked women and naked girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA by unconsensually barging into their private women-only dressing room to look at them while they were naked.
You said 17 things. Now I got to interject, and you can mute me and kick me if you want because you're scared, but you said 17 things. First off, as far as Epstein goes, his DOJ arrested him, as we said. His last flight with Epstein was 1997. Epstein bought his island in 1998, so that helps his defense. 2014, a lawyer that was representing over 70 victims of Epstein called a whole bunch of people. Donald Trump is the only person that picked up the phone and gave him a whole bunch of information. That's facts. I have the links for anybody that wants to check it out. You brought up the letter, the birthday letter. That letter's not true. He's suing those people. Those people want to settle it out of court, which is a pretty damning thing if you ask me. But he said, nope, we're going to court. So that letter's fake news, the fakest letter I've ever seen. All the emails that came out about Epstein recently when they raided his estate prove Trump's innocence and how much that Epstein hated him. So anybody watching, don't listen to Dean, don't listen to me, do your own research, but those emails actually really defend Donald Trump. So I don't know what Dean's trying to say, a little bit of fake news if you ask me. As far as Kamala Harris goes, maybe morally, although I do think she's a bad person, morally she hasn't been caught doing too much that's morally bad. However, I find her disastrous job on protecting our national security when she was in charge of the border, I don't appreciate that. All of the innocent men and more importantly, women and children, Dean, and I can see it in your eyes. I don't feel like your side ever really cares, but those innocent ones that I mentioned before, like single mom Rachel stuffed in a drain pipe when they were done with her, right? The 5 illegal immigrants that kidnapped a 14-year-old girl and did things we can't even say on this. The 20 illegal immigrants that tried to board a school bus twice in one day. That's why I did not vote for Kamala, okay? Border. Lots of other reasons, but the border encompasses everything because if we don't have protection, right, from enemy nations, and we're letting them come in here, and not just letting them come in here, practically inviting them to come over here, that's a giant problem. Simple and plain.
Well, thank you so much. I'm going to go and respond to all that misinformation. So first of all, you try to argue that you care about the violent crime and sexual exploitation, sexual violence more so, that has been committed at the hands of undocumented immigrants. I agree that we should all care about sexual violence. I agree that we should all care about violent crime, but I think that you're a hypocrite for only caring about said sexual violence and violent crime when it's committed at the hand of an undocumented immigrant. But as soon as it's committed at the hand of a billionaire white man, you want to make him president of the most powerful country on the face of planet Earth. Then to move on to your second point, when you said that the Murdoch family wants to settle outside of court with Donald Trump as it relates to that birthday letter, you've absolutely no fact, no source, no evidence to justify that that is true. You only have the word of mouth of man that was confirmed on record as lying over 30,000 times in his first term, telling the biggest lie that any sitting president has ever told with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election. In fact, you told the viewers of this live to not believe me, not believe you, but to rather to go and do their own research. If everybody watching the stream right now were to go and do their own research to try to find any proven evidence to suggest that the Murdoch family wants to settle outside of court with Trump over that letter that they posted in a Wall Street Journal article, you will find no evidence. So thank you so much for actually debunking yourself in a virtue signal to make yourself look smart. Now, to move on, still talking about that birthday letter, well, explain to me how that's defamatory. Explain to me how that's fake news if that letter was inevitably released by a House subcommittee. Motherfucker. Like, the claim that that letter was fake, the claim that that letter was defamatory by nature was full-heartedly refuted when Congress fucking released it. We have the letter. It wasn't given to us by the Murdoch family. It wasn't given to us by the Wall Street Journal. It was given to us by our duly elected representatives, motherfucker. Now, to go back to the first thing that you said.
First off, simmer down. You wouldn't talk this way if we were face to face, and that's not a threat, but chill out. I'm being nice to you. You said a lot in the time we've been talking, young man, and you don't deserve the respect I'm giving you. So simmer down.
I would say this to your face, and I've said it to many faces in the past. Obviously, you don't know who I am.
Really wouldn't.
Obviously, you've never seen it in my life.
Bubba, you're right. I said I don't watch your live.
So point number one.
Simmer down, young man.
Well, it makes sense.
Simmer down.
So if you've never watched my live before, if you've never engaged in any of my content, then you probably don't know this about me. But guess what? I give the same passion and energy to people in person to their fucking face that I give online because I don't think that you're a threat. I think that you're a puny little man baby with no spine.
No, I would never hurt you. I'm not.
Lacks enough brain cells to be able to vote for an
I'm
adequate.
not you.
To be able to vote for an adequate, like duly elected representative to run this country as a president, and also to throw a proper punch. So I'm not too scared of you, buddy. But I quite frankly find it like barbarically embarrassing for you to respond to all the facts that I laid out in proving your argument wrong about undocumented immigrants and your own hypocrisy, and proving your argument wrong about the birthday letter released by the Wall Street Journal, then reaffirmed by our Congress, about proving your argument wrong that there's no evidence to demonstrate that the Murdoch family wanted to settle outside of court with Donald Trump, with like this, with a suggestible response that I want to talk to you like this in person. I think that men have a problem with their ego. Am I a victim of this at some points myself? Abso-fucking-lutely. I'd be a hypocrite to deny that. But do I think that you're being a victim of that right now? Abso-fucking-lutely. And I think that you'd be a hypocrite to deny that. Instead of engaging in a conversation with me on the basis of fact, on the basis of reason, on the basis of counter-argumentation to the perfect positions that I'm using to either refute what you're telling us or to tell you why you're wrong, right? You're rather continuing to engage in this line of elementary school, like emotionally immature and intellectually unstable conversation of responding to my positions by saying, I want to talk to you like this in your face. So how about you breathe? How about you take a deep breath? How about you step back and go sit in the corner for 10 seconds if you need it? Suck on your thumb. Fuck, I don't care what you do. As long as you're able to come back from your little break to being able to engage in a productive linear dialogue with myself, we'll call it good.
Yeah, so for real, man, like, first off, when I say you wouldn't say this face to face, I'm not threatening you. I would never fight you. It's not worth it. I have too much to live for, dude. Like, it's not worth fighting you, but you're not threatening when you act like you are. When you start to swear and scream, that makes you seem like an elementary child, okay? That makes you lose in the argument. If you start doing what you're doing, which you are, you know, talking fast, screaming, going like this, like I'm tough, like doing stuff like that, dude, you seem really weak and you don't represent your side well. And actually, I now get it. Whenever I have people from your side come up on my lives, they're emulating you. I didn't realize that, but they're following their great leader. Just so you know, young man, you're not representing your side well. You're not tough, okay? You're far from a man. But I actually am coagulating.
I hope that my passion...
No, hold on. Listen.
I hope that my passion isn't threatening because I want it to be inspiring. Okay? I don't want to be threatening. I'm happy that you affirm that I'm not. I want to be inspired. I want to inspire critical thought. I want to inspire genuine dialogue. And I want it to inspire a push to more Americans being on the right side of history. And then insofar as your second point there, I'm not representing my side well. Well, if I truly was not representing my side well, then you'd probably have a counter argument to anything that I've said. Instead, you've decided to divulge into meta conversations surrounding your thoughts on myself instead of refuting the positions I've granted. So for however long you consciously decide to continue to engage in this line of dialogue that does not involve giving counter arguments to the position which I'm granting to you, it is only reaffirming that I am representing my side well. And if you truly believe in your hardest of heart that I am not representing my side well, then try actually responding to the arguments that I'm giving for my side and against yours. And I want everybody watching this live right now to really pick up on this because I'm being dead serious right here. Okay? For as long as he continues down this path of saying, Dean, you're not a real man, Dean, you're weak, Dean, you're aggressive, Dean, you're not representing your side well, this is all meta conversation to distract away from the fact that he gave his reasons why he supports Trump, and I gave my reasons why he's wrong, and he doesn't know what to say in response. So, how about, instead of being a man baby, you actually try to respond to the arguments that I gave you against your position that the Murdoch family wants to settle outside of court with Trump, respond to the argument that I gave you about Congress releasing the real letter affirming that the Wall Street Journal's reporting was true. Respond to my point of hypocrisy that I was able to prove to be true of yourself because you act like you care about violent crime and sexual violence when perpetuated the hand of undocumented immigrants, but not when it's perpetuated the hand of a billionaire white man. Or insofar as why you do think that an adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon, proven fraudster that tried to coup this country, rig the outcome of an election, infringe on the Constitution, is somehow the lesser of two evils when compared to a woman.
Absolutely. I got you, brother. I got you. Yes, sir. And I appreciate you changing your tone after I told you to. I appreciate that. So I can rebuttal as long as you don't mute me. You keep muting me. So I keep trying to rebuttal, but you keep muting. Look at you. You're interrupting. Excuse me. Hold on. Excuse me. King.
I don't think that you told me to change my tone. I'm changing my tone willingly because I want to work with what I got. Okay? If I need to fit inside of some box, right, that you set forth because you think liberals should be robots, I will do it to achieve the end goal of you inevitably changing your mind to be on the right side of history. And if you don't want to be muted, if you don't want to be interrupted, then don't make like shitty, snarky one-line comments about me or my character. For every shitty, snarky one-line comment that you make about me or my character, chances are I'll likely interrupt you and correct your bitch ass. But go ahead.
Very unmanly to keep muting. Very unmanly. Very unmanly.
Wait, so you're saying
Look at
that
his long hair,
so you're
very
saying-
unmanly.
So you're saying that.
So listen,
So
though.
I just want to
Listen,
clarify. You're
listen.
saying
I
that,
keep trying to talk.
well,
Look it and talk over me again.
Well, yeah, you made another snarky little like bitchy one-liner. So you're saying that it's now very unmanly to like interrupt you. So you're saying that being a man is something other than possessing a penis, but rather associated with social rules, behavior inside of society. All right. Well, that's pretty progressive of you. Go ahead.
I don't know, buddy. I think you're falling apart a little bit. I don't want to lie to you. So after your Hamlet-sized monologue of talking for 40 freaking minutes after you keep muting me, what do you even want me to rebuttal? I mean, I said what I said, and you said a whole bunch that did not refute what I said, right? What I said still stands. And now guess what? On my playback, when I rewatch this and show it on my channel and I can actually speak without being muted, I can refute everything that you said. But you said 90 things. So give me what you want me to talk about now? Because you said 90 things. Like, I can't even remember. I was just focused on like how crazy you were seeming. So
sure.
What's your point at this point?
Yeah. Well, we'll start with this one.
And by the way, I came in here liking you. I don't hate you or nothing, but you lost a lot of respect. Like I thought, like for when you talked against Nick Fuentes, right? I don't even like Nick Fuentes, right? But I would obviously agree with him more than you. And I thought you won that, right? Because you handled yourself good and he went crazy. But the way you're going right now, you're not handling yourself well. You're not representing your side well. You might think you are, but that's okay. But please, let's stick politics. I want to have a good convo. What is it?
You're huffing that copium.
I don't even know what copium is, to be honest with you.
Well, it's what you're huffing right now.
I don't even know what that is.
Well, it's what you're huffing right now.
Okay.
Stop whining. It's embarrassing.
I don't know what copium is, my guy.
You don't know. What I'm saying that you're coping, right? You're like trying to make up for the fact that you're
Oh,
losing
you're making
by
it funny.
attacking my character.
I'm sorry. I'm an adult, bro. I'm sorry I didn't get that one. My bad. Let's just go here. Back to Epstein. So listen.
Oh, well, you asked me what point I wanted you to respond to. I'll give you one.
Yeah,
So-
what's up? Tell me.
So you said that birthday letter was complete hogwash. You just said there was
Yes,
misinformation.
yes,
It was attack on
yes.
Donald Trump's character, and then you followed
Yes.
that up by suggesting that the Murdoch family wanted to settle outside of court with Trump. So
Yes.
the only evidence I could find,
And they do.
The only evidence I could find of that claim was the fact that Donald Trump said it himself, and I'd say that he's a pretty unreliable narrator considering the fact that he lied over 30,000 confirmed times in his first term, and he's continued to tell the largest lie that any
Okay.
sitting president has ever told. Don't interrupt.
So
me.
we agree to
Don't-
disagree
don't-
there because I think
don't-
he's a reliable
don't-
source.
don't-
No, let me
don't-
talk,
don't
brother.
interrupt
Let
me.
me talk.
Not when
Be-
it's an interruption.
be-
Not when it's an interruption.
Well, you interrupted me, young
How
man,
about we
and then
just
you
don't-
tried to
how
talk
about
all
we just
calm
don't
like this,
interrupt
like
one
you're
another?
chill, and you
How-
did
how about-
actually change your
how
tone
about-
because I called you
how
out
about
on
we
it, and
just
you
don't-
realized you were wrong.
How about we
So
just
hold
don't-
on. How about
how
you
about we
just
just don't
chill for a
interrupt?
second
Sir,
and let
can I
me
ask
actually
you to
talk?
breathe? Can I
Because
ask
you
you to
keep
breathe?
interrupting me.
Sir,
So can I
sir,
actually say some words? Because
can
I want to bring up
can I
Eugene
ask-
Carroll. You
can
brought
I
up
ask you to
Eugene
breathe?
Carroll.
Can
You
I-
called my man a
can
rapist.
I
I am
ask-
breathing. Listen.
Can I ask you to breathe?
I'm breathing just
I'm gonna
fine. I
need
think
you
you
to
should
take a
take your
big-
own
I'm gonna-
advice,
I'm gonna
and you're
take-
going to mute me, aren't you?
I'm
Go
gonna-
ahead
I'm
and
gonna
mute
ask
me
you
for
to
the
take a
90th
big-
time. No,
I'm
I'm
gonna
going to
ask you to
keep
take a
talking
big
because
breath
you
in
kept
and out.
talking, so now it's
Okay.
my turn. So
I'm gonna
Eugene
count down
Carroll
from
was
10.
lawfare.
I'm gonna
They
count down from
rewrote the
10.
law for
Okay.
that one.
Sir, you're crashing out. Okay. I want to explain to you something about the nature of discourse. The nature of discourse between two people requires a discussion of one point at a time through a tracking linear dialogue in order for any level of productivity to be present. So when I'm asking you to respond to the rebuttal that I gave against your argument that that letter was bullshit, and then you interrupt me, knowingly, by the way, to talk about Eugene Carroll, point number one, you're telling me that you're scared. Point number two, you're telling me that you have no counter argument. And point number three, you're telling me that I'm pressing the fuck out of you. So maybe the reason that you've quote unquote lost some respect for me in the time that you've been up here is because while you've been up here, I've been hurting your shitty little ego. And you've never been checked like you are being right now. And thoughts
Fake
on
news.
that? Super duper
Fake
quickly.
news, Bubba.
Being wrong is not the end point. Being wrong is not something that you should be afraid of. Being wrong is a point where you then get to explore all the available opportunities of how can you be right. But once again, what I want you to respond to, I'm going to have to repeat it because you interrupted me, started screaming fake news, whatever, I don't know. 30 brain cells would be the fact that we know the letter that the Wall Street Journal reported on is not fake because it was released by Congress. And Congress got it from the Epstein estate, and the Epstein estate got it from a birthday book signed and sealed to Jeffrey Epstein in 2003. So point number one, in order for that letter to be fake, okay, this would mean that Congress would have had to release a fake letter. And this would mean that the Epstein estate would have had to surgically implant this fake letter in this birthday binder in 2003,
They've done it before.
knowing that Donald Trump would run for president, right, 12 years in the future. and they'd also have to implant a bunch of
Not
other
true.
fake letters inside of that same binder, incriminating
I'm
many other
winning.
individuals, right? If you're winning, then you wouldn't be interrupting, in which they would then inevitably
Speak for
admit to.
yourself,
So the reason why we know that letter is not
little
fake.
Mrs. Mute.
Okay. I don't think that you're here for productive dialogue.
Be scared. It's fine. I already know I won. I'm trying to talk. See, you're now taking my advice. That's how I came in here. I said, let's actually talk. You seem like a good person that actually wants to talk. But
If you're winning
your
the debate,
actions
then why
did-
aren't you listening to my points?
Well, because you're not letting me say my points. You're not listening to my points, young man.
Okay, so you're
I'm trying
already
to speak, but you keep muting me and you keep talking over me and cutting me
okay.
off. You've talked a lot more. It's on
how
film.
about
It's all
this?
recorded.
So how about this? I'll let you say whatever the hell you want so you could get it out, and then I'm going to finish that
Yeah.
point so you could respond.
Yeah, sounds good.
Good boy.
So as far as the letter, listen, young lady, look at how aggressive you are, and I'm still being super nice to you, and I don't have to be. But so you're welcome for that, my sweet little angel. But I already rebutted the letter, and what I said stands. Now you brought up E. Jean Carroll. They literally rewrote the law.
Cope! Dude, I'm sorry. I got to interject on this one. What you said doesn't stand for the reasons that I gave. You could continue to cope, whine, and seethe and argue that it does stand, but that basically reduces your argument down to nuh-uh. If your argument stood, then you'd be engaging with the counterpositions that I gave to it. If your argument stood, then you'd be able to explain why Congress released that same letter months later. If your argument stood, then you'd be able to give me evidence that the Murdoch family wants to settle outside of the courtroom with Donald J. Trump, right? With any evidence outside of Donald J. Trump's own word of mouth. If your argument stood, then you'd be able to explain how the Epstein estate somehow surgically implanted this fake letter into this birthday book in 2003, knowing that Donald Trump would run for president 12 years in the future. If your argument stood, you'd be able to respond
Excuse
to
me.
all of these facts, but we know that your argument doesn't stand
Excuse me.
because you can't respond to any of these facts since you only want to talk about E. Jean Carroll. So what I want every single person watching this live to do, right or left, keep in mind if you're on the right, sometimes it's good to bully your own, is to laugh in this guy's face if he responds to any of these positions by pivoting and deflecting by calling me young lady. If he responds to any of these positions by merely saying nuh-uh. If he responds to any of these positions by wanting to talk about E. Jean Carroll. If he responds to any of these positions by saying I've already refuted them. If he responds to any of these positions by giving anything other than a response to these positions. I am now going to let you speak uninterrupted with my mic on mute. And if you start yapping about getting muted, if you start yapping about getting interrupted, if you start yapping about how I'm aggressive, passionate, representing my side bad, am a young lady about E. Jean Carroll or anything other than directly responding to the 4 concise and complete points that I gave you to utterly destroy your argument surrounding that birthday letter, we are all going to laugh at you together, and it is going to be the most satisfying thing that we've done today yet on our live. Go ahead.
Well, you said that before you went on that giant rant. You just said that, then went on that giant rant. So let's see if you can hold that true, my friend. Let's see, because you were fake news a moment ago. Let's see if you can actually do it. You interjected immediately. You lasted 3 seconds. You last 3 seconds in a lot of things, don't you, young man? But listen, as far as that letter goes, you don't get too mad, but what I said still stands, right? They wanted to settle it outside of court. That's just the truth. Now, I think Trump's a reliable source. You don't think so, but I do. 80 million Americans agree with me that he's a pretty reliable source. It's just how I feel. I'm allowed to feel that way. You said, oh, they would have had to have planted that letter in 2003 and blah, blah, blah. Well, just like when they raided Mar-a-Lago and planted stuff, they planted that. Simple as that. Anything else? I would love to talk about E. Jean Carroll, but you said we can't, and it's your world. We're just living in it. So you talk to me.
Yeah, you silly goose. It wasn't from Mar-a-Lago. It was from the Epstein estate.
I'm not talking about that. You're still worked up.
That's where Congress got the letter from.
I'm not saying that, Dean. Hold on. I'm not saying that. Buddy, you're so
Oh
worked
my
up. That's not what I'm
God.
saying.
Oh my God.
That's not what I'm
And then on
saying.
top of that, you're saying that Donald Trump is reliable. Let's go and test that real quick. Okay, so let's just take a look at a handful of the things that Donald Trump has
That's
said,
not what I'm saying.
and let's test them for the validity. Something else that Donald
That's
Trump
not what I
has
said.
is that he won the
That's
2020
not what-
election. Is that true?
Listen, you're embarrassing. Hold on. That's not what I said. I'm not
Respond to
saying
my
that.
question.
You misheard me. Listen, Dean, take a deep
respond to my question. Donald Trump said that he won the 2020 election. If he's a reliable source, that must be true too, right? Don't pivot.
Listen, hold on. You're pivoting. You just said, this is you. I'm being honest. This is you. You went, ha, 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 like Chucky, right? And said, it's not even from Mar-a-Lago. It's from the Jeffrey Epstein estate. Yes, I agree. I was using the example of years ago when they raided Mar-a-Lago and planted evidence. That's what I'm saying. Do you understand my point now?
Yeah, so you just
That's
poorly
what
worded.
I'm saying.
So you just poorly worded your statement.
Now,
Thank
what
you so
else
much
did you just bring
so,
up? Did
so
you
you
just bring
so
up?
you just poorly worded your statement. Thank you for clarifying. But once again, you're arguing that you
No,
think that
you
all
misinterpreted because you're worked up and emotional. You're emotional.
Okay. Well, I disagree. But anyway,
Hold
so you
on,
said that Donald
listen.
Trump was a reliable standard of evidence. Answer my question now. Does this mean when he says that he won the 2020 election, that is reliably true?
So TikTok bans us for talking about that, but the truth is, there's so much evidence that that was stolen, absolutely stolen, irrefutable.
Oh my
2,000 meals
God.
proved it. I have the links, absolutely proven. You think that Joe Biden having 17, listen,
You're silly. Wait, so I have a question, right? If there's enough evidence to prove this crazy claim, then how come all 63 handpicked courts that Donald Trump went to all disagreed and told him that he didn't even have enough evidence to stand trial, including 34 handpicked courts with Republican appointed judges and 17 handpicked courts with judges that he himself appointed? He went 63 for 0 on this bullshit. Keep in mind that the evidence that he took to those courts were from an electoral integrity committee that he funded millions of dollars to find absolutely any evidence of widespread voter fraud, and they couldn't find nothing. And on top of that, right, outside of the efforts, right, pushed for by him, his money, and his administration, right, the millions of Trump supporters that bought the big lie, right, also tried to find any evidence, and the culmination of those efforts were found in the 2000 Mules documentary. But then the people that made the 2000 Mules documentary admitted in court, under deposition, that they had no evidence for any of the claims that they were making. This election is the safest election in audited election history. It has been seen in courts in the local level, in the state level, on the federal level. The only widespread attempt to rig the outcome of the 2020 election was Donald Trump and his fake electors plot, where he installed fake votes for himself in Congress, right? And then admitted to it in front of Congress and admitted to it in front of the Supreme Court by, I don't need a deep breath. I'm going to cook you without one. And then admitted to it to the Supreme Court by straight up telling them that, yeah, he sent these alternate slates of electorates to the 7 key swing states that Biden had won, right? And he sent them with fake votes for himself. And then, yeah, he did try to pressure Mike Pence into certifying them as real. Yeah, he did try to rig the outcome of the election, but he shouldn't be prosecuted criminally for such because for whatever reason, he has presidential immunity.
you're really representing yourself really bad, by the way. Like, a lot of respect has been lost. And guess what? I'm in this forever because of Charlie Kirk, so get used to my face. You'll see me a lot, Bubba.
The only person that thinks I'm not representing myself well is you, because you're losing the debate in your butt. Go ahead.
Fake news. Keep muting me, you scared little girl. Keep muting me. It's actually embarrassing. I would have thought.
Okay, since you asked.
I honestly, like, I was gassing you up a lot more. I thought you were very mature, but.
Cope, wine, and seethe. Quite frankly, sir, you're acting like a toddler.
You're fake news and you're embarrassing yourself. I won't lie to you. But
projection.
Let me ask you something.
Oh, yeah,
Let me ask you.
Can we get some L projections in the chat?
Hold on, you're gonna have to mute me. I'm gonna keep talking. Do you think?
Don't worry, I will. Can we get some L projections in the chat for the coping little man, baby?
Yeah, give an American flag in the chat. Hey, give me an American flag in the chat if you like me, like Charlie, like Trump. American flag in the chat.
The American flag that you don't stand for, since
it's
Trump
like the cross to him. The American flag is like the cross to demons.
Would you consider
let's
yourself?
Get Dean seeing some American flag.
Would you consider yourself to be a patriot?
No, little girl, listen.
Would you consider yourself to be a patriot? Because if you would consider yourself to be a patriot,
I have a question for you.
Okay, completely
Dean,
irrelevant to anything I
do
said.
you think that it's suspect? Listen, this is all facts. I have a question for you. Do you think on Twitter, on the days of the 2020 election, Joe Biden had 17.4 million followers. Donald Trump had 80.8. Twitter at the time banned Donald Trump, deleted him, it hated him, it silenced him. Do you think it's a little bit suspect that he had 80 million followers on that app and Joe Biden had 17.4 and they both got 80 million votes? Do you think it's a little bit suspect? Honestly, be honest.
Do you think that social media dictates the outcome of an election, including electoral bases of old people that don't even have social media?
I think that if it's an app that unjustifiably banned him and tried to lie about what he was saying, just like CBS is getting sued right now for the speech and cutting it up and all that, I think the fact that he had 80 million followers on the app that hated him, I think that's a little telling, buddy. I don't want to lie to you.
But
I don't want to lie.
You're getting flustered. It's not CBS that's getting sued. It's the BBC. Also, I think it's funny that your evidence that he like won
Well,
the
whatever
2020
the news is that
I think it's funny, right, that your evidence that he won the 2020 election and it was all rigged was like follower count on social media. Wow! Nobody's
that's not
ever
it.
thought of this
Fake news,
before.
that's not it.
You're
Fake news, buddy.
you're a goddamn visionary, sir.
Keep muting me, keep
Listen,
muting me,
you
'cause
got it. You're a goddamn
win a
visionary.
conversation.
You're a goddamn. You're right. I can't. You're right.
fascist. You can't-
You're right. I can't win a conversation when you're
You can't have a
interrupting me.
conversation. You can't do it. That's
You're
not how
right.
a conversation works.
I can't have a
You-
conversation when you're interrupting me, man, child.
No, you keep interrupting me, you man child. It's been 41 minutes. Yeah, nice wrist right there, nice and limp. I knew it. I saw through you. But listen, you can't have a conversation. You
I have limp wrists. You have limp brain.
you keep screaming. You keep swearing, right? I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to have a nice conversation. You are in control right here. You get to mute, right? And you keep doing it, right? It's on camera.
The only thing that's
You're the
on
one that's
camera is your
crashing
total and ultimate destruction.
Well, that's fake news.
Quiet,
You're
Piggy.
gonna have to agree to disagree there.
Quiet, Piggy.
Hey, do you like that Trump helped stop 7 conflicts? Do
Which
you like
ones?
that he helped do that?
Which ones? What are the seven?
Cambodia, Thailand's a pretty big one.
Okay. What are the other 6?
Well, I know all the other ones.
What are
Do
they?
you know them?
No,
I
don't.
know them.
No, I don't. What are they?
I do know them.
Educate me.
Okay, well, look them up. I know them.
Wait. So tell me.
Rwanda, Iran.
Wait 1 second. Rwanda's not a country.
Well, I pronounced it wrong, but you know what I'm talking about, right?
No, I don't. Rwanda? Do you mean Rwanda?
I just said I pronounced it wrong.
So what
but you know
conflict?
what I'm talking about.
What conflict did he end in Rwanda?
I believe. Now, listen. There's so much info. First off, this is your point. Your point is. Tell me
don't
all
deflect.
of them.
Don't
if
deflect.
you can't. No, I'm not deflecting. You're
Go
not
on.
in charge here, Dean.
Tell me.
Dean, you're
tell
not
me-
in control.
Well,
Young
that's my
man,
life, I am.
you're 21. How old are you? 21. You're not in control, buddy.
21 and frying your
Listen.
ass. Okay.
And
What was the conflict that he ended
Fake
in
news.
Rwanda? Crash
Fake
out.
news.
Crash
One
out.
of us is losing
Crash
here.
out. Crash out. You because you can't. You're losing because you just made the claim that he ended a conflict in Rwanda, but you can't even tell me what the conflict was.
Because you keep muting and crashing out.
You can't tell me what the
keep muting and
conflict was.
crashing out.
You can't base your point. Back up
Yes, I
back up
can.
your point.
Yes,
Tell
I
me
can.
what
I
conflict
can.
did he end in
I
Rwanda?
can.
Back up your point. Do it.
I can.
Do it.
I can.
Do it.
I can.
Do it.
I can.
Do it. Then
I can.
then fucking
I can.
stop wasting time and
I
do
can.
it.
But here's the point. Here's the point. Your point is you go name the 7 conflicts as if somebody else in this position wasn't me and couldn't name them, right? That as if what, they don't exist? Is that your point?
Well, it means you don't have any evidence for your point. Now name the conflict that he ended
That's
in Rwanda.
not true because Dean, young man, here's the problem.
No.
There's
no,
a lot of young man.
No. Name the conflict that he ended in Rwanda. At this point in time, I'm not going to let you squirm. I'm not going to let you pivot. I'm not going to let you deflect. I need you to name the
I
conflict
bet you know
that
all
he
about
ended in
squirming.
Rwanda.
I bet you know all about squirming.
Yeah, because
You're
I
a king
talk
of
to
squirming.
because I talk to people like you all day. So of course I know all about it. Now
You're
name the
fake
conflict.
news.
Stop deflecting. Name the conflict that he ended in
I'm not
Rwanda.
deflecting. I'm not deflecting.
You are.
But here's the problem.
If you do anything but name the conflict that he ended in Rwanda, I'm going to mute you. Because that's the claim that
that
you
wouldn't
made,
be
and
anything
that's what I'm
different than
asking
what
you
you're
for
already
evidence for.
doing. This wouldn't be anything different than what you've been doing the entire. I'm gonna keep mute.
First mute. Name the conflict he ended in Rwanda, like you said.
I'm gonna mute you like I've been for 40 minutes. That's what you just said to me.
Name the
All right.
conflict. Name the conflict that he ended in Rwanda. Just do it. I don't believe you can.
I don't believe you can. You can't talk about it. You don't know. I know it.
Then tell us.
By the way, you brought up boxing and throwing hands. Least superior form of martial arts, my guy. I don't want to lie to you.
Pivot.
No, not a pivot. Listen, your thought process is if somebody else wasn't me and they couldn't name.
No. Name the conflict he ended in Rwanda. Tell us about it.
You're so weak. You're so mentally weak that you have to keep muting.
I told you I'd mute you when you pivot.
You're
It's
weak.
just me
Yeah,
upholding
you're weak.
boundaries.
You're weak.
Can
You're
you
weak.
can you name the conflict he ended in Rwanda?
I can.
Then do it.
I can.
Then do it.
I want to see you do it. You can't talk
okay,
about this.
okay,
You don't know about it. You
okay.
don't know about it.
How
You're
about
not
this?
Dean.
How
Dean,
about
you're
this?
muted. Dean, you're muted. Dean, you're muted. You can't talk about it. We can't talk.
How about this? I'll state the first 50% of the conflict, then you fill in the rest. Okay?
Well, Dean, this is what you don't understand, young man. Listen.
No. Take me up on that. Take me up on that.
No, hold on.
Take
This
me
is
up
what
on
you don't
that.
understand.
I'll
Young
state
man,
the
this
first
is what you don't
50% of the conflict, then you in the rest. Okay?
Dean, this is what you don't. Let me talk. Come on. This is
No.
what you don't-
Name the
Fake-
conflict that he
fake
ended in
laugh all you
Rwanda.
want, buddy. It's not a good look. Listen,
Well,
this is what you don't understand.
what's not a
Your
good
side-
what's not a good look is the fact that you made the claim that Donald Trump ended a conflict in Rwanda, and when I'm asking you for evidence for it, you literally can't give me any. All that I'm like, listen, sir, I don't know if this is your first time literally ever being on a debate live in your fucking life. But when you're debating, I don't know, I thought this was obvious. If you make a point, you have to be able to give justification or evidence for it. Dude, you said that you're going to be the next big political commentator on the right. You said that you're going to fill the shoes of Charlie Kirk. You will never fill the shoes of shit if you can't even give an argument for the points.
You're weird.
So then once again, I am going to ask, since you said Donald Trump ended a conflict in Rwanda, just give me evidence. Just give me an explanation. What conflict did he end in Rwanda?
Weird. First
what
off, I never
conflict
said-
existed in Rwanda and how did he end it?
No. Listen, I didn't say I was going to be the next big thing. Charlie Kirk was worth 1 billion people. I will never be on the level of Charlie Kirk. He was better than me
At least you know that,
every
buddy.
single way. Yeah, I'm telling you. Listen, you
So
need
now-
to take a deep breath, and you need to hold on.
You need to give evidence that Donald Trump
You need
ended
to
a
calm
conflict in
down.
Rwanda.
Hey, watch this. Watch this. Look.
Okay, I'll happily breathe after
In
you
through
tell
the
me
nose.
what conflict he ended in Rwanda. Dude, this is pitiful for you.
Buddy,
this is
in
fucking
through the nose.
embarrassing.
Well, you look embarrassing. You look.
The only thing embarrassing here is you because
It's a
you made a
typical
point that you
tip.
can't give any evidence for. This is so embarrassing. We're watching
Very
the worst.
vi-
We are watching the worst crash out of this guy's life. So how about this? Go ahead.
I don't think I'm crashing out. I think I'm being really sweet to you right now. I'm emulating Charlie Kirk and how he would be treating you. That's the only reason I'm being nice. You, on the other hand, young man, are being very vile, demonic, disgusting. But that's to be expected. I actually did think better of you, but you've exposed yourself in these 50 minutes we've been talking, my friend. I don't want to lie to you. But here, first off, I want to say, I never said I was going to be the next Charlie Kirk. He's way better than me. I never said I was going to be the next big thing on the right. There's a lot of people better than me. I said I'm in it until Jesus takes me, and you will see me a lot. But that's only if you come to my lobby. I'm not going to come here and let you keep muting me again and being this silly little girl that you are. Now, your point is this. If somebody doesn't know every little thing about everything, they're an idiot or something like that. There's a lot of stuff. Look at you typing away right now to look something up. You don't even know what you're talking about. You're looking it up right now. So go ahead, look it up. But everybody listening, don't listen to him. You're allowed to not know everything, right? If you don't know something, that's okay. I actually do know the conflicts, right? But if you don't know something, that's okay. You're allowed not to know everything, which is called being a human being. I don't know why this weirdo is so aggressive about things like that and his side are like that.
Okay, so name the conflict in Rwanda.
Well, now that you just Googled it, why don't you enlighten everybody?
Nope, because you made the point.
Yeah, but you just Googled it.
No,
You
I was,
didn't know
I was
it, you just
actually
Googled it.
typing this.
No, you just Googled it. You're not lying to me.
Okay, you made the argument, sir. You have to give the evidence.
You said name the conflicts.
Yeah.
I told you 2 of the conflicts.
So what conflict did he end in Rwanda?
Dean, I'll sit here all day, buddy. You're not in control.
Okay, so you're just not going to give an argument for your point, so you lose.
Not true.
Okay, so then
My point's
what,
still standing.
Then what conflict did he end in Rwanda?
Do you honestly think screaming and muting represented your side well, Dean? Do you honestly believe that?
I mean, I don't know. Can you name the conflict? That
Why
ended in
do you
Rwanda?
support the 2-year-olds that are unalived by illegal immigrants and want to vote for Kamala Harris that did nothing but allow that to happen?
Yeah, I'll answer your
Why
question.
do you support an administration whose economy was 4 times worse than Donald Trump's?
Yeah, that's what we call
Why do you
pivot.
support that?
I'll answer your question.
Why
after
do you support the neocons, right?
Yeah.
And not support the president of peace? I'm just asking you.
Yeah. So once you could name
Donald,
this
back to, by
conflict
the
in
way,
Rwanda, I'll,
he didn't let me talk about it earlier because he wanted to pivot. I want to bring it back up to E. Jean Carroll. They rewrote the law for that to even happen.
Yeah.
Why didn't she accuse him 25 years ago when it happened? Why did she laugh when she was talking about it?
Oh my God.
Why did she brag that she was going shopping after, young man or
God.
lady? I don't want to assume.
Can you? Can you?
What
name
are your
the-
pronouns? I don't want to lie to you.
Can you name the conflict that he ended in Rwanda?
I can.
And do it.
Why? You do it.
No, you made the point. That's how debates work. Like, let me just describe this real quick without interruption.
Well, no, you can't say that's how debate works. But you kept muting me, shouting slurs, getting all aggressive like you're some kind of tough guy, saying insults when I was being very nice to you, and I'm still being really nice to you, young man. I'm practically your dad at this point. So,
Okay.
what do you mean that's how debates work?
I'll tell you. So when you're having a debate, right, typically you provide an argument for what you believe in, right, which would include like evidence and reason. And you provided the argument that Donald Trump is a good president because he's ended 7 conflicts. One of these quote unquote conflicts would be one in Rwanda. So I'm asking you for your evidence and reason to substantiate said belief. So please name the conflict and describe it that he ended in
Well,
Rwanda.
to that point, Dean, you didn't let me back up all my other claims earlier. So why do you care so much about this one and not my other ones?
We'll go through them all. Let's start with this one.
Well, maybe we should go in order of what we were talking about.
No, because that'd be pivot.
Well, no, one would argue for us to even get here away from my other ones were pivoted, but they weren't pivoted.
Okay.
They were you muting
So
me and then
I'm-
saying 17
so
other
I'm
things.
going to be honest. By the time, right, this clock hits 2 minutes and 30 seconds, if you haven't told us about the conflict in Rwanda.
By the
we're
way,
all
while
gonna
I have you
consider to
here,
lose this
you
debate.
cried about Charlie Kirk and then tried to act like we need to take the pew-pews away. Don't you ever disrespect him again like that.
Okay. Can you name the conflict that he
You're
ended in
sick.
Rwanda?
Hey, you're sick, kid. Just so
You're-
you
why
know.
are you
Don't you
cra-
ever disrespect
Why
him.
are you
This is me being
crashing out
nice.
so hard?
Listen, buddy, I have 40 minutes of you
Listen,
crashing out.
dude.
Don't try and gaslight.
Wait, dude,
you could
dude,
maybe listen.
dude.
You could make this a little clip, but I have my clips too.
My friend, all
have
that
my familiar.
all that I'm asking you to do is to name the conflict that you said he ended in Rwanda. Why are you getting so
I already
emotional?
did. No, I already did mention it. Did you not hear me when I said it?
You didn't describe it at all.
I said it. No, I did. I said
Okay.
it a few minutes ago.
So do it again.
Well, I already did it. That seemed redundant.
Okay, you didn't.
No, I did.
Okay, no, nobody heard you. And maybe you were on mute.
Well, maybe it's because you're so flustered. I mean, earlier you misheard me as well. Remember when I was talking about Mar-a-Lago and them planting evidence? And you thought I was talking about the Epstein?
what precisely
Maybe it's a you
did
thing.
what precisely did you say earlier to describe the conflict?
I said that he picked up the phone to call the prime minister of Thailand and said, I am going to not reduce tariffs. Listen, I'm talking about Cambodia and Thailand because that came before this, right? And you're
Oh.
asking me about stuff, so I'm
Oh.
educating you.
Oh,
So he picked up the phone.
So
What's up, young lady? I'll allow you to speak.
So the
Ready,
question,
go ahead and speak.
So the question
Good girl.
isn't how much time will it take him to describe the conflict in Rwanda? Sorry, in Thailand. The question is rather how much time will it take him to describe the conflict in Rwanda?
Yeah, so anyways, he picked up the phone, he called the prime minister of Thailand and
Thai-
said,
"Hey, sir,
I am
Thailand's
not going to
Rwanda."
I know, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about my first point.
Okay, so then you're not answering the question on the screen. How much?
No, I already
time-
answered.
Oh,
I already answered that.
So then what? So then what was the specific answer?
Excuse me. I already answered it.
So what was the answer?
Oh, you didn't hear it?
Obviously not. So what was the answer?
Oh. Well, you might want to get your ears checked out or
Okay.
maybe take a deep breath, my friend.
Okay, I'll make sure to do both of those things after you name the conflict in Rwanda. If you describe it for us.
Yeah, I already did.
Okay, I don't think that you did. Prove me wrong by telling me what you said.
I don't want to prove you wrong. I already proved you wrong on a
Okay,
lot of
so,
stuff.
so
buddy.
you can
I don't want to do that to
so
you.
then you concede that you didn't name the conflict in Rwanda.
No, I 100% triple down on. I said it already.
Okay,
you
so
just
what,
were all
so,
flustered
so,
and emotional.
so what did you say
About what?
about the conflict in Rwanda?
I said that Trump helped stop it.
How so?
He invited I believe so. First off, it's 6 different conflicts, or maybe 7 different conflicts.
Well, remember we're just
And-
talking about this one.
Yes, but there's so many of them, right? In politics, there's a lot of stuff, right?
Do you just want to? Can
Right?
you just be honest with us? You don't know anything about Rwanda.
No, that's not true.
Oh, then prove me wrong.
I already did.
No, you didn't.
I really like that you changed your tone when I called you out on it, by the way.
Okay.
I really appreciate
So,
that.
so,
That's a really
so could you tell us anything
good,
about?
sweet little angel of you, my friend.
Could you tell us
Way
anything?
to learn your place,
could
brother.
Could you just admit that you know nothing about the conflict?
Can you admit you know nothing about it without Googling it like you did?
No, because I don't know any. Because I do know things about it.
Okay.
What, can I educate you?
I mean, it's your world. You can say whatever you want. I already answered you.
Okay, so let's start off with this. Do you even know who this quote unquote conflict was with?
I did know, but again, there's a lot of information.
So you
as
don't
a
know.
human being, sometimes no. Listen, I did know. Like, listen.
Wait, but you know
could
right
deem-
now.
In this exact moment, I can't remember who the other country was.
Okay, so it was DR Congo, the Democratic Republic of the Congo. What was Rwanda doing in?
Was that the one that he invited them both to the White House
So-
to have
so-
the meeting? Was that
so-
that the one? Yeah, I think that's what it was, right?
So
right,
what
Dean?
was
Right?
Rwanda doing in the Congo?
Wait, was that the one where he invited them both to the Oval Office?
I'm not sure. So what was and
Oh,
is
okay.
Rwanda doing in the Congo?
Okay.
What were they doing? What are they doing?
They were fighting.
No, they were genociding.
Someone called that
so-
fighting.
No. So genocide isn't a fight, because like the people in the Congo. They're
And
not
while I
fighting back
have
to
you
die.
here, I gotta say it
So-
again one more time.
So
don't you?
I want to educate you. So
don't you ever disrespect Charlie again like
hey,
that? Don't
hey,
you
sir.
ever disrespect
Hey,
him
sir,
again?
Hey,
number
sir,
one.
can I educate
Yeah, I'm
you?
glad you switched your tone. Good man.
I'm trying to
Go
educate you
ahead.
here. So Rwanda was genociding the Congo, and to further this genocide, they had like their own troops go into Congo to kill the innocent Congolese, but they also had like M23 rebel insurgents, right? That they funded
By the way, I was right. It was the conflict he had them at the Oval Office. I was right. I was right.
Are you?
I was right. I educated you.
Why are you interrupting me?
Well, buddy, this is you. For 40 minutes, you screamed and muted, right? And you think you're going to clip this up, but I'm going to do the same thing and show the full video. So you're actually making yourself look like fake news. Because now you're calmer.
We got a friend joining us. Hey, Parker, this guy's like completely outrageous. Welcome in.
Yeah, I can see this guy's clearly outrageous. He's crashing out on the stream.
Yeah, I have like no clue like what this guy's problem
Parker,
is.
you should have. You should have seen Dean earlier.
Yo,
brother.
Victoria, thank you so much for the $25 over at Venmo.
You should
One
have seen
second,
him
sir.
earlier.
One second,
You
sir.
think I'm crashing
I'm
out,
thinking.
buddy.
I'm thinking
You
my
should have seen him
donors.
earlier.
I'm thinking
Like, I
my.
know he's your best
sir.
bud,
Sir, I'm thinking my
but
donors.
you
I'm
should
thinking
have
my.
seen him earlier.
Could you help me by muting him while I think my donors? Victoria, thank you so much for the $25 over at Venmo. We have quite a few to catch up on. Victoria with the $25 says, caller kept hammering you for evidence, but couldn't even provide a single source. This guy's the worst type of MAGA. They call everything fake news, then they spew out the most unhinged conspiracy theories. Yeah, this guy's a DUMBASS that doesn't know shit. He's over here claiming that Donald Trump ended a conflict, but then he knows nothing about this quote-unquote conflict that in all reality is a genocide. One second, I'm still thanking my donors. Kyrie, that is Kyrie, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, this level of line deflection, pivoting, and gaslighting is alarming, and I hope he goes to therapy before he ever engages romantically with a woman. Yo, fucking speak, Kyrie. You're absolutely on par. Show some love to Kyrie and Victoria. Vivian, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, who says, Cambodia and Thailand war did not end yet. It is escalated. Well, thank you for letting us know, Vivian. Show some love to Vivian down below for the $20. Andrew with the $10 who says, does this guy really support his side? Sounds like he's grifting off Charlie Kirk's death. Yeah, no, I mean, well, obviously he doesn't support anything on the right because he doesn't know anything about the right. Like, he doesn't even know like his own arguments. Like, he didn't even know that Rwanda was genociding Dr. Congo. I appreciate you for the $10, Andrew. Karina, thank you for the $1. Libby, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, who says, for tutoring this caller and how debate works. Don't worry, I like to educate the uneducated. I'll help this, this poor little man child out. And then Tass with the $5, I appreciate you. Heather, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, what I'll never do is state something like it's truth without having facts to back it up. Guess clearly is just lying then deflecting. Fuck Donald Trump. Oh yeah, this guy doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He embarrassed himself in front of over 27,000 people live because I'm thanking my donors, buddy. Just hold on. It'll be okay. Be patient. Suck that binky. Thank you for the $20, Heather. Aaron, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate you for the love. Tyler, thank you for the $5. Ryan, thank you for the $5. Michelle with the $8. Allison with the $5. Shannon with the $15, who says, thank you for representing us well. Thank you for the love, Shannon. Thank you so much. I know that this caller is wrong. Tass, thank you for the $10, who says, wow, you sound really jealous. I suggest that you calm down and allow me to finish thanking my donors. Tass with the $10, who says you're talking to a tier 10 clout chaser. Yeah, he's a big clout chaser. Thank you so much. And Shasta, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Shasta, who says, get him, Dean. You're absolutely destroying this guest, and you have unrivaled debate skills. Thank you, Shasta. Show some love to Shasta down below for the $50. Rami, thank you for the $25, who says, OMG, guest, please stop whining, put your big boy pants on, and make an actual point. Rami, he can't make a point. He doesn't know anything. That's why he knew nothing about DR Congo and Rwanda. He has the brain of a child. Thank you for the $25, Rami. Brian, thank you so much for the $5, who says, excuse me, pathetic little baby guest boy. I know, he's so pathetic. Libby, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for the love. Libby with the $20 says, honest political commentators and debaters tend to be passionate. I find it inspiring. Thank you, Libby. I love you. Thank you so much for the $20. Mason, thank you for the $30. Thank you so much, Mason. Show some love to Mason down below. Joy, thank you for the $10. Ramoni, thank you so much for the $30. Sorry, that is Kimoni. That is spelled Kymoni. Kimoni with the $30 says, I've been watching you every day for months now, and I'm so thankful for everything that you do. Love you so much. Love you too, Kimoni. Emma, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Who says, my neck hurts from the whiplash I'm experiencing from this dude pivoting. He's pathetic. Michelle, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for the love, Michelle. Andrew with the $10. Thank you, Michelle and Andrew. Taylor with the $30. Who says, correct me if I'm wrong, but was it not an alt-right psycho that took out Charlie? Maybe. Thank you for the $30 Taylor. Michelle with the $20. Matthew with the $20, who says, this guy sounds absolutely abysmal, super pathetic, so pathetic. Thank you for reaffirming what we all already know. Matthew with the $20. Bonnie, thank you for the 10. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo for quote unquote fighting for the truth. Show some love to Elizabeth in that comment section for for the $50. Thank you, Elizabeth. And Elena with the $50 too. And Amanda with the $50. Elena with the $50. says, in solidarity, keep fighting. Thank you so much, Elena. Amanda with the $50 says, the brainwashed guest thinks that men are more logic than women and women are more emotional. She's clearly never ranked a Marvel Rivals game, Lamau. Thank you for the love. And Victoria, oh my God. Thank you for the $75 over on Venmo. Let's fucking go, Victoria. Show some love to Victoria for the $75 in that chat. Thank you so much. 1 second, I'm still thanking my donors. Victoria with a $75 says, as somebody who's lost most of their family to MAGA, your lives genuinely keep me sane. Victoria, I don't know how you're still doing because this donation was an hour ago. This guest is likely driving you insane because of how pathetic he is. Thank you for the $75 to Victoria. Shasta, thank you so much for the $20. Lacey, thank you so much for the $20. And Leah, thank you so much for the $15. Wow, we are all caught up over like an hour of these donations. 1 second, I'm still thanking my donors, sir. Thank you all so very much. One second. He's crashing. He's crashing out because of how jealous he is of the donations. 1 second. Alicia, thank you for the $33 on PayPal. Show some love to Alicia for the $33. She says, please explain to the chat that this man is the definition of red-pilled. He is the definition of dumb-pilled. Appreciate you for the $33, Alicia. Elise, thank you for the 10. Cami, thank you for the 15, who says, I know a narcissist when I see one. Dude, I can know that this guy's a narcissist if I had my eyes closed and my ears plugged. Oh my God, he's radiating the vibes. Total loser. Thank you for the $15, Cami. And Vesna with the $50. Oh my God. Thank you, Vesna. Let's get 500 Vesna W's, who says, this guy's ruining my Friday night. So embarrassing for him. This is so embarrassing for him and his fucking bloodline. The way that he's acting on this live right now is literally going to curse his grandchildren to a lifetime of embarrassment and public scrutiny because of how terrible he is. And then Danielle, thank you for the $20. I'm still thanking my donors. He says, Rwanda, you got him running, Dean. He's a track star. We know we got him running. Thank you so much for the $20, Danielle. Show some love to Danielle. Sean with the $20. Thank you so much for the love, Sean. Cece with the $5. Laura with the $20, who says that you're doing such a great job. Thank you, Laura. McKenna with the $15, who says this guy thinks he's so macho by calling you young lady and little girl. Well, likely the reason why he's calling me little girl is because he likes talking to little girls. Thank you for the $15, McKenna. Robert, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Let's go, Robert. Robert with a $50 says, 70-year-old Robert here, you're on fire, and I want to let you know that my 83-year-old sister is a Dean Head too. Robert, all the love in the world to you. All the love to your sister. Shout out to you guys. Holy fuck. Hannah with a 10. Sylvia with a 5. Stephanie with a 5. Jacob with a 5. Anna with a $10 who says, Dean, our great leader. Thank you so much. And Kathy and Jay with $100 each. Let's get 1,000 Kathy W's, 1,000 JW's. What is going on? Jay says, I just listened to some of those vile, depraved death wish voicemails ever sent to Democrats. I can't imagine the mindset of publicly wishing death upon others. I think that we're going to need to listen to those on stream, Jay. I heard about those like an hour ago. Thank you so much for the $100, Jay. 1 second, I'm still thanking my donors. Kathy with $100 says, you bring me so much joy. I love what you do. Kathy, I love you too. Thank you so much for the $100. Amy with a $25 who says, how can MAGA lose their minds over using Kirk's own words, but then defending Donald Trump on hanging congressmen? Keep cooking. It is total hypocrisy. They don't care about execution, or they would care about Donald Trump's threat of execution for those Democrats. Thank you for the $25, Amy. Macy with a $5. Melody with a $30 who says, I love your debates. Also hope that you have a magical day today and tomorrow. Thank you so much, Melody. Another Dean with a $5 who says, Charlie who? I don't know. Jessica with a $5. Christian with a $5. Anna with a $10. Scarlett with a $20. Thank you so much, Scarlett. Ansgar with a 10. Sean with a 10. Crystal with a 5. Alan, that is AOI. And thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal to piss this guest off. Thank you so much, Alan. Dude, let's fucking go, you guys. I'm like, this is crazy. I've been going for like 5 minutes. You motherfuckers are popping off. Gizmo, thank you for the 10 years who says caller's fake news. A terrible person with bad ratings. Quiet, Piggy. Yeah, this Piggy needs to quiet. Yo, Vampire, thank you for the $20 who says, thanks for keeping the fight for education from somebody whose family has been irreputably split by MAGA toxicity. The MAGA toxicity that we all see radiating off of this guest right now. Thank you so much. You are absolutely right, Vampire. Show some love to Vampire in that chat, and show some love to Gizmo once again for another 10 euros. Thank you so much for the love, Gizmo. You are fucking awesome. Then also over on Super Chat, I would really like to thank Alice for the $50. Thank you so much for the love, Alice. I'm so sorry that I didn't see that earlier. Please show some love to Alice now for the $50. And Attack with $100. Oh my God on YouTube Super Chat, who says Charlie Kirk was a racist, Trump is a dictator. The fact this bozo can't see that is highly concerning. Well, it doesn't seem like he could see anything. He doesn't have a brain. He doesn't think. Thank you so much for the $100, Pony. You're fucking crazy. And by the way, they just keep on rolling in. I literally don't even know what to say to you guys. Literally, thank you so much for the love.
alone.
Okay,
You're
I'm just
disgusting.
gonna have to go over these like pretty quickly because you guys are like fucking killing it right now.
alone.
Jenna, thank
You're
you so much for the
disgusting.
$5 over
Be
on Venmo.
careful.
Anthony with the $6 and the 66 cents because he said I was demonic. Odessa with the $10 who says current guest is like 45 and can't stop whining. He's whining like a toddler. Callie with the $10 who says long time listener and first time donating. This may have been the most insufferable guest I've ever heard on your live. Dude, if this is a way that he's treating some random guy on the internet, imagine how he treats any like woman in his life ever. Thank you for the $10, Callie. Well, he doesn't have any women in his life, so maybe those a suggestion reliant on a false premise. Terry with a $15. Thank you so much for the love, Terry. Show some love to Terry. Maggie with a 5. Claire with a 1. Tass with a 5. Danielle with a 1. Nina with 5. Jonathan with a 5. Rian with a $10 same donation. Thank you so much for the love, Rian. Catherine with a $33 on Venmo. Show some love to Catherine who says he's a boring misogynist with his insults. Oh, he's terrible. Mark with the $10 who says tell this guy to come back later when he has factual info and better skills. Yeah, he sucks right now. He's never going to get better. He's MAGA. Jennifer with the $10 who says you make the left proud. You have him spinning out. He is crashing out because of how hard I've destroyed him. Jordan with the $20 who says this guy's obnoxious. Love the Dean and Parker combo. Y'all are my favorite. Thank you so much for the love, Jordan. Tyler with the $10. Thank you so much, Tyler. Kim with the 5. Jocelyn with the 5. Selena with the $20 who says this guy's a bag of bricks. It just keeps on going. Lauren with the $25 says thank you, Dean and Parker, for everything that you do. MAGA baby, BITCH boy can't make one coherent argument, but also fuck Steve. Thank you, Lauren. And Jordan, thank you for the $80 over on Venmo. Who says I appreciate all that you do. Show some love to Jordan. It just keeps on going. Brianna with a 5. Kayla with a 5. Allison with a 5. Michelle with a 10 who says love you. Kanisha with a $5. Thank you so much, Kanisha. Julia with a $20 who says you're on fire. Kirsten with a $10. Kylie with the 11. Heidi with the $30 who says dealing with this major red flag for women. Spoof with a 5. Abby with a 1. Sarah with a 5. M.E. with $100 on Venmo. What the fuck? Who says may no woman ever meet this man and this is why we choose the bear. Thank you, Dean, for doing so much with this knowledge, thoughtfulness, and impact. Oh my God, thank you for the $100 in me. Kyler with a $10. Thank you so much. Elijah with a 5. Kylie with a 1. Lovey with a 1. Kanisha, thank you so much for the $5. Michelle with a 10. Once again, thank you all so much for the love. And it's just crazy because we're not even done. Ravenous, thank you for the $20 who says, I think this equals a penny for every time a sad loser faces said fake news. Dylan with the 5. Matt with a 10. Phoebe, thank you so much for the $10 who says, I'm so glad I found you. April, thank you so much for the $5. Dean with another $5 who says, Charlie who. Fostia with a $10 who says, this guy's lost and he's brainwashed. Timothy, thank you for the $15. This guy's getting 2 points. Thank you so much, Timothy. Callie, thank you so much for the $53 on PayPal who says, do you think he has a pixie cut or a receding hairline? Well, receding hairline would be my guess. And we are all cut up. Wow.
Dean, that's fucking crazy. What just happened, bro? I just muted this guy probably 100 times. And by the way, thank you so much, Pam, for the $20, and Rev Carla. Thank you for the $100. Thank you so much.
Dude admits to muting. He says it out loud that he mutes. Wait, listen, you two need to chillax. Like, Parker, you just got here, buddy. Listen, I'm not crashing out. I'm being chill right now. I have it filmed of Dean crashing out. So I know as your buddy, you're never going to say that, but it's all recorded. You can fake giggle all you want, buddy, but
Dude,
I've been
W
very
donors.
nice too, and I'm still gonna be.
W donors in the chat. Seriously, thank you guys so much. And if there's anybody that I missed,
And
there,
Parker,
I'm so
it's not a
sorry.
flex to mute people. It's not a strong side to your argument that you have to mute. Conversation is supposed to be two people talking.
Hey, dude, I was muting you because he was thanking donors and you were talking over him thanking donors, okay? Do you realize that's a distinction between that and like me muting you in a conversation while you're trying to speak and get your point out? Do you understand there's a distinction?
I'm sorry. You're right. Let me clarify. I'm referring to when he muted me prior to you joining, and he muted me 1,000 times while we were conversating. My bad. I should have clarified that. My
Okay,
bad.
well, I wasn't here yet, so I didn't even know that
that's
happened.
my bad. Yeah, that's my bad. That's what I'm referring to is my sweet little angel Dean over here who only changed his tone when he was called out on it and realized he was being heinous. And I appreciate you for switching it up, Dean. That was
Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. Zach, thank you for the $20 who says Grifter tried to get clips from you but got cooked. Thank you for the $20, Zach. Jojo with the 10. Thank you so much. Reagan with a 1 and Kaylee with a $5. Thank you fucking fuck. Thank you so much. Landon with a $10 up front PayPal. Thank you so much, Landon. Jasmine with the 5 said fuck the left out. Natalie with a $10 says this guy's so frustrated. Thank you for the $10, Natalie.
Dean, you leave Charlie alone. Parker,
shut up. Matt, thank you for the $10.
Leave him
Says
alone.
that Charlie Kirk would be
Leave him
embarrassed by this
alone,
guy.
you sick-
Phoebe with the $10. Thank
You're
you so much,
sick
Phoebe and Dylan
and
with the
demonic.
5.
Be careful. God is always watching. Even if you don't believe in him, God is real. You leave Charlie
what do you
alone.
mean
That's
by
sick.
he's being demonic? What does that mean?
Well, making fun of
Leave
Charlie
Charlie
is a little bit
alone. Leave him
Wait,
alone.
Making fun of him sick. You're sick.
What did he say?
What did I say?
He read out comments that were heinous, making fun of Charlie.
What did they say that were heinous?
He said quite a few. It's recorded right there. You were there. I'm not going to even repeat
what did I say?
All I heard was him just asking who Charlie was.
That's a little bit heinous, is it not? You
No.
clearly know who we're talking about. Yeah, listen, I'm not going to sit here and debate you about you being demonic.
I don't know
Obviously,
how
you're
he's.
not gonna think
You
are.
understand that there are multiple different Charlies, right? Like he's just asking who.
No. You know exactly who we're talking about. You can
Dude,
find
what
Jack,
are you
but
talking? You
unlike
understand? You
listen,
understand that there are multiple different Charlies in the world, right?
and you understand that we all know that you know which Charlie we're talking about, right?
Well, in that context, we don't because it was a
No,
random comment.
But you actually do know.
What? What are you talking about? It was a random comment.
Leave
dude.
Charlie alone. Leave him alone.
Leave him alone. He was a good man.
alone.
He was an
Leave
innocent,
Charlie
kind man.
alone.
What you think laughing about? Dean, honestly, the man was taken from his children and this world and did not deserve that, and you're laughing about it. You're
Listen,
sick.
I agree, right? Like public
No, you
executions
really don't, based
are.
off what
Listen,
you just
li-
did.
Listen, me
What
speak.
you
Let me
just did.
let me speak for more than 3 words. You're getting
Sure,
flustered.
you haven't been able to speak at all. Go ahead.
I agree that murder is wrong. However, the murder of Charlie Kirk does not change the fact that Charlie Kirk was racist. The wrongful murder of Charlie Kirk does not change the fact that Charlie Kirk was a cog in a system of the
Look at you
perpetuation of
muting.
modern day fascism. The wrongful
Look at
murder
you
of Charlie
muting.
Kirk didn't change the fact that
Hold
Charlie
on,
Kirk
pause,
perpetuated
pause.
like many incredibly estranged and morally abrasive virtues
Pause,
and
pause,
sought
hold
to
on.
indoctrinate like
Sir.
the youth of this country into a system of beliefs
Hey,
which
sir,
are harmful and damaging to minority communities, harmful and damaging to black individuals, harmful and damaging to women and girls, harmful and damaging to low-income Americans, and harmful and damaging to the world as a whole.
All right, this is gonna be tough for you, but just try. I believe in you both. Either one of you, give one bullet point that backs up that Charlie Kirk was racist. One bullet point, so we can have a conversation about it.
Do you want to go first, Parker?
Yeah. I mean, well, when going onto a plane, he said that if there was a black pilot that was literally piloting his plane, that he would question whether or not they were qualified to even literally be the pilot of the plane, just off the basis of them being black.
Yeah, talking about DEI, because you already know the context of that was DEI. That's not a racist thing to say. To have a grievance with DEI or affirmative action or any of
Wait,
those.
it is to see someone who's black and to assume that they're unqualified. DEI doesn't mean unqualified positions get into those positions. It
Yes,
means that it
but
extends
DEI
wait, hold up. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility extends how many people are going to be able to get access to these particular systems that have historically not been able to get access to it. It doesn't mean people who are unqualified are getting to these positions. It means that people who are qualified that have been historically not allowed into these positions because of different systems that exist are now allowed to get into positions like that, not off the basis of the fact that they're unqualified, but off the fact that they are qualified and that they should be allowed into those positions.
How does DEI help people?
It helps people specifically who are qualified or who are in underrepresented communities get into positions of power or into different types of job opportunities that they were not allowed in historically speaking because of different types of systems that have prevented them and their ancestors from getting into those positions of power.
And what about it?
Can I show you guys a restriction that I just got?
Real quick, hold on. No, Parker, let me have for 1 second up here. Let a conversation ensue, please, just for 1 second. Parker, hold on, real quick. Parker,
throw him on
with
mute.
what?
Throw him on mute. Look at this restriction that I just got from the guest. Look at this shit.
God forbid you have a combo. Parker, what you just said is very
second.
rebuttable. Let's see if I get to rebut you. I'm still trying to make a point.
hold
What
on.
you said is not true.
Pipe down, bro.
But let's.
Pipe down. Just pipe down.
So anyway, I'll keep going. You just mute me because you're so good at it. Parker,
Okay,
what I'm trying to get you to admit is DEI, right, allows race to be a factor in hiring process, right?
Oh.
And that's not racist of us to have a grievance with that.
Well, anyways, so he just got a restriction that prevented the push out of the live for quote unquote misinformation causing moderate harm. So we got to kick him. I was trying to show you guys
that
the
happened.
restriction.
That happened earlier. That when someone said the thing about Biden,
dude.
But what he said was just not true, though. It literally it extends people getting access to these particular types of fields. That's good. It is racist for him to care about that and wanting to restrict communities from getting access to those particular types of jobs, specialties, and community. positions of power.
Charlie Kirk also called black people prowling blacks. So, yeah. Trevor, hello. Do you support Trump?
I don't fault you because you're so young, Dean, but leave Brittany alone! Leave Brittany alone!
What?
Leave Brittany alone!
Is this like a meme that I'm not in the loop on?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. What's up, Maddie? Do you support Trump?
I'm not political at all. I'm actually tuning in to learn about things. I'm a soccer.
Fuck yeah, Maddie. That's awesome, man. However, we are just looking to debate individuals on live that are Trump supporters. But shout out to you for tuning in to learn more. I legitimately do think that's awesome. Show some love to Maddie for that down below in that chat. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest right now, y'all.
Can I thank a few people before, in the meantime?
Of course. Just real quick, Gare Bear, do you support Trump?
Yeah. Actually, I just wanted to ask you a question. Because I value.
Go ahead, Parker.
Oh, for sure. I'll try to go quickly. Carly, thank you so much for the $3. Amanda with the $5, really appreciate it. Maudie, thank you for the $10. Libby with the $25, I really appreciate it. Brittany, thank you for the $5. Tyler with the $5. Jordan with the $75, thank you so much, Jordan. Christine with the $5. Sonia, thank you for the $5. Sean, thank you for the $30. Kathy with the $50, thank you. Nancy with the $10. Selena with the $10, and Timothy with the $10. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, so apparently that Leave Britney Alone is a meme from like 2007. I was 3 at the time, okay? Or I wasn't too tuned into the culture.
You should have known.
I wasn't too tuned into the culture. Okay, Gary Bear, take it away. Tell us how the hell you still support this tyrant as president. Okay, especially after the whole, like, I want to execute Democrats thing.
So, I just my only thing is that when it comes to the and honestly, I'm not gonna lie, when it comes to like politics and all that, I'm more like towards the middle. But let's like if like Trump has like good political, I don't know, decisions and all that, I'd rather lean towards.
Okay, so it's like well, the question that we're asking here is like, why do you support him as president? Now, if you don't support him as president, just let us know. But that was something that you did say.
Trying to think. Sorry, I didn't think I was actually going to be on here.
Okay, do you support Trump as president?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so why do you still support Trump as president, even though he just called for the execution of Democrats via hanging?
Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, for sure. So yesterday he went on Truth Social. He responded to Democrats telling members of our army, members of our military, that they don't have to follow unlawful orders by Trump, from Trump. And he responded to the Democrats that said that by saying that they should be executed. They should be hanged. Sorry, I think that's right grammar. The right grammar.
Huh.
Oh, it's Tracy. I've talked to Tracy
Hi,
before.
Parker. How are you?
Hey, Tracy. Do you still support Trump?
Well, I'm hearing what you guys are saying about the thing about him saying that all Democrats should be hung.
Well, not every single one, but the Democrats
I honestly, my position on it, Parker, is if you are a Democrat and you think members of our military need to honor their oath and should refuse to abide by unlawful orders by him, then Donald Trump thinks that you should be dead. That's my position.
Wasn't it that?
Can I just say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a bunch of people, you guys sent me to some chats, and I went on there and someone told me they wanted to I got it recorded on my iPad. They wanted to put a plastic bag over my head and kill me.
Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that, Tracy.
Yesterday, what?
I'm really sorry to hear that. That's unacceptable.
Yeah, that was not cool. So that was why I came up here, is because you guys were talking about this, and I'm like, I really feel like it's happening on both sides, and I don't agree with it either way.
I always disagree with calls for violence. Like, whoever went into your comment section and said that, like, is deplorable. That's sick, right?
No, they didn't say it in the comments. They said it in the chat. I hit screen record on my phone.
Okay, well, just hear me out. Just hear me out, Tracy. I think that's despicable. I think that's deplorable. I think that's sick. And hopefully that's something that any good person could agree to, right? But still, yet there's a big difference between a random person saying that in a TikTok comment section and the president of the United States of America doing it from the Oval Office on Twitter.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Right. Like big difference. Really big. But both are wrong.
Correct. For the president, I think that makes an image, though, that it's bad for, like, you know what I mean? People get they're gonna take that as, oh, I could do that now. You know what I mean?
Well, but they're gonna
On
take it
both
like
sides.
so. No. So when Donald Trump says that he wants to execute Democrats, what his followers are gonna take that as, I need to execute that Democrat.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but
Are you kidding me? Donald Trump is the most powerful and the most influential human alive. Okay? It is so wildly and totally unacceptable for Donald Trump to say that Democrats deserve to die. Okay? That should be a red line that any reasonable person holds against him as president. And quite frankly, those that know he said this yesterday and still like consciously decide to continue to support him are sick.
I mean that is not cool that he said that. But I came to tell you like the chats that I was sent to and like how I was really mistreated, and even people messaged me and said like, I don't have your political views, but you know that's not cool. That wasn't right.
Wait, Tracy, we agree. That is horrible. No one's advocating for violence here. We're saying that the president of the United States, though, has actively called for the execution of Democrats, for straight up just advocating for people to uphold the Constitution, defend the Constitution, and to not abide by unlawful orders.
So I guess my question to you, Tracy, would be, do you still support Trump?
I mean, I'm really not sure at this point how to feel about anything, just because, you know, there's a lot of, I mean, I really don't think presidents should be on social media at all, to be honest.
I think it's important for the president to be on social media interacting with his constituents, right? But like definitely not like calling for the death of his political opponents.
Correct, but I just don't. I just think that no president, in my opinion, if you're mature enough and you're the president and you're the face of this country, you should not be on social media.
No, the reason why they should be on social media is because that's where most people get their media these days. The issue is not being on social media. The issue is when he's from the toilet posting that we should execute Democrats. Like, genuinely, like, that's the issue. It's not the issue with them just being on social media. It's an issue with how he's acting on social media.
Right. What about, though, there was Democrats that were interacting on social media? Like,
I've never seen a Democratic elected official, right, say that like Republicans should be literally executed. But I have seen a Democratic elected official say that the children of his political opponent, like if they were to die, he wouldn't care. Jay Jones. And honestly, Jay Jones, right, should have been replaced for that. Jay Jones should have dropped out, and there should have been another Democrat that stepped up for that. And because of that, I don't support Jay Jones.
Right. I really like, it's a messed up world out there, and I think that the president should be the face of the country, and what you say and do is reflected.
So Tracy, I guess what I ask you at this point, do you have an argument insofar as why you support Trump as president, or should we move on to the next guest?
Well, I mean, that's new, what I just heard. You know, this is new to me about the hanging thing. But
you don't hear me?
We're going to move on. Hey, Mason, do you support Trump?
Mason, you please change your mind.
Yes, I do support Trump.
Okay.
And
before we hop
what you're
into
saying
things,
about Trump saying that he was going to hang Democrats for not obeying by his orders, the military or something, I honestly just looked it up because I wanted to see what it said, and he put out on the news thing, I don't know how true this is, but it says he did not mean to. Here, let me just go look at it real quick and read it real quick.
How about this? Go get your resources. Go get whatever you need. I'm going to thank a couple people, and then here in maybe like 30 seconds, we'll pass the mic back to you, and you could like give whatever response you want. Okay?
All
right. Sounds absolutely fantastic. Are you going to stick around for this debate, Parker?
I don't think I have time to stick around for the full debate. I might be able to stick around for like a point or two.
Okay.
But I don't have time for the whole debate. But I will be like this next upcoming week. I'll have plenty of time to join in and debate with you because my girlfriend's going to be out of town.
All right, sounds good. All right, yeah, let me thank a couple people here real quick. Zach, thank you so much for the $20 over at Venmo. Thank you, Zach. Zach with the 20 says, Grifter tried to get clips from you, but got cooked. Dude, that guy got cooked. Oh my God, he was terrible though. Thank you for the $20, Zach. Let's get 200 Zach W's. Jojo, thank you for the $10, who says, guest started with the unlawful order. Service members can go to the orders project if they are unsure. If they are unsure about an order, you missed my previous donation. Oh, Jojo, well, thank you so much for letting me know, and I am sorry that I missed your previous donation. Thank you for the $10. Kaylee, thank you for the $5 who says you cursed his bloodline, but I'm not confident he will reproduce. Yeah, me neither. Shays, thank you for the $5 over at Venmo saying fake news. Rudy with the $1 and Hannah with the 2. Thank you guys so much. Sonny with the $10 who says that last guy's gave me a headache. It's honestly embarrassing. It is honestly embarrassing. Yup. RF, thank you for the $5 too. Danny, thank you so much for the $20. Dude, huge shout out to Danny in that chat for the $20. Thank you so much. Danny with the 20 says my husband is watching too. Please tell him that I love him. Yo, Danny's husband. Danny loves you. I love you both. Thank you so much for the $20, my friend. Ray, thank you for the $10. Saying, why was that last guy so obsessed with Charlie Chaplin? I don't know. Laura with the $10 who says, OMG, please keep going. Thank you so much for the love, Laura. Renee, thank you so much for the $10 who says, keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much for the love, Renan. And if I am mispronouncing your name, I do apologize. Christine with a 5 and Beth with a 5. Tahid with a 5. Julia with a 10 who says, once again, Charlie called black people, quote unquote, prowling blacks. Keep mocking you and I love you. Well, I love you too, Julia. And yeah, that is racist. So unbelievably racist. Gracie, thank you for the $10 who says, for you being genuine, having to put up with such an ignorant person. Please keep schooling them. Thank you so much, Gracie. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $10 too. Vintage with the 8. Zachary with the 10 who says, love this stream. Thank you so much for the love, Zachary. Carissa with the 2. And Shayla, dude, Shayla, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Shayla, what the fuck? Thank you so much for your kindness. I want to see 1,000 Shayla W's. That is Sheila. Thank you so much for your kindness, Shayla. And Rachel with the $50 on Venmo who says W Peen. W Rachel, thank you so much for your kindness. You guys have been going crazy today. By the way, I just want to bring that up. Seriously fucking crazy. And then Sydney with the $30 on PayPal who says, convince this guy must have a humiliation kink or something. So embarrassing. Dude, he had to have a humiliation kink, right? CC, thank you for the $10. Marley with a 2. Shannon with a 5. Rachel, thank you for the $10. She says, this has sparked so much joy. Thank you. Well, thank you for being here. Jennifer, thank you for the $10. Bailey with a 2. Justin with a 5. Alex with a 2. Jessica with a 10. Thank you so much, Jessica. Elizabeth with the $25 over at PayPal. Thank you, Elizabeth, who says, this guy, ... probably referring to that last guess. Yeah, you're crazy. Fucking nuts. And Ricardo, thank you for the $20. Who says, I just want to thank you for standing up for the Hispanic and immigrant community. Oh, Ricardo, it's common sense, okay? We shouldn't be like racially profiling people and detaining them based on the color of their skin. Fucking common sense. Ricardo, thank you so much for the $20. And Addie, thank you so much for the $15. You're awesome. Go ahead and take it away, man. I think that you had an argument in response to Donald Trump calling for the execution of Democrats. Take it away.
Yeah, I just went and looked at it, and he said he was referring to, in the old days, if you had said something like this, it was executable by death. That's what he said.
Okay, well, let's actually just take a look at what he said since we happen to have it all up in a really pretty clean video. The president of the United States Constitution, then Donald Trump, wants you dead. So here's everything that you need to know. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. He responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner titled, Democratic Veterans in Congress urge service members to refuse unspecified unlawful orders by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, this is seditious behavior punishable by death. And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, hang them, George Washington would.
And by the way, I just want to let you know, the profile picture of that individual is a neo-Nazi symbol. It's called the Iron Cross. It's literally a symbol that neo-Nazis use. So that is blatantly obvious, something that he could have looked at. It's also a symbol that the KKK uses constantly all the time. That's if people have seen that picture before. So like that's something that he should have been able to see. He posted that, reposted that, retruthed it from a neo-Nazi account, literally saying that.
Oh, and another thing, I have one more point here. So I do agree with ICE taking immigrants out of our country, because I live in Texas, okay? And I live near one of the the biggest growing settlement of illegal immigrants in the state of Texas. And they find, I want to say, 4 or 5 bodies a week out there.
So are you
Dead.
suggesting that undocumented immigrants have a propensity and trend of violent crime?
Yes, I am.
Well, that's fake news. Okay, fake news, quite frankly. So, PNAS has been tracking crime rates in this country since the 19th century, and it's the case that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes on American soil, 3 times less likely to commit property crimes on American soil, and 3.5 times less likely to commit petty crimes on American soil when compared to American citizens. So, wrong, quite frankly. But I mean, hey, if you want to respond to either myself or Parker as it relates to Donald Trump
99% of the
literally
people.
calling for the execution of Democrats, that would be great.
The execution of Democrats. Okay, so I did not know what you just said. Like, I didn't see the actual comments. I was just reading it off. Like, I'm not saying that he didn't say it. I was just reading it off of a article that I had read before. Like, whenever you.
Wait, we just showed you a video of it literally being on
So,
your screen.
what do you think my view is on that? I don't think it's right.
No, but
At
is
all.
it at a point where you're like, okay, I don't support this guy anymore? Can you
No.
imagine if Joe Biden? Wait, okay, so what could Donald Trump do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Because even though he said that,
Wait, hold up. What could Trump do that would get you to stop supporting him?
let's see. Honestly, do something with. Let's see. If he said something like that and he actually did it, yes, I would stop supporting him.
Okay, if he actually did. Okay, so if he went on to Fifth Avenue in New York and he unalived someone indiscriminately, would you still support him?
No, but still,
No, you wouldn't.
I know all of these things he's saying. He probably won't do it.
Okay, so if he threatened to murder some of his political opponents, right? Would you support him in that context?
Okay, we could what if all day, but he hasn't done that yet.
Oh no, I'm just asking you. If he did this, would you support him still?
If he was a better candidate than the other person.
Oh, wait. Why didn't you say that in the other scenario? Well, I'm asking, would he be the better candidate under your view if he threatened to murder Democrats in Congress?
Depends on who the other candidate is, but I'm not doing this.
Kamala Harris. If the other candidate is Kamala Harris,
then yes, probably.
You would vote for him?
Yes.
Okay, so dude, literally, like, if he so he would actually have to execute
What
the
about
Democrats.
this? What if like he actually exploited, like sexually exploited women or girls?
But he doesn't.
Okay, but I know he hasn't.
What if he did?
No. So just real quick, I know Donald Trump has not sexually exploited women or girls. Like, Donald Trump is actually a pretty good guy. All right, I just disagree with his policy. All right, all the people in the chat spamming he did, like, they're just crazy liberals. Ignore them. I'm an independent. Okay, I'm the moderate. I'm the sensible person. Hypothetically, if Donald Trump did sexually exploit naked women and/or naked girls, then would you still support him as president?
Okay, I know you're gonna pull up the video of him saying that he walked into the room.
What?
Yes, all that.
Wait.
Wait, what video are you talking about?
Yeah. That wasn't even sexual exploitation. It
Hold
was
up.
just like locker room talk
Yeah,
or something.
yeah.
But,
Wait.
just like,
So what are you talking about?
Yeah. It's just
So
like,
would you, in that context, would you support him?
yeah, if he sexually exploited naked women and or naked girls, would you still support him as president?
I honestly don't know.
You
okay, for what he's doing.
Can we just get a little bit more of a clear answer here?
For what he's doing with our country, like the tariffs and building more factories in the country. Yes,
okay, so
I would support him on that view.
If it was the case that he sexually hold up. So hold up. If he sexually exploited women and girls, and you knew that was the case, would you still support him?
So you're basically calling him a pedophile?
I'm asking, if he sexually exploited women and girls, would you still support him?
Let's just get a yes or no.
Yeah.
Okay, well, he did, and he bragged about it. He admitted to it himself. We were lying to you completely, 100%. He did. He literally sexually exploited women and girls.
Parker.
He bragged about doing so.
Parker, he said
All
yes.
right, can you pull up the clip, please?
Why? Why? What would the relevance be? You just said that you'd still support him.
Pull up the clip, and I want to see. I want to see.
No, he said he wouldn't support him.
No, he did?
Yeah.
I thought that you asked.
Pull up the clip, please.
I thought that you asked.
Just pull up the clip, please.
Wait, Mason, can you clarify here? Because I thought that Parker asked, "Would you still support him?" and you said yes. Did you mean to say that you wouldn't support him?
So, honestly, pull up the clip first. Let me see if it's
maybe I misinterpreted.
Let's just clear. Like, so would you still support Trump? Like, yes or no? Yes being you would, no being you wouldn't. Would you still support Trump if he was proven beyond a reasonable shadow of doubt to have sexually exploited naked women and or kids?
So
you already answered the question. We're just looking for
if
clarification.
it was to grown women, yes, I probably would.
You would still support him if it was to grown women. But what about if it was to minors?
No, probably not.
So why would you support him in one scenario but not the other? What's the relevant difference between the sexual exploitation of adults and the sexual exploitation of children?
So has he actually
makes
been convicted of these crimes?
Just answer my question. What's the relevant difference between the sexual exploitation of adults and the sexual exploitation of children that makes one enough to stop supporting him, but the other not enough to stop supporting him?
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you. See, I don't really know very much about politics. Like, I don't follow all of the stuff.
You don't need to. Any reasonable human being can listen to what we're saying right now and say, "Oh, I don't support Donald Trump." Genuinely.
Okay, but how do I know the stuff y'all are saying is true?
Because we can play a video of him fucking admitting to doing it. We can show you the court documents. He was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. We can literally show you all of this. He literally has admitted to sexually exploiting kids. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He sexualized his daughter, saying that to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass, saying his daughter that he'd be dating her if it wasn't his daughter, right? Calling her voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive, and saying that he had sex in common with his daughter.
Yeah, I don't know about it. You're gonna have to show me, man.
He said all of these
You could
things.
also
We
say
can
as
play
the
them.
owner of the pageant, it's your obligation.
All right, I'm
to
going to get
do
going.
that.
So you have done that.
He's not
Well,
parking.
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So, how, I don't know how to put this, okay? How, has anyone came forward saying this is all true, that he did all this?
Yeah.
Then why hasn't he been convicted of a crime or anything like that?
Good question. I wish I knew the answer to that myself, but it's a question decoupled and separate from the fact that we know that he did it, since he said that he did it, and the victim said that he did it.
So, all right. So I have honestly one more question. I'm going inside this restaurant to go eat. So the Epstein files came out, right? I've seen that somewhere.
No.
They released them?
Well, how about we use the time that you want to use to ask your last question to respond to that clip?
All right. Honestly, I think what he's doing for the country is great.
Yeah, you said that he was doing what? Bringing more manufacturing back into America? Well, investment into
bringing more jobs to America.
Yeah, so our unemployment rate has been going up since January. There's now more unemployed Americans than there is open job opportunities. GDP growth is down 1% compared to last year under Biden. And investment into American manufacturing, the money that builds the factories, is now going down every single fiscal quarter when it was going up and up and up for 3 years straight under Biden. So, you're trying to say, I still support Trump as president, even though he sexually exploited women and girls and called for the death of Democrats because you think he's good for our economy? When in all reality, he's destroying that too.
Honestly, I work in oil and gas, so I have seen more, there's more jobs right now than there ever was under Biden.
Actually, that's also true. If you go to EI.gov, there's been an ever-slimming amount of jobs inside of oil and gas because the means to produce crude oil are getting more efficient with things such as fracking since the 70s. Not to mention that under the Biden-Harris administration, this country produced the most crude oil it ever has. The most crude oil ever produced in any given month under Trump in his first term was 12.3 million barrels of oil per day in December of 2023. No, December of 2019. Meanwhile, from July of 2023 until the end of the Biden-Harris administration, they produced more than 13 million barrels of oil per day every day.
Oh, nice to know. Well, it may just be a seasonal thing, but I don't know, man.
Well, I don't think that your anecdotal experiences speak for the country as a whole, right? Just because I go outside and it's a little bit chilly here in Colorado doesn't mean that it's also chilly in LA.
Yeah, you're right. Not gonna lie, I really don't know that much about politics. I just know I like Donald Trump, man. honestly.
Well, I don't think that you know why you like Donald Trump. I think that you're experiencing something called cognitive dissonance because many Americans suffer from the syndrome. Well, although they may be intelligent, although they may have a brain, although they're smart enough to get a degree in college, for whatever reason, the moment it comes to politics, they act like toddlers watching Cocomelon on a sticky iPad. It's like this herd mentality, this sheep-like mind. It's a virus that just eats away at you and makes you ignore your rational faculties and uphold your own like emotional like propagandistic trains of thought over like rhyme, reason, and logic.
You may be right, but I just know if Kamala Harris was president right now, this country wouldn't be
This
the
country
same as it is.
Well, exactly. It wouldn't be the same as it is because it'd be better.
All right, can you show me like a few good points that Kamala Harris had?
Well, I don't know why it's relevant considering the fact that she lost the election a year ago, but yeah, for sure, increasing the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,400 from the second to the fifth, and $3,000 from the fifth to the 17th. This would have reduced childhood poverty by over 40% and enabled new families to be better off to raise their children in a better environment, not only ensuring better outcomes right now, but also better outcomes for the future generations of Americans.
Oh. Well, I did hear something about Trump with tax cuts also. So,
well, according to the Center Budget and Policy Priorities, his big, beautiful tax cuts were only big, beautiful tax cuts for the top 50% of income earners. Meanwhile, anybody making at or under $51,000 per year is going to have a lower level of purchasing power because of the big, beautiful bill, including other like heinous, provisions such as the removal of 10 million people from Medicaid, defunding Medicaid by $900 billion, the removal of 300 people from food stamps, or defunding food stamps by $156 billion. Now, if you've got to go to that dinner, feel free. I can move on to our next guest, Michael. Mason, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, you take care. We're going to go to get that next Trump supporter up in here right now. If you're a part of the 15.8 thousand people hanging out with us watching the stream for the day, good to have you in here. If you've never seen the live before, my name is Dean Withers, and we debate Trump supporters. We try to get more Americans on the right side of history, because right now they're on the wrong side of history. Welcome in, buddy. Been a while.
Hey, baby girl.
Don't call me baby girl. You can call me Dean. You could call me a lot of things, but don't call me baby girl. It's a little bit weird.
Yeah. It's freedom of speech. Don't take it from me.
Well, you have the ability to call me baby girl. That doesn't mean that I want you to call me baby girl.
I do. Want one hand and shit in the other and see which one fills up first.
Well, I have the ability to call you spineless cult member, and only one of us would be right.
Hey, you can call me whatever you want to.
Okay, you got it. I'll call you spineless cult member.
That's I'm not going to take away your freedom of speech, bro.
So you're pro-Trump, right?
I am. I'm
Why?
pro-Republican.
So what do you like about Trump?
You know, it takes a man to lead the country. I totally agree with that.
It takes wait. Do you think that like men are like more logical and less emotional than women?
I think the majority of more. Let me just say that more people, the American public spoke on all that, so I don't have to defend what more people seem to think is better for the country.
Wait. So you're admitting that the only reason Trump won the election is because of misogyny? You didn't think about that one. Silly fucking goose. Silly fucking. Are you saying that the American people spoke and only voted for Trump because men are better leading than women, which is just a misogynistic lie, which I could debunk in like 3 seconds.
I don't know.
So in other words, your only argument is that Donald Trump is a good president, not because of his policy, not because of his character, not because of the direction he wants to take in America in, but rather the only reason he won the election is literally because of a misogynistic lie. And by the way, the reason why it is a misogynistic lie to posit that men are more logical and less emotional than women is because, well, it's just quite frankly false. Not only are women biologically designed to be less emotional and be able to deal with and handle stress better than men because they have thicker spines in the context of the dendrites in the brains because of evolution, giving them that ability to have higher stress and pain tolerance because they can give birth. But we also see this to be empirically true in fields that are dominated by emotion. They're also dominated by men, like violent crime, like suicide, like reckless driving, drunk driving, abusing hard drugs as an unhealthy coping mechanism to deal with and process emotions. Then fields that are dominated by logic are dominated by women, like surgery. AMA told us that if you're performed on by a female compared to a male, you're more likely to have a successful surgery. That was a study done on 1.4 million patients worldwide. And school, they're more likely to get better grades, more degrees. There's a positive association between IQ and emotional regulation and grades. And short-term investment in the stock market. Women think things through better, therefore they perform better in investment. And what else? EQ scores are higher on average. IQ scores are higher on average. So in other words, right, the notion that men are better at leading than women is just a misogynistic lie able to be debunked in around 3 seconds. And you're telling us, that's the reason why Trump won the election. So in other words, Trump won the election on a lie.
Oh man, wow. You said a whole lot there that I didn't say, that you're trying to force down my throat, and I don't appreciate it. So
the only person who's trying to force anything down your throat is the shit Donald Trump stuffs down it every day.
Do you mind if I speak, or are you just gonna interrupt me?
No, I don't mind. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'll ask you this. Do you remember what I said in the beginning as to why I voted for Donald Trump?
Yeah, he said because you support Trump, you support Republicans, and I think that a man needs to lead.
I'm sorry, I got a phone call. You'll have to, no. I said because men need to lead the country, is what I said.
Why?
What are you going to do? Interrupt me and go on a 5-minute monologue as to...
No, I just asked you why.
But yet, you got what, 47, 48 million people that agree with me?
I'm just asking you why you think...
Are you arguing with them, or are you arguing with me?
I'll argue with all of y'all, and I'll beat you all too. So okay. Why do you think we need a man to lead? So why do you think we need a man to lead?
Well, that's just my personal opinion.
Well, can you give like reason for the opinion, or is it baseless?
Well, I mean, you see, how'd Hillary do? Not too good. What about Sarah Palin? How'd she do?
Would you argue that Hillary didn't do too good because she's a woman?
Dean, I wasn't done.
How'd Biden do? How'd Biden do?
Do you mind?
How'd Biden do? How'd Biden do?
Do you mind?
No.
Do you mind?
No. How'd Biden do? No. How'd Biden do?
Do you mind?
No. How'd Biden do?
Just no.
How'd Biden do?
Okay.
How'd Biden do, Mr. Trump supporter? How'd Biden do, Mr. Trump supporter? How did Biden do, Mr. Trump supporter? How did Biden do? How did Biden do?
Say it louder.
How did Biden do? How did Biden do?
Say it louder.
How did Biden do?
Calm down. Stop crashing out, Dean.
I'm calm. Answer my question. How do you think Biden did?
Crashing out, bro.
Why won't you answer the question? How do you think Biden did? Because according to your logic, you'd have to say, because he's a man.
No, let's back up.
According to your logic, you'd have to say that Biden did good because he's a man, because you're using the example of Hillary Clinton, arguing that she did poorly because she's a woman. Therefore, because Biden's a man, he did good. But obviously, right, you're a Trump supporter. You think that Biden was like a traitor to the nation, like terrible president, caused inflation, terrible, right? Therefore, you'd argue that he did bad just like Hillary did bad, thereby disputing your logic that men are better at leading than women and your evidence for it. So once again, I will ask you one last time, how did Biden do?
But we're not there yet, Dean.
Yes, we are. See, how did Biden do?
I got to Hillary Clinton,
right?
Sarah
how did
Palin,
Biden do?
And then you have redirected the conversation.
Are you scared to answer the question, little bro?
Are you scared to let me finish?
No, I want you to answer my question, little bro. How did Biden do?
I know what you want.
How did Biden do? Are we gonna do this again?
Huh?
Are we seriously gonna do this again?
You're doing it, Dean.
Oh my God!
You're totally doing it, Dean.
Oh right, boom.
You're totally doing it.
Boom.
You're totally doing
it again.
Yep, there you are. You always do it, Dean. How do you do it and then play the victim? That's so funny. That's so feminine. That's so feminine. So, the American people have spoken. There's a reason we haven't had a female run the country. I don't know what it is, and you don't either. You can come with all your facts and statistics, but the reality is, men realize that, and about 25 to 50% of the women agree also. So, there you go. Start your timer for your monologue, and let's see how far you get.
Okay, I'm going to respond and debunk that all, but before I do, how do you think Biden did as president?
No, you have to speak on what I'm talking about.
I will after you answer the question. It's just one word. Did
No,
Biden do
no,
good? Did Biden do bad?
No, it don't work that way. See, we were taking the conversation
Oh
in
wait,
one direction.
wait, sir. You actually said that after I
Dean,
started the timer.
it would be very polite if you'd let other people. Are you not going to stop the timer when you interrupt?
I just want to make sure that you could answer the question. What's the answer to the question?
But we haven't got to a question.
Yeah, I've been asking this for the last 10 minutes.
Because you went on a 3-minute monologue and muted my mic.
Hey, sir, I've been asking this question for the last 10 minutes. How do you think Biden did as president?
I love it.
Okay, so by the way, everybody, what you're witnessing today is Trump supporters having an inability to answer my question because they know I'm smarter than them, and they know that I've debunked their argument. So the reason why he doesn't want to give like a cogent response to the question that I'm asking, which would seriously just be a yes or no, is because in doing so, he'd refute his own logic. He suggested that Hillary did poorly, therefore women are bad at leading. But when he suggests that Biden did poorly, which of course would be how he feels since he's a Trump supporter, he's refuting that own logic. Now, I guess I'll just go ahead and respond to everything he said. Right, so hopefully we could open the door wider to him answering the question on top of the phone screen. So he suggested, well, guess what? We've seen a lot of men like vote against women. We've seen a lot of men do this and that, right? And the women lost, the people spoke. So point number one, you're appealing to what like majority of individuals think, or a lot of individuals think. It's called an ad populist fallacy. Just because a lot of people think something doesn't mean that it's true. Like for instance, for most of human history, people thought the earth was flat. That didn't mean that the earth was actually flat. For most of human history, they thought that it was totally morally acceptable for a 45-year-old man to sleep with a 14-year-old girl. That doesn't mean that it was actually acceptable for a 45-year-old man to sleep with a 14-year-old girl. In fact, using your logic, you'd be forced into the conclusion that child rape is okay, right? Which of course is something you might already think since you're a dirty Trump supporter. But more so just to respond to why a lot of people in general do think that men are better at leading than women in society today is because of the perpetuation of the patriarchy, the perpetuation of systemic misogyny, and the perpetuation of a lie as old as time, which is that men are better than women. I believe this lie is inherently rooted within the male ego and you wanting to have a better self-image of yourself. But because men are less emotionally mature on average when compared to women, you don't cope with this like fact of wanting a good self-image maturely. You don't cope with this fact of wanting to give self-image by bettering yourself. Instead, you cope with this fact of wanting a better self-image by projecting your own insecurities onto the women around you. So at the end of the day, you can say, well, in relativity to the inferior women that I've deemed as inferior, I as a superior man am better than them, therefore I'm better than 50% of society. But ultimately speaking, once we start exploring the nuances, the facts, and the reason behind this claim that men are better than women, that men are better at leading than women, we come up shorthanded. This is why I was able to give you around a 3-minute reduction on that claim, detailing every single reason why it's false, going through the science, going through the empirics, going through the underlying biology, and you were only able to respond to, well, guess what? There's also a lot of other misogynistic men that agree with me. So I guess my question in response would A, be, how do you think Biden did? And B, it would be, well, does this mean that if you were teleported back into the world 500 years ago, where vast majority of all people alive thought that child rape was okay, that you would argue that because of that, therefore it was okay? Go ahead. By the way, the timer's still running.
It's running your mute button, bro.
No response. No response. Get cooked. Get cooked, Grandpa. What? Literally no fucking response. He's literally silent. Nothing to say? Come on, I thought that you're a big, strong man with a big brain, big IQ, and great leadership ability. You don't have a single response? Oh, I think that you... Yeah, so what is a response? What is it?
I have a response.
Yeah.
Number one, respect your guest more than interrupt him all.
Okay, I'll respect you as soon as you respect women. I don't know if that day will ever come.
No, it's not about respect for women. It's the facts.
Okay. Well, if it was a fact, then you'd be able to argue it. If it was a fact, then you'd be able to respond to my counter argument. If it was a fact, then you'd be able to like recognize, right, like the simple logical fallacies that exist in your argument, such as the notion, right, that like for whatever reason, just because a lot of people believe something, it doesn't make it true. If it was a fact, then you'd be able to give me like one shred of evidence, right? So obviously, we're not going to call it a fact. You're basically arguing that you think it's a fact because you think it's a fact, right? Like, I mean, like literally, like the logic of a toddler.
Well, we already conceded on the whole abortion thing. Okay, so if you would stop muting and have a grown folks conversation,
okay,
we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. I simply said, hold on, just listen, Dean. I simply said that I personally feel like men and the country as a whole decided that men
decided
eat
that
better than women. Okay. Also, there are
So,
millions of
so could you
other
respond to
people
the counter argument that I gave you?
Okay, I can.
Then
The
do it.
facts speak for themselves. There's a reason that women have never been president of the United States.
Okay, so would you argue if a white supremacist said in 2007 that there's a reason why a black person has never been the president of the United States of America is because black people are worse at leading than white people?
That doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. Nice pivot.
Okay, yeah, for sure it does. Because what we're doing is we're taking your argument, we're taking it outside of the dynamic of gender, and we're putting it inside of the dynamic of race. If your logic wouldn't track in the dynamic of race, then it wouldn't track in the dynamic of gender. I'm so sorry that I have to explain logic to you like you're 5, but I understandably so, because only 5-year-olds think that men are better at
Let's see
leading
if
than
I'm
women.
muted. Let's see if I'm muted.
Well, I mean,
Let's see if I'm
I muted you metaphorically with an
Oh,
argument you
look,
can't
look,
respond
for
to.
once I'm not muted. Do you see how I listen to them? Okay, so like I said, gender and race are not the same.
Okay, so
Your
what is the
logic-
relevant
your
difference
logic-
between
your
gender
logic
and
is
race?
false.
So what is the relevant difference between gender and
child,
race?
baby girl.
Hey, one
Okay,
second.
calm
One
down,
second.
stop.
What is the relevant difference between gender and race that means because we've never had a woman president that therefore women are worse at leading than men? But in 2007, although we never had a black president, black people are not worse at leading than white people, right? I would argue that there's no relevant distinction between gender and race in a conversation about if one race or if one gender is better at leading than another race or another gender, because I believe that both gender and race have absolutely no relevance and bear no input into one's leadership ability. So thereby, because these two dynamics, right, of race and gender would be relevant within all senses to your argument, because your logic does not hold up in the context of race, therefore it wouldn't hold up in the context of gender either. Now, if you'd like to refute, right, what I'm saying, which is, by the way, objectively true, feel free to refute it by telling me the relevant distinctions between gender and race that means gender is relevant to one's leadership ability, but race is not. And hopefully the conclusion here is that neither are relevant, not that race is too. I'm not trying to convince you to be racist.
Look. Okay, let's start here. First off, stop muting.
I'll do what I want. That's my right, right?
Childish.
Earlier you defended calling me baby girl by saying it was your right to do so. Well, it's my right to mute you.
Baby girl.
Right, I think that you need to suck it up. It's my right to mute you. Deal with it.
Oh, calm down, Dean.
I'm calm. I'm just exercising my rights.
Calm down. Hey,
Oh wait, I'm calm. Wait. Are you saying that I'm emotional?
Get your anxiety pill.
Wait. So you're saying that I'm emotional, right?
Down. Calm down. I just said calm down.
Okay, calm
I
down
just
from
said
what?
calm down.
Calm
I
down
just
from
said
what?
calm down.
Calm down from what? Calm down from what? Calm down from what? Calm down from my emotions? Wait, but I'm a man, and I thought that you're arguing that men aren't emotional.
Now that you're calm, right? So I don't know what you think race and gender have to do with anything, but you noticed when we got.
Can you come closer to your mic, little bro?
You noticed when we got a male, when we got our first, whatever y'all, black, African American, I mean, God, heaven forbid, I don't use the right word, but whatever, it still ended up being a man. Is that weird?
Oh, okay. So then once again, what makes men better at leading than women?
What? I don't know. You tell me.
Oh wait, so if you don't know that men are better at leading than women, then how do you know that men are better at leading than women? Fucking idiot. Oh my God, this guy has 3 brain cells. I don't know. My name is Buddy, and I don't know. I don't know what makes men better at leading than women. And then how do you know men are better at leading than women?
The most votes turned in for any president was a black man.
That's not true.
So
It's for
what's your
Biden.
argument? What's your
That's
black
not
man?
that. I wish it was for Obama.
That's fake. We all know it was. Man, they were busting them in to vote for that dude. Come on, man, stop the cap.
Oh, so you think that the 2020 election was fake? All right, chat. Let's go and host a quick poll. Is this guy like worth continuing to talk to? Like, is he? Like, just to be honest, you could be honest. Is he worth continuing to talk to? No. All right, let's go and get him out of here. Why has everybody like this come up today? Like, just like undeniably insufferable. Like, it's fucking nuts, crazy. Like everybody. Oh my god. So insufferable. You know, it's definitely a skill that I've developed to keep my cool in these scenarios. It's just like nearly impossible. What's going on? Do you support Trump? Hello, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. Can you hear me?
Age, please.
Hello? What did you say?
Age.
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2004.
You'd be 20 or no, 21. Well, you'd be 20 or 21, but not 19. Hello. Oh, all right. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. We got the next guest connecting to the stream, guys. Only op instead of that QVR, an American adult that supports Trump. Got a couple people to thank. Stacy, thank you so much for the $45 over on Venmo. Thank you,
I don't
Stacy.
support Trump, but I'm fuming because these men are so disgusting, and I'm angry.
Me fucking too. We love you. We love you. We love you. Moving on to the next Trump supporter. We love you. I'm fuming as well. We love you. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. But seriously, Stacy, thank you so much for the $45 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for your kindness. If you are watching, please show some love to Stacy down below for the $45. I also want to make sure that we have an opportunity here to read out Stacy's message. Let's go and load it up right now. Stacy with a $45 says, thank you for schooling the misogynistic pigs today.
Yes.
The
no.
was a total jerk. Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. Stacy, thank you for being here. Thank you for the $45. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
I do not, but my husband does. And he would like to talk to you. Here.
Okay.
man.
Yeah, sounds good. Hey, man, what's your
Please
name?
do not block my account because he's an asshole. Go ahead.
Hey, man, what's your name?
Joseph.
Joseph. Quickly before I talk to you, do you mind if I just thank a couple people that have donated to the stream? Individuals?
No, I don't care what you do.
All right, I appreciate that, Joseph. It'll only take me a minute. Kaylin, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for the love, Kaylin. Shauna with a $20 who says, here's $20 for some Momo treats. Oh, thank you so much, Shauna. Show some love to Shauna in that chat for the 20. Robert with a 2, Benjamin with a 5, Shannon with a 1, Lauren with a 5, Mila with a 5, Acacia, thank you for the $10 who says Hillary won the popular vote. Fuck Acacia, that would have been a good point to make. Thank you so much for the $10. Fuck, what a good point. And Mackenzie, thank you for the $5 who says, I hate how short YouTube super chats are, but look at MTG's X account. Okay, I'll take a look. Benjamin, thank you for the 5. And Hannah with the $20 who says, as a female Marine in combat arms, I'd love to see that last guest try to do my job. Oh, he fucking couldn't do it. Thank you so much for the $20, Hannah. Amanda with the $10 who says, I truly appreciate the work that you're doing. Thank you so much, Amanda. Shiloh, thank you for the $10 who says, what are your thoughts on Trump's meeting with Mamdani? I went over them at the beginning of the stream, so you could just scroll back to that on YouTube. They're very, very interesting. That motherfucker was glazing Mamdani. Definitely really confusing. Lily, thank you for the $7. Show some love to Lily in that chat. Gracie with a 5. Martin with a 1. And Shelly, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much, Shelly. Shelly with a $50 over on Venmo says, it's my birthday today. Thank you for giving such reasonable and rational arguments, Dean. Oh, happy birthday, Shelly. If I could please have everybody watching show some love to Shelly down below in that comment section for the 50 big ones. That mean the absolute world to me. Happy birthday. Then Gabriella with a 10 and Jessica with a 10, Lillian with a 5, and Tabitha with the 5. Thank you guys so much. We're all caught up over on Venmo. I think that there's a couple people I also need to thank on PayPal. According to Chloe, $2 on PayPal says MTG is resigning her seat effective January 5th. Damn. She's really just hopping out of politics. Ashley with a $5 saying the same thing. Holy shit. Megan with a $5 says, keep giving them hell. Ella with a $10 says, supporting you from Australia. Shout out to you, Ellie, and shout out to Australia. Hannah, thank you for the $45 over on PayPal, who says, it's hilarious watching you fry these bigots. Oh my God. Yeah, they're crazy. I appreciate you for being here. I really hope that you're enjoying the stream. And thank you once again for the $45 on PayPal. Show some love to Anna down below in that chat for the $45. And then Addie with a $15. Thank you so much, Addie. Melanie with a 10. And Max with a 5. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Joseph, I really do appreciate you for your patience. I'm going to go and pass the mic off to you.
Oh,
now.
yeah.
If you'd like to tell us why you support this tyrannical predator president, Mr. Trump, the mic is yours.
Oh, no, I don't support him at all. I lean right and I lean left. I'm not necessarily for one or the other. I would like to see our president succeed just like anybody else would.
Why did your wife have you pop on the stream?
Well, it was really like the questioning you were having with the previous guy. I can't think of his name now. The ridiculous one, whichever
Talking
one.
about the Hillary emails and the email.
What was the guy you were talking to previously?
His name was Buddy, and he was arguing that men are better at leading than women.
No, maybe it was the one before that. I'm not really sure. But I'm just trying to figure out exactly your viewpoint on how can you sit there in the position that you're in and defend the left when they're guilty of the same child predatory acts that the right is.
It's just simply not true. Couldn't even find as much as a fucking parking ticket on Kamala Harris. Why should I baselessly assume that she's a child
Oh
rapist?
no, I'm not talking about Kamala at all. I'm not even talking about Biden. Like,
Okay, so you're not talking about the person that I
Every
voted
week
for the election, right?
no.
Right. Listen, Jessica, I appreciate you so much for coming up. Just because your husband here does not support Trump as president, unfortunately, I will be moving on to the next guest, but you two do take care. We are going to move on to the next guest. Now, what I will say here is that for the people on the left, right, in like Congress that are like guilty of those crimes, I think that they deserve to be shown the same energy and thrown out of office, right? I'm not like a partisan hack. I don't think just because, like for whatever reason, you're a Democrat that means that you deserve to be able to get away scot-free with child sex exploitation. And I would urge everybody to hold that same perspective. Like pedophilia is not a partisan issue. We shouldn't treat it as one. And I honestly think the only individuals that are guilty of treating it as a partisan issue would be people on the right. Let's move on to the next guest. Right now, though, this next guest will likely be the very last guest of the stream. So I think it was an interesting day, and I really appreciate everyone so much for showing up. Oh, it's also Friday. Wait, that means there's a new episode of Pluribus. Ooh, exciting. Yes, it came out an hour ago. My favorite show right now is Pluribus. It's on Apple TV, and I've been loving every single second of it, folks. Every single second of it I've been loving. Courtney with the $2 on Venmo just saying MTG is resigning in January. Yeah. I heard about that. Audrey, thank you for the $10 who says keep fighting the good fight. Thank you, Audrey. And Tracy with a 5. Charlotte with a 5. Thank you guys so much. What's up? Do you support Trump?
In a sense.
What does that mean?
So, in like history, when there was someone that kind of was like a catalyst, and then something else happens afterwards?
Yeah.
So, in the sense of what someone represents and does, that kind of is like catalyst for something to actually change.
So you think that Donald Trump is going to be the
support.
catalyst for like major social reformation? Do you wish that Kamala Harris would have won the last election?
No.
So we could have this catalyst for social change?
I don't. I am getting at the fact that
well, you
the
understand.
more
You
that
understand
you blur the line.
You understand that the catalyst here is just harm, right? The reason why like so many people got out on No King's Day 2.0 and protested is because immigrants are being beaten and tortured and starved in CCOT. So in other words, the catalyst would be, for an example, immigrants being beaten and tortured and starved. That's the catalyst. Okay, it's not Trump in of himself that's the catalyst. It's the harm that he's causing. So when you say that you support the catalyst here, you're saying that you're not really supporting Trump, but you're more so supporting Trump's action of like starving immigrants. No one should ever support starving immigrants. I don't think that, one's life and the torture of one's life is a negotiable. It's always wrong.
Well, I didn't say I support every single of those actions.
Well,
I just said
but the bad ones are the catalysts.
Whatever happens in the future after that individual is
I'm kicking him. So I usually don't really let people like that stay up on my life for too long. Just because like they're usually really brain rotted. Traffic Cone, appreciate you for the $10 over on Super Chat saying donating to celebrate MTG resigning from Congress. Happy Friday and Merry early Christmas. Yeah, man, I'm not gonna lie. I'm really happy that she's stepping down. She just shouldn't be an elected official. Okay, she just shouldn't be one. What's up? Do you support Trump, Derek? Derek, are you here?
Oh.
Yo, disconnect any type of Bluetooth device that you got connected to your phone, my friend.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. A little better. Do you have like headphones plugged in? Headset?
Yes.
Can you take that off?
Okay. Hold on.
Okay. Night and day, dude. So much better. So do you support Trump?
Hear me out, Dean. Let's make your vape pen great again.
What?
Let's make your vape pen great again.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Let's make your vape pen great again.
Are you MAGA?
I support your vape pen.
Okay, that's kind of weird.
Yes, I support your vape pen.
You really shouldn't. They're kind of deadly.
Yeah, but I thought it was an anxiety pen, pal.
Well, it is an anxiety pen.
No, you argue about that, and it's a vape pen, pal.
No, it's an anxiety pen.
I think it's a vape pen.
Yeah, and what's your evidence there, little bro?
Oh, it looks like a vape pen, so...
Oh, wait.
There's
So
that.
you're saying it looks like? I'm so sorry. This is like weak...
What's in that anxiety, pal?
One moment. This is weak circumstantial evidence at best, right? I'm so sorry that you lack a brain, right? And you lack the necessary components in order to construct an argument.
Here we go.
But you can't just say
Here
it
goes the
looks like
fast
this.
talk, guys.
I'm not talking fast. You're listening slow. You can't keep up. You can't track. Right. So do you have any evidence beyond just it looks like it in order to construct an argument? Like I'm so sorry, sir. If you look like Jesus because you haven't cut your hair in 10 years, Mr. Shaggy over here, does that make you a savior? Absolutely not. So you can't argue just because it quote unquote looks like a vape pen that therefore it is. Step up your game. This is pathetic.
Your vape pen makes me laugh every time I see it on TikTok.
Well, it's not a vape pen, sir. It's an anxiety pen.
You get so pissed off. It's so funny.
So you don't. So
you need to calm down, Dean.
You think that's
you
real?
need to calm the fuck down.
Wait. So, honestly, if you want me to be honest, I think that like the anxiety pin bit has really exposed right everything that the liberals have said about the right for so long now to be right and to be true. Right? You know, like the left likes to say. One moment. The left likes to say that the right doesn't have media literacy, and I feel like the anxiety pin bit like proved it. Like, bro, that was a satirical bit.
How's the weather in Grand Junction right now?
It's a little bit cold outside.
Yeah. I love Grand Junction. I really do.
Name 3 places in Grand Junction.
3 places in Grand Junction? Well, it's like in Mesa County, isn't it?
That's not a place in Grand Junction. That's a place Grand Junction is in, silly goose. Name 3 places in Grand Junction.
Well, I think there's Paleside and Clifton, right?
Clifton is a separate city than Grand Junction. Therefore, Clifton is not in Grand Junction. Name 3 places in Grand Junction since you love it so much.
Are you like saying like bars and stuff there?
Yeah, I mean, you said that you love it so much. I mean, why would you love it if you know nothing about it?
I went to the Cruisers bar right there by the hotel I stayed at. It's pretty nice.
Oh, nice, man. I
And
mean,
then
you'd fit in. Honestly,
Squallenwags.
you'd fit in real good in Grand Junction. We're full of a bunch of ignorant Trump supporters that don't know their right hand from their left hand. So come on in.
Why the hell do you move there? Live there then.
You'd work. You'd fit.
Well, why do you live there? If you hate it so much, why do you live there?
Well, because well, actually, I don't even need to answer that question. Why the fuck do I need to tell you? I was about to answer that question. And I was like, shit. Under what obligation do I have to answer that question? I don't have an obligation.
I think Delta is even more red. Huh.
No, Delta's a little bit more lame. So obviously you're a Trump supporter. Are you scared to give me an argument insofar as why?
No, I got to get back to work though.
Okay. Would you say that you have no reason to support Trump and you just do mindlessly?
I don't really support him. I don't really support anybody, but it's kind of funny. Like, you know, like I supported Biden because he was our president and he took a shit ton of my taxes.
Maria, thank you for the... Oh, by the way, under Biden's presidency, Donald Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was enacted. So you just said that Trump took a shit ton of your money. Well, yeah, now you don't care now that you figured out that it's Trump. Maria, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. He says, thank you for setting all these dumb cult members straight. You were well informed. Thank you so much, Maria. Claudia with a 5 and Lauren with a 5. Thank you guys so much. Irene, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. He says 45-year-old mom and nurse practitioner. What?
What's up?
You said Pallet Media money. These are just like individual donations from people watching the stream.
That's what one of the streamers said on TikTok, that you get money from Pallet Media, which is a source of the DNC.
Wait, you think I'm paid by the DNC?
That's what I've heard. I don't know if it's true or not.
Well, obviously it's not true. No, the DNC doesn't pay me.
Yeah. Well, that's cool.
All right, let's gotta get this.
So what other good places in Grand Junction is there to...
One moment. Real quick, Irene, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, who says 45-year-old mom and nurse practitioner. You give me so much hope for our future. Thank you, Irene. I really do appreciate it. Huge shout out to Irene in that chat. Sophie, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Kyrie, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Now, Kyrie, you asked me to keep your message to you private. Okay, I will. You got it. Thank you so much for the love, Kyrie. Audrey with the $10 saying keep with the good fight. Thank you, Audrey. Courtney with the $2. And Shelly with the $5. Oh, and it wasn't Shelly's birthday. It was their dog Ezzy's birthday. Okay, well, I'm sorry, Shelly. Happy birthday to your dog, not to you. And then Gavin with the 5, Claudia with the 5, Lauren with the 5 over on PayPal. Thank you, guys. Now, for everybody watching the stream, unfortunately, that was our last guest of the night. Unfortunately, our last guest of the night was some creep. I don't know. I thought maybe he thought that he was gonna like weird me out by knowing that I live in Grand Junction. I don't know. It doesn't really weird me out too much. I'm kind of public about that. But listen, guys. For everybody that is joined us, on this great evening, enjoy the rest of your Friday night. Go have some fun, safely, of course. And thank you for tuning in. Seriously, I am forever grateful and forever happy to every single person that tunes into the live stream, because it tells me that people still care. Like earlier, we had 27,000 concurrent viewers. That's 27,000 Americans that care about the future of this country. Peace and love, everybody. If you're on YouTube on your way out, make sure to drop a like on the video. It really helps the VOD push out to even more people. Make sure to subscribe as well. If you're on TikTok, hit that follow button so you could see me tomorrow. We do this 7 days a week. But I'm gonna go ahead and head out at this point. Peace and love, everybody. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.